God damn, somebody's trying to kill my stream. I don't know if it's fucking Comcast or what it is. Jesus Christ. All right, we're going to keep going, though.
Times years behind me in terms of emotional maturity. And it is a struggle day in and day out to baby walk people like Lav or Mr. Girl through conversations to show them this is why everybody hates you. This is why you're contradicting yourself. This is why you're wrong here. And to be doing that at the same time that they're like constantly attacking me and shitting on me when I'm applying like every fucking ounce of good faith and charitability I possibly can to these people. And then they're like turning around and like calling me an abuser or saying that I'm this or that is very fucking frustrating to me. I'll probably go back to my bunker in a day or two, and I'll probably try to like reconsider
John Locke?
the amount of charitability that I extend to people, because that's a huge burden. Are you afraid that he would leak your secret? I mean, like, he might. The thing that sucks is that like technically none of these leaks really hurt me. They just hurt other people who want to keep their business secret, which I'll always respect. If other people want to keep their business secret, I'm always cool with that. But I mean, I guess at this point it's up to those two, who seem like they have no boundaries for any of that now. But yeah, the Mr. Girl Shaylin Lab stuff is incredibly fucking creepy. I'm assuming that Shaylin is a victim of Max instead of assuming that she has any agency at all. That's just the assumption I have because she's so caught in his orbit. But the Max conversation with Lav was actually unbelievably fucking
You've been sexting consistently with Anna for a year.
Me and Anna don't have any problems. We're fine.
You have been sexting consistently with Anna for a year. Everything you say about her is a lie.
Max, what have I said about her that's a lie? Tell me.
That she stalked you.
She did stalk me.
That she locked. Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
Okay, that's that. I think Mr. Girl is. I think Mr. Girl is so far. He came in here very hot, very quickly, but I think so far he's in the right on this one. I think Destiny has to do a ridiculous amount of legwork to justify why it is fine for him to be sexting with Anna. I don't think it's just we're cool now. No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Somebody that you express the feelings that you have, somebody that has the reputation that they do inside of your orbit, and all of this stuff, you can't just go, well, we're cool now. That's not something, no, absolutely not. There has been a clear precedent that has been set that that this person has an unhealthy relationship with you and has shown a pattern of unhealthy relationships with you with these ups and downs and whatever. I don't think you could just, we're cool now, and then it does not work that way. So unless maybe Destiny has evidence or something that could give reason why now it's different, maybe he has some evidence or something that he either cannot show or maybe he will show it. But I reject the idea of we're cool now as a reason why he can ethically engage with Anna again. I reject this personally.
We've been cool for a year, Max.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year?
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure.
Consistently, this entire time?
I don't know what consistently, every single day, no. But Max, listen to me. Do you understand that we've been fine for a year?
When you say we've been fine, that includes that you've been sexting for a year?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so when you're saying that she is locking you in the basement of her mind, or that she's this traumatic stalker person who's your victim, you have all these people.
Max, can you acknowledge that I haven't said anything bad about her for a year? I've said we've been fine. I've said that over and over.
The last time I talked to you about her, like 2 weeks ago, or 16 days ago or something, you said that she locked you in the basement of her mind and it was a traumatic experience for you.
Yeah, because a year or two ago, she spent 2 years nonstop talking about me, no matter what I did.
And I think, for me personally, it has been established to everybody watching, to many individuals, that there doesn't seem to be a way to healthily engage with this woman. And I personally am fine with so this is the way that I view it. Maybe I'm in the wrong. This is the way that I view it. Destiny tried multiple different strategies to be able to interact with Anna in a healthy way, right? Confrontation about claims that Anna have made of sexual misconduct towards Destiny. Confrontation, tried being friendly with her, then tried being flirtatious with her. And when all of those failed, he then tried the strategy, which I think he should have and should still be doing, which is complete and total disconnection. Just not talking to her, not engaging with her. And then that would be the end of it. The problem that I have is the idea that he's been sexting with her in private when it has already been established. I do not believe that Anna and Destiny can have a good, healthy relationship. That's what I currently know. And I think that's what a lot of people currently believe. Now, again, if he has private information that shows otherwise, then that's fine. But I do believe the idea that we're cool now is I don't know. I don't think that's how that works.
You understand that was a year ago. If you pull up clips on my stream, ever since I've moved to Miami, I've always said, me and Anna are cool. It's chill. Like, she used to be, I would say, a stalker, or she used to be like creepy or whatever, but we're cool. We've been fine for like a year, literally.
Okay, so the fact that you've been sexting with her is already absorbed into your narrative about this?
Do you think that changes anything?
Yes, absolutely. I think it
okay, have I talked shit about her this past year?
Yes, the last time I talked to you, you said that she locked you in the basement of her
in
mind.
In the past, Max.
Oh, okay.
Why? Tell me, Max, why hasn't Anna come forward with any of this information now? Can you tell me, or do you want me to tell everybody why?
Any of what information?
I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Okay, so again, I want to state my problem. I believe it has been established. Anna is not somebody that can, as much as it sounds like I'm shitting on Anna here. And I mean, I'll admit to a degree I am. Just gonna say that. That's not really that's not like my desire out of this, but I am effectively gonna do this. I don't believe Anna can have a healthy sexual relationship with this man. And I thought he knew that, and I thought everybody else knew that. Now, it might be that he's privy to some information that inclines him to believe that that is no longer the case and that they can have a healthy sexual relationship. But it is absolutely fair to every single person every single human on the outside of that interpersonal relationship that they have to believe that she is incapable of having a healthy sexual relationship with him. Because every bit of public information that I am privy to, and that I think most people are privy to, shows she is incapable of engaging in healthy, consensual sexual activity with this dude. And it is unethical for him or her to pursue that.
I will. It's because she said she literally wants to remain friends with me. And she said that. And I've had that conversation with her multiple times. Are you sure you want to be friends? Are you sure okay with this? And she's like, yeah, this is fine. It's cool. She talks to me. We talk about her shit. Sometimes she loops on stream. Sometimes she
You're saying that they can't engage, but they've been done it in the past, and clearly no one had a clue. Well, it's not about whether or not people had a clue. It's whether or not there's precedent that it doesn't seem like this is something that can happen in a healthy manner. Could I admit that I'm wrong? Yeah, absolutely. There is a chance that now, for some reason, it's changed. None of that information has been presented to me, though. Like, Anna has talked about Destiny. Anna, I don't know to what great capacity. I don't watch that kind of shit. I like to stay away from it. I don't like to talk about her. I don't like to engage with her. But I know that she's talked about other orbiters and about spreading narratives. I think she's talked about me because I stated something like Anna was similar to Amber Heard or something. I made a joke about it's Subaru Anna or something. And she went off about how I'm a manipulative person manipulating the narrative or whatever, right? So she clearly still believes that there's some narrative that is being pushed inside of the orbit that is unjust or incongruent with the reality. And there's
about her fucking loops, like, yeah, that's fine. But that's why she won't go public, is because she's literally told you, and I know she's told you this, and she told me this, like, yeah, I still want to be friends with you. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I don't really care that much. That's fine. That's cool. If you got a problem, she loops. Sometimes she talks to me about it, and then that's it.
Okay.
You've built your entire narrative on this one story. And again, to repeat, I'm going to ask you for the third time. Hold on.
What entire narrative?
This entire narrative that I'm like abusing women sexually. But I'm going to ask you again. Have I said anything bad about her over the past year? I've said in the past things were bad, but this whole year.
I have seen the logs, dude. I have seen her asking you, hey, why are you calling me a stalker on stream? What's going on? Why is this happening?
But I haven't called. Yeah, when she gets into her loops, but I don't call her a stalker. I said she used to.
And then within two more lines, you're saying you're sending her videos.
It depends. Our conversations move back and forth. Sure.
Okay, so
have you? Wait, hold on.
2 more lines. I'd like to see that.
Have you seen any of the conversation? Wait, let me ask. Have you seen the conversation? Like, hey, do you want to be friends? Do you not want to be friends? Do you want to do this? But like, yeah, we've had plenty of conversations, and you can go and ask her. Where
I don't even think they should be friends. I don't think they should ever engage with each other. And to be fair, it seems like Destiny had multiple different conversations with multiple different people, and that came to a ubiquitous conclusion across all of the DGG sphere. Is ABBA agreed with this, I believe, inside of an infamous video, and everybody agreed with this. They should not engage with each other in any capacity. And then it seems like that is no longer being, or hasn't been held up. My bad for hitting the mic. Hasn't been held up. Now, whether or not it was successful or not, it's a separate question. But like, as far as like the general public was concerned, yeah. What right do you have to say they can't be friends? I don't have a right to say that they can't be friends. What I'm saying is that I believe it is unethical to engage with somebody who is, in my opinion, clearly, from all of the information available, clearly incapable of having a healthy relationship with them without like going on these loops. That's what my statement is. That Anna will have these loops. She will do these things that we've seen over, the periods of time that we have, and that I don't believe it is ethical for them to have contact. And that seems to be a very agreed upon idea. Now, if Destiny has evidence, really, of there not being any kind of loop or something, but they have had contact, I'm willing to say that I was wrong. But this statement is perfectly fine for me to make.
Hey, have you, hold on, no, hold on, because I know the narrative you're trying to sell, where she's explicitly saying,
wait, what narrative am I trying to sell? What did I say?
You're saying they can't. Obviously, I can't force Destiny to stop interacting with a woman. I'm just saying that from all of the information that I think, and I think most people agree with me, that from all of the information available, they ought not engage with each other at all. He's tried the friendship. He tried the flirtation a lot earlier. I believe Dan had a conversation with him about it. If somebody can remembers correctly as well. I think Dan had a conversation with him about it, that he doesn't think he should have ever been flirtatious with him a while ago. This was a while ago. So he tried multiple different strategies for how to engage with Anna, and then it felt like he settled on a strategy of completely cutting contact. Apparently, that wasn't the case. He didn't completely cut contact. Apparently, he got back into contact. And if it's been working out, then it's been working out, and I'll admit that I'm wrong. But given the evidence that I have right now, I believe that it is unethical to continuously engage with that woman. That's easy that. If nothing else, they should show Steven how much of a liability this kind of behavior is. What do you mean?
I'm like, that I'm keeping her on like some...
Why not go over there and beat him up, man? That's what good friends are for, true. Destiny himself just admitted that despite this arrangement, she still loops. He's just doing it because he's coon brain and Anna's got that crazy pussy he likes. I don't know why y'all people... Okay, hold on. I'm not going that far. But yes, he did admit that she loops. And I think... I don't know if that was a slip of the tongue or what, but I just want Steven to justify why it is fine in his mind for him to engage with her in that way, because I think most people have a public perception that it's not okay. Destiny's issue isn't the ethics of talking to a crazy ex, but Mr. Girl is trying to spin this for... Wait, hold on. First off, that's not true, all right? It is unethical to engage with a woman that cannot healthily engage in a sexual relationship with you. This is part of the reason why we can't fuck kids, okay? It is unhealthy. It is unethical to engage with a sexual or romantic relationship with somebody that clearly has some kind of inability to properly engage with you. It is an unethical thing to do, right? So that's first and foremost, whether you believe that's Destiny's concern or not.
Weird, like, sexually abusive string. When I've asked her plenty of times, like, do you still want to talk? Do you want to do whatever?
The whole reason she didn't want it out there was to remain his friend. That's pretty telling. We'll get into his explanation for it. If you keep watching, he says that she loops, but she now comes to the realization that she's looping on her own and apologizes. She's done that before, though. She's literally done that loop before. I have not heard anything that has been said that hasn't been admitted to by Anna before and then causes another loop. So would you say people with Down syndrome cannot have relationships? Depending on who with, yeah, probably not, because there would probably be an unethical power dynamic. It depends on the person, though. Somebody with Down syndrome could probably have a perfectly ethical relationship with somebody else with Down syndrome, or somebody that, I don't know, is more understanding or considerate, maybe has proper education on how to have a healthy relationship with that. I don't know if Down syndrome inhibits your ability to have a healthy relationship. I have no clue. But in the context of what I've seen of Anna towards Destiny, I don't believe there is a way that Anna can have a healthy relationship with this man. I don't think she can. I think there is something that is happening with her where she believes certain things, reads certain things in specific ways or whatever, that mind fucks her.
She's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, okay, well, as long as you want to, sure, that's fine. But I haven't shit talked her on stream. Sometimes she loops on her stream about me. I don't respond to it on my stream. And I say, everything's cool, like we're pretty chill. And then boom, that's it.
Well, the narrative I have is that while she is getting...
And so from my perspective, when he's talking about sometimes she loops on her stream, I think what encourages, based on the history that I've seen, I think what encourages the frequency of the loops is the private interaction. I think there was enough information out there to show that if Destiny does ignore her or doesn't interact with her, it is better for her and is better for, primarily at this point, I'm concerned with her. And the reason why is because it is her, I'm not going to be nice to her. I unfortunately, to say this, I can't be nice. She is kind of the problem in this situation, where I think Destiny can have healthy sexual relationships. It seems like probably with most, if not all, of the women that he's interacted with. It does not seem like Anna can with him. So when she is looping, all right, I think a part of it is because she cannot properly interact with this man. That this man cannot, and her cannot, and maybe honestly any man, maybe not him exclusively. I'm just talking about what I have the evidence of. She cannot properly interact with this man in a healthy sexual relationship. And he knows that. I believe that I believe there is evidence to show us that. I don't know how much he knows because he might be privy to private information. You got the link to the VOD where Lav debates Dan and a bunch of DGGers in a Discord call, right? Yeah, I think so, but people said it wasn't a big deal.
Publicly dogpiled by your community and is labeled as a stalker.
Why is she getting publicly dogpiled by my community?
She's labeled as a crazy person and a stalker that no one is allowed to talk about. And Lav even mentioning her to you made you threaten to cut Lav off permanently.
Why is she considered a crazy person in my community?
That's not I'm not answering that question. That's not what I'm talking about.
It is. It's important because you're blaming it implicitly on me.
So I believe there is, just to be clear, Destiny absolutely has a role to play in the narrative that Anna is crazy. That is absolutely the case. If not, at the very least, some of the things that he said about her BPD, didn't he say some shit like that for a long time, that she had like BPD, that she was, I think straight up, he's called her crazy several times. And very importantly, no real pushback against people calling her crazy. I would say that there's a lot of people that in Destiny's orbit that calls her crazy, that he has not given proper pushback against them and said, no, I don't think she's crazy. He just lets them say what they say and then just like hands off. He's hands off about it. So I think that the idea that he has no part to play in the narrative that she is crazy, that is not true.
I have talked about this before.
It is a fact.
Explicitly, it doesn't matter, Max. It matters where the facts come from.
I think the pushback is not speak. What? Was this before this year? What are you talking about? Is that borderline is BPD, borderline personality disorder? This was more than a year ago? No, even. I'm willing to bet. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold up. Oh, this was a year ago. I thought this was like 7 months ago. I thought this was 7 months ago. All right, then yeah, I guess that's true.
It is a fact that Anna is labeled as a stalker in your community.
Okay, hold on. I'm muting you for a second. Okay, so what's happened is when Anna goes live on her.
Really, she went on a character assassination tour because she got ghosted. Brother, that is crazy for a 24-year-old. Then again, she is young. Anna's not 24. She's 30.
First stream, and then she starts looping. That gets attention on play.
He absolutely pushes back. Anytime she is brought up, he says stop, and then Anna and I are cool now, chill. That doesn't mean that he's pushing back against the narrative that she's crazy. He's saying to stop because he doesn't want to engage with. That's a completely different thing. So like if people inside of my chat were saying that Destiny was a sexual abuser and he's somebody that has the trail of Coom, and I just say stop, me and Destiny are cool. That's not me pushing back against it. That's me just shutting down the conversation and not having it on my stream. Those are two different things. You understand that, right?
This is like Kiwi Farms. Oh, he left. Okay. Easy. Boom. Interrupt every time to sell a false narrative or changes fucking life.
Okay, there was like Milo, when has he pushed back against the narrative that she is crazy? When did that happen? Because I'm ready to admit that I'm wrong. When is that the case? Because I've seen Lav and Mr. Girl try and make the claim that she isn't crazy on his stream, and it seems like he pushes back against the idea that she's. It seems maybe not that she's isn't it's not that he's pushing back against the idea that she isn't crazy, but it seems like he pushed back against the idea that she's this reasonable, credible actor in the way that Lav and Mr. Girl are representing previously. No, not the entire time, Midas. Nope, you were just wrong. There was straight up a while he was calling, where he called her crazy. He explained all her actions and recontextualized them as OCD. I don't like the labeling. He said it to people over the last few weeks to not call her crazy. That is, again, another loop. Because there was a while where I didn't call her crazy because that was the strategy that everybody was going with, because we didn't want to call her crazy because it felt like she would loop. That was a thing where most people who knew of Anna didn't say that she was crazy or anything like that because it could cause a loop. Right? And then there was a time where we're like, fuck it, it doesn't seem to work, so we're just going to call her crazy. And that's what happened. There was a bunch of, we went through the ebbs and flows of it. I literally don't know who Anna is, the other chick who's Destiny. He is pushing back against people saying she was never crazy. I see. You see the OCD stream? I don't know, maybe. It depends on what you... There's like been 50 fucking streams of Anna. I mean, even you said what Max and Lav were doing by mentioning Anna was something you wouldn't do to an enemy. Correct, I wouldn't. What does that have to do with anything? But that was primarily off of the information that I had, which is that there was no contact. That was what the information was. When I said I wouldn't bring this shit up if I was Lav or Mr. Girl, I was under the context of, well, two things. One, the information isn't public as to the nature of Destiny and Anna's clearly ongoing relationship. And two, that I believe that this is something that in that manner should have been handled in private if you actually had concerns about that private relationship between those two. And I stand by that. I think if you have concerns like this, if you had concerns prior to it exploding into a public situation, that you should have, that it should have been handled in private. I think that should have been the case. Compare Steven being chilled by but not saying she wasn't in the wrong to how he's chill with Zerka now. Despite him using Anna to try and destroy Steven for clout, chill isn't excusing the past. I don't understand what your point is. Damn, apparently Destiny wasn't supposed to leak combos with Anna, and he's saying DGG not to post it on subreddit. Well, I just showed it on stream. Unlucky.
Point in time where it was almost the case that like Anna publicly had like redeemed herself. Like we were on like a panel, everything was chill, everything was cool, and then she like and then she just keeps looping. But he just wanted to drop that bomb and leave. True. I wonder if he's gonna have any.
Yeah. So CJO is bringing something up that I feel like Anna was referencing during some of her loops, where it felt like when in public, and I feel like this is an accurate recounting of history, but again, it's been a while. Obviously, I just took an L on when I looked up the Abba and Preach video, which I thought was far more recent than it was. I thought it was like 6 to 8 months ago or something, but it was over a year ago, so I took an L there. So my memory isn't nearly as sharp as I think it was. But to my knowledge, there has been issues that Anna has had where Anna feels like and has had a very cordial private relationship with Steven and felt like there was a distinct mismatch to how she is treated in public or defended in public by Steven, where it's like they're great in private, they're flirting or very friendly, and then in public, it feels like when she's getting bashed or whatever, it's just like stop or something like that, or he's hands off. And that is something that I know Anna's had issues with. And part of the reason why I don't think they should be having a relationship at all, because I think that would solve that problem. If every time Anna gets brought up on the stream, he's like, stop, we're not going to talk about her because it's problem's done or whatever. We have no interactions whatsoever. I feel like that's better. But again, maybe Destiny's privy to some private information or private memes that show that that's actually not the case. Maybe it's worse for him. Maybe it's worse for her if that shit happens. I would highly doubt that. I think what's far more likely is just to cut her loose and just not engage with her ever again. I think that is a better, more ethical response, is to just never talk to this woman ever again. But yeah.
Luck getting of any of the other fucking 20 girls that he's trying to contact to flip against me. Jesus. He literally does not know that everyone saw the entire history of Anna.
He tried that, didn't work. I don't believe that it didn't work in the capacity that people think it didn't work. I don't believe this. But if he has information to provide that, then sure.
The problem is that he thinks that she has a bad reputation in my community because of me, but that's not the case. Like, I literally banned all mentions of like talking to her loops, reacting to her loops, or anything like that. Yeah, for the most part, like, we didn't talk about her except for whenever she would go like on her like crazy loops.
So I reject this. I believe that she does have a bad reputation because he has tried multiple different strategies. He did, of course, ban the mention of her, but for a while he was talking about how she has BPD, or he's talking about whatever. So that narrative. So let me say this. His strategy of going from, hey, this chick is really weird, saying some crazy shit, she has BPD, whatever, and then stopping talking about her in public, refusing to talk about her in public, and saying hands off, and then banning all mention of her. What else is the public gonna do other than keep with the idea that was the last running narrative before all mention was banned? That's what's gonna happen. So if the last big time that anybody could talk about Anna inside of Destiny's Sphere was, her being crazy or BPD or OCD or whatever, and then all talk about her as banned, obviously the recurring narrative is going to be that she had BPD, she's crazy, she's fucking weird. That's what it has. And especially when she continues to loop after no longer talking about her. That's going to be the continuous narrative. So I don't buy that it's completely hands-off on his end. Now, is this to say he could have done something else? Not necessarily. He might be doing the best that he can do. But the idea that he has no part to play on it, I disagree. Does he have the biggest part to play in it? Probably not. I think it's more of the individuals instigating the loops that have a greater part to play in it. Hence me getting very mad at Mr. Girl and Lav for having brought up Anna in public instead of DMing him. I think the responsibility for this, a continued narrative, continued looping, continued all of this shit is more on the individuals that bring up that past situation than it is Steven himself. But yeah. The OCD thing was what finally calmed everything down? No, it didn't.
I should read any of the...
Yeah, the last takeaway from her was that she was crazy. Yeah. I love when Reddit bros use DSM criteria, makes astrology look like science. I agree. All I know is Dan prayed for something and it came true. What did he pray for? I remember him not just stopping talking about it. He actually walked back the BPD stuff after claiming to look into it more. I remember that as well, Manny. I remember him explicitly saying, yeah, I actually don't think she has BPD. I remember that as well. That is true. No, what are you talking about? The last takeaway was the OCD. The OCD thing. What do you mean? If you look at Anna's behavior, it was very much her constantly looping all on her own, but then you have Lav or Mr. Girl making her loop too. Unironically, Destiny had the smallest part to play with her. Right, but he had a part to play. I don't like the characterization that he had no part to play and the idea that she was like crazy or insane or had some mental neurodivergency. He absolutely did. I believe that he absolutely 100% did. Now, did he, in his own way, try and combat that? Maybe in the best way that he could? Perhaps. I don't know. That would take a lot more private information and probably for me to re-go over the situation. But at the end of the day, he absolutely did play a part in having her be seen in the public eye as crazy. Even if he rescinded on his BPD comment, even if he rescinded on OCD or saying that she was a crazy stalker, shit like that, even if all that shit did happen and he was tamer about it, there was absolutely moments and times where he could have pulled back the narrative that people were drawing that she was this crazy person that he chose not to do. And I think the Abba and Preach video was one of those times. Oh, my bad. I think they literally call her like crazy a lot in
No!
Yep, literally. Why would you call me princess? How crazy crazy women hold men hostage. And I never, maybe I'm out of the loop, I never saw a debate between Destiny and Abba trying to say, Abba, you are in the wrong for calling her crazy. You are in the wrong for making this video. This video is not, that never happened. I don't think that ever happened. So the idea, at the very least, that he isn't actively pushing it back against people, large influences, making media depictions about her being insane, is just like there. And I know this is outside of the year before somebody says that it's outside of the year, but that is the point. The idea that Destiny hasn't had some hand to play in the narrative that Anna is crazy is ridiculous to me. I believe he absolutely has. Maybe she has become better. That could be the case. But the statement being made is that he hasn't had a hand to play, unless I misheard, and what he means is I haven't had a hand to play in whether or not the idea that she is crazy in the past year. Maybe that's what he would say. But he absolutely has had a hand to play in the fact of whether or not she's been seen as crazy throughout her existence on the internet.
Messages that he was sending to other people. If Anna gives me permission, I can prove that almost everything Destiny said about her is a lie.
Who was saying he had no rule? Himself. We could go back over it. Okay, how much? 20%, 70%, 10%? I couldn't put a percent on this. With the narrative, it would depend on what period of time. You're talking about right now? I don't know. I would think, again, it's more on I think right now, the idea that Anna is crazy or is like a looping weirdo is more on Zerka and people like Lav and Mr. Girl than anybody else, because I genuinely think a lot of people would forget and not really care about Anna had these things not kept recurring. That's why I pushed back significantly against Lav and Mr. Girl and Zerka bringing these situations up, because I think it was completely inappropriate.
People, I have to move fast because Steven is going full attack mode on me, when I haven't attacked him at all on stream.
Do you remember what he did to Waffles, or are we glossing over that? No? What are you talking about? I don't remember what he did to Waffles. Didn't Anna do something fucked up to Waffles in this thing? Yeah, Anna did something fucked up to Waffles, didn't she? Yeah, okay. I didn't think it was Destiny that did anything.
Ever. I think he's just mad because I'm reacting to his videos where he's talking to Lab about me. Oh,
did I misread you? Did I misread your message? Oh, you edited your comment and I didn't notice.
Where he paints out the this is the
If Anna Loops realized that she is in the wrong and tries to do better, does she still deserve her agency taken away from her loop? Yeah, I think so. I think Anna's looped enough times. So from my personal perspective, again, this is why I say the onus is kind of on Destiny to provide any kind of information. The way that I look at it, Anna's looped so many times saying so many different things. Oh, I know I'm the problem looping. Oh, I know I'm not the problem looping. That there needs to be some kind of excessive evidence, whatever it is, that Anna's actually capable of doing this. Because it's not like she's looped 1, 2, 3, 4. She's looped like fucking 20 times on this shit. And it is, from my perspective, it shows that she is not a credible character witness to her own future integrity of how she's going to view the relationship. So when she says, oh, I realize that I actually am the problem in this situation, next week it could be different. It's like Lav. It's like Lav, where it's like, oh yeah, you know what? I actually am the problem. No, I never apologize for anything. No, I've never been wrong. I've never been wrong. Like, no, you just, she's not a reliable character witness towards that. So no, I would need excessive evidence.
This is the Destiny pattern. 1, bring on female orbiter. 2, fuck her. 3, trash her with the community. And 4,
clip of Max saying how he pressured Anna to give him screenshots despite not wanting to. Mr. Girl does not care about you. He manipulated Anna into doing something she didn't want to do by telling her Steven uses her as a weapon against other women when everyone knows how much Anna is in fear of people being abused to support his orbit war. This is some demon time shit. Let's take a look.
Mr. Girl, I think Destiny's strongest argument against you is that you're manipulating people behind the scenes, not necessarily that you're merely investigating. I agree that the Anna sexting is weird, but not that bad. So I think the manipulation of Anna and other women by you is what you should comment on. Okay. I don't know what manipulation you're talking about. With Anna, I said, listen, Lav just said that you've been sexting with Steven for a year. She has triggered a nuclear attack. Steven is about to attack us, and I need you to give me proof of that. I need you to give me proof, because without proof, he can discredit us. But Anna, you are the weapon that Steven uses to discredit women. No one wants to be in Anna. If you take that away from him and say, actually, he's been lying about Anna this entire time, then he can't do this anymore. It puts a stop to it. So I said, please give me a screenshot. I know this is scary. She said, can you do it without the screenshot? And I was like, I don't think so. I need the screenshot. We need to come forward. We need to do this right. We need to back up Lav, because Lav has made a claim, and now we need to give her evidence to back up that claim, or else she is going to get fucking dogpiled, and I don't want to watch this happen to her. I don't want to watch it happen to you. I don't want to watch
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
it should happen to anybody.
So I have a maybe a different take from Cherry here. I don't know. I think Cherry would probably agree with the take I'm about to give. Let's finish the clip,
I
though.
want this to stop. So if that's manipulation, then sure. But
Okay, so
I don't think it is.
Okay, this feels a lot like it's similar to what Trainwrecks and XQC were accused of, where individuals got heated, Lav in this case, said something reckless, and then there was the implication, at least in the Trainwrecks XQC situation, that they then went like, you know what, fuck these guys, I want to burn these guys, and then they go to the person with the evidence and are like, look, I just made a bold claim, I need you to back me up. I need you to make this private information public. That is a no-no. Now, of course, there was in the case of the XQC train situation, there was a statement that was made that it seemed like they were given permission prior. What it sounds like here is Anna was not aware, nor did give any permission to either one of these individuals to use her information or this private details publicly. It seems like there was no communication that you are allowed to speak about this in public. You're allowed to use this as a weapon. There was nothing. And it seems like Lav had a heated moment, came forward with a certain statement, and then they're now going to Anna like, look, Lav just got heated, and I need you to make this private information public. I think that's inappropriate. I think if you have the permission prior, like Anna says, hey, if you guys end up like trying to establish, you know, X, Y, and Z, you have my blessing to be able to come forward with this. It's a completely different situation. That doesn't seem like what happened. It's like somebody tells me a secret, let's say the exact same thing that I believe, or something that is being said here, which is somebody comes forward to me, says Destiny was abusive, manipulative, and shit like that. And then in a heated moment, but they say it's private, and in a heated moment where I'm angry at Destiny or something, I say that they had an inappropriate relationship with this person. And then I go to that person and I go, look, I just had a heated moment where I said that you Destiny had an inappropriate relationship with you. I need you to make that information public. I need you to give me that information so I can make that public. I think that's not ethical. I don't believe that's ethical to do. I think you need the permission prior to doing it. Yeah. Was it the permission prior with Adriana and Train? Right. That's what I just clarified on. Is that I believe that's what happened with Adriana. I believe Adriana came out and said that they gave XQC and Train permission. What I said is that's what XQC and Train were alleged to have done. And if they were found guilty of it, it would have been bad. Because what happened in the XQC Train thing is the way that it looked was Miskiff and Pokimane and Hassan were attacking Train and XQC for gambling. And they just went, fuck you guys. By the way, your boy Miskiff covers up sexual assault. Right? That's the way that it looked. And then that they just went over to Adriana were like, yo, we need you to come public with this because we just kind of got mad and we need you to back up our claim so we don't look stupid. That's bad. But that's not what happened, at least according to Adriana and, of course, XUC and Train. It's that they were given permission prior to that. But that's what seems like happened here without further explanation, and maybe we're going to watch this later.
Discard her. I would like to stop this from happening, but I don't think I can do it unless Anna is willing to come forward. Oh, it was this message. He's starting the anti-Mr. Girl hate train pretty hardcore now. To be clear, I never even really said anything about him except for reacting to the videos that he was doing with This is exactly what Lav said. Yeah, because Max has sold this message to Lav and to Anna,
this VOD.
and probably to Shaylin too. So like all of them are on 100% the same page when it comes to I guess me being this like crazy manipulative abuser or whatever. This is him. He keeps messaging all these people. He's like, I'm trying to, but none of these girls are getting back to me because nobody's responding to his insane fucking shit. A lot of these people like are coming to me and messaging me like, hey, this guy's like messaging me, asking me weird stuff. He seems to have this idea that I'm like, do you think he's nuking for content or he actually believes this narrative? No, I think that for Mr. Girl in his mind, I think he actually believes all of this.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he believes
really does believe, because in the mind of a narcissist, you're never wrong. He thinks that he's like the hero, like saving these people from the ashes or some shit.
Has Mr. Girl called in yet? He did.
Try to ask Lav for an example of one thing they disagree on, and she paused for like a minute before going on a tangent about gender identity that she said they probably agree on but haven't talked about. Oh, Lav has been obsessed with Max for months, I think, so she'll agree with literally anything Max says. So, yeah. Do you think he's trying to do this to coincide with the Lex podcast despite you both? I don't think it has to do with the Lex podcast. I think the subreddit stuff like fucked his mind like really hard. Who's this? Unless you're something super relevant.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if I had first, bro. I was just watching some of the stream. Sorry, dude. I don't mean to cut you off. I'll pop out. I know you're going through some shit.
Okay, have fun, buddy.
All right, bro. Stay strong, brother.
Yeah, I really don't think now is the time for anybody to be hopping inside the Discord.
Lav on her stream.
Side point, as this person loops, wouldn't it be wise to not use words like crazy so that it doesn't affect you negatively if the person has an episode and brings you up on stream now? You're talking about like right now? I'm trying to be careful with the things that I say, but I think that it is everything that I've said has been... I think everything that I've said and the words that I've used, I picked carefully enough to be able to ethically defend. So no. Of course, I should be careful with the words like crazy and shit because I don't think I have said that Anna is crazy. What I said is that the public opinion is that Anna is crazy or a stalker or whatever, and that I believe Destiny did contribute to that narrative and has contributed to that narrative, not necessarily all the way up to like right now, but he has done that, and that he has played a role in that, and I feel like he was saying that he didn't, but I that's my opinion, is that I think I have to in order to properly discuss this situation, I have to bring up the public narrative that Anna is crazy.
Said she thinks it's hypocritical for you to call Max a narcissist. That's because she probably doesn't know what a narcissist is. I don't think Lav has very much people experience in general, which is probably one of the reasons why she's so easy to manipulate, which is kind of what Max...
You believe Anna is crazy? I believe, so it is my current belief, Anna cannot have a healthy sexual relationship with Destiny. I don't think that makes her crazy, but I think that makes her incapable of having a healthy sexual relationship with Steven. If I was Steven, I would not be engaging with her. But it seems like Steven is privy to some private information. Like, I'm just now learning that they had a 1-year intimate relationship that included sexting and what I can only assume is friendship. There has been minimal-ish looping. I legitimately don't know on the timeline of loops. I don't know if there's more or less loops that have happened, and if those more or less loops contributed as a result of less people being at whatever. Breaking down the spreadsheet would be really weird. Like if the Zerka podcast had happened 3 months ago, would there be more loops even though they are talking about it, their shit in private? I would need the full timeline. I would need to revisit the shit. We need whatever. Like, is she not looping as much because of people getting the narrative that we probably shouldn't talk about her, and there's just more people on board with that now, whereas in the past there wasn't very many people on board with it. For like a fucking year and a half, everybody thought that their input was so important that they put into the situation, and maybe that's why she was looping more consistently, because everyone was constantly talking about her. And now that we've learned our lesson, maybe that's the reason why it's kind of simmered down. Maybe it's not because of that friendship or whatever, but I don't know. From my current perspective, he should not be engaging with this woman at all.
It's like I said, like I don't really blame Lav much, although it kind of hurts because Lav is one of the people that I was talking to on a more personal level. But I've always said something that like when I see people like turning against me, I never like fight for relationships because it's weird. I don't want to be in some weird like manipulator.
No. I think that things that she's done is crazy. I don't know if she is crazy. Currently, it is. Anna says Max was manipulative. We already saw that.
Back and forth, where me and Max are playing like tug of war over the mind of like a vulnerable 24-year-old. I think the thing that bothers me the most is that Max, aside from like being like a literal rapist, like talking about like, oh yeah, when women say no, I fuck them anyways because I know what they really want. It's irritating that he's the one at the end of the day. And then watching.
Ooh, that's I'm not sure I agree with that take from Steven there. Not sure I agree with that.
Him manipulate and gaslight the fuck out of Lav on his stream, and like the pictures that Shaylin is drawing of him and Max adopting her, and then like him on stream.
Because I'm pretty sure Destiny shares a similar opinion that like nonverbal interactions between individuals is more complex than that, and that's the whole point of that. I think that was an emotional moment by Steve there.
Kind of like pull it like you've got to leave Destiny's community. I left for you, Lav. No, you didn't, motherfucker.
Things I've done is racist, but I'm not racist. Correct. I believe that you can do that. As much as you might think that's a meme, I literally think you can do racist shit and not be a racist. Yeah, 100%. I think you can fucking let the N-word slip in fucking whatever, some heated moment, and not be racist. I think you can do that.
Because you got ass mad, and now you're trying to suck more people into your orbit. To see somebody that manipulative and that abusive, like I said, and I'll say this a million times, if anybody wants to leak DMs, if they think I'm being manipulated or I'm being abusive, feel free to do it. Go for it. Like I said, I'm usually really upfront with everybody at anything. If I feel like somebody is like, oh, Destiny, I don't like this, okay, fine, then fucking leave. I won't talk to you anymore. Like, that's it. Yeah. Has Anna matured a lot off stream? From what we've seen, she never seemed like somebody who can engage in casual sex that way. I think she probably can. Like I said, me and Anna behind closed doors have been chill for literally like a year. Every now and then she'll have a cycle on stream, and then her and Kiwi Farms like fucking egg each other on, and then sometimes she'll like spam messages at me, but then like usually in a day or two she'll be like, oops, I looped, and I'll be like, okay, chill, and then it's just whatever. Like that's been more or less like the past like 8 months of our conversation.
Right, but is there no? I feel like we have reason to believe if there was no contact at all, those loops wouldn't occur. That's my current position. That I feel like there is evidence to show that, but obviously he's going to be privy to more information. I just want that information shown. Like, where is he deriving this? Because I feel like there's more information to show this woman is incapable of having a healthy relationship with him without looping. I think if there's complete contact, there will be less loops. I think there is, and I think just appealing to the past without taking into account the variables, like the Zerka podcasts, like the whatever. I think that's just unwise. What if sexting is the best current method to placate the loop? Then Godspeed. I think that I still don't think it's wise, because then you're pretty much assuming that they have to sext forever. Because if Destiny decides, well, I actually don't want to sext her anymore, then he's now in the position where he needs to figure out a way to how to eject himself out of that relationship. So I would just think it'd be better for all parties to just cut to the chase and not assume that they're going to be sexting each other for the rest of their fucking lives, and then just not talk to each other. Unless they just literally are going to be sexting till they're 80 years old. Like, somebody is going to cut off that situation. I guess we could just hope that it's Anna first. That's why I think it's unethical. Like, even if you consider them sexting as a way to reduce the loops, it's a Band-Aid fix. They're not going to do it forever. There is no way they can do it forever. So it's just delaying the inevitable, which is that they're going to have to cut contact eventually. I just say cut to the chase, cut contact. That's my opinion. But again, I don't have as much information as him. I just want to be presented with that information. How is that unethical? How not?
Can I say something?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. I just find it incredibly abusive and manipulative.
Who is this person?
The fact that he's using Anna as the foreground.
Is this Melina?
Battle. just for his benefit. And
Yeah, it's also really fucked too because she started to message people now using a lot of the language that he's used.
Yes.
And I can tell that he is like getting in her head and like hyping her the fuck up on everything that he is saying about other people. Yeah.
exactly.
No, it's not Melina. It's Ninya. I was gonna say it doesn't sound like Melina, but everybody was spamming Mel W.
And
Melina just put retards in the chat.
she's
So.
gone through, rough shit. And this is him bringing her back on, making her go back through, everything that she's gone through.
Right. This is why I agree with the idea that bringing Anna up in general is a pretty unethical thing, and I try and avoid it like the plague.
before.
Mm-hmm.
So this is ultra fucked up, and I don't think people are realizing how fucked up that is.
No.
Yeah,
Is that how you pronounce it?
I noticed this when she sent me this message like a day ago, where she's basically saying that like I get tons of hate and harassment from your community. You know this and you exploit this, and you face no consequences. Big streamer news networks repeat your words. Articles get written because of things you say. Like a lot of it is the same talking points that I see Max and Lav and probably Shaylin are like echoing. So I know that they've been speaking to her. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I know that I can't reveal that. I know that Anna has been speaking to them a ton, and I know that Max has been like mind fucking her a ton on a lot of this shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, like she just told me right now. Sorry to leak the DM from Anna. Anna just said, "Okay, fine. Max is telling me that you're going to go nuclear on me and got me scared. I'm not going to go nuclear on Anna because me and Anna don't have any problems. We haven't had problems for literally a year. Sometimes she loops on stream about me and it's annoying, but like I ignore it. My community doesn't respond to it, and then like a day later she's like, "Oh shit, I looped," and that's it. Boom. I haven't talked shit to Anna for a year. That's it. We're cool. Everything has been fine there for a long time. But Max is like,
I consider the looping not fine in and of itself. I hope so. I hope people understand that. I consider the looping not fine in and of itself, and I'm sure he like does too. He just said he's irritated with it, but I just want to know in his mind why this is a preferable solution. Continuously interacting with her in comparison to cutting her off. That's it. Because I think the best solution for both parties, cut to the chase. You are eventually going to stop interacting with each other. Just cut to the chase. Just stop interacting with each other. I think this is the most ethical solution. Eventually, it's going to have to stop. It is what it is. I think that is the best solution. But again, I don't have as much information as either one of these people. I'm saying this as an outsider looking in.
In, and he's like trying to like, because the problem, I think the thing that happened was after Max built this narrative of
if he cuts her off again, she'll go insane is my bet. Too bad. Guess what? That's going to happen eventually. Delaying the inevitable doesn't make the situation better. They are not going to be sexting until they're 80 years old. That's not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
But Anna, he realized that he couldn't find a single other girl to reinforce this story because it's bullshit. And now he's like desperately trying to like hype the Anna shit and maybe try to like get Lav on it as well. But I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of.
And so the other thing is, this is one of, I guess, I don't know, this is me, this is not you from your words or anything, but I feel like the
you keep framing it as it's an Anna problem. It indicates that Destiny has a problem staying away from her too. Well, no, I think the reason why I'm framing it as an Anna problem is because I believe the moral issue comes with. I think if Destiny stopped talking to Anna, he'd be perfectly fine. I think he can live his life perfectly fine without talking to Anna. I think the issue is the other way around. It is going to be difficult. It's going to be a grueling experience, but I think that it's I think Anna's much more invested in this man and has a lot more like emotional. Yeah. I need to stop pausing. But yeah.
situation with Anna was a big vulnerability.
You're going to talk with him about Anna today? Maybe. I'm possibly going to be pretty busy today, or I'm going to be possibly pretty busy tomorrow. We'll find out.
For you, because it was a part of your life that was really tough, and not only for you but for Anna as well.
Sure, like a year or two ago when she was streaming like every single day talking about me, and when Zerka was farming it or whatever, that was fucking annoying. But but like for over a year, that's been like done. Like I don't care.
No, so everything's like chill now, and you and her are like on decent terms and just talking as friends and stuff. And now he's bringing it back to make it like go absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I think another issue is I think somebody must have brought it up to them. I don't know how many people know this, but it was brought up to either Lav or Max. Then they brought it up on stream, and then Max posted like, was it like 100 times in his subreddit defending his characterization of the Anna stuff? I think that somebody can tell me if they were watching the subreddit, but yeah, Max started to post a ton in his subreddit, like attacking me like over all the Anna shit. So I think that he wanted to yeah, I think that he wanted to like bring that back up to like prove some shit about me basically, but yeah.
Also,
How do you reconcile Kiwi Forms will never stop trolling her? I mean, that's, what do you mean? Have you seen Lav's biggest flip-flop? Let's take a look. Dan sheds light on leaked recorded call of Lav trashing...
I do not want to have sex with...
Well, I'm sorry. Let me address the... Mr. Woman, don't glance over Mr. Girl telling her that Destiny was going to go nuclear on him when it was clearly a fabricated statement. It shows that she's... I haven't seen the... Was there a log of that? Wait, was that in the log? Let me see if I remember. Because I know that shit was leaked on Reddit or something. Was that said inside of this log? I don't know. I need to see the explicit thing. I need to see that explicitly said to her or heavily implied to her. Not her saying to other people that that's what happened. I do not think Anna is a credible character witness. So without the log of Mr. Girl saying, hey, Destiny's about to go nuclear on you, I'm not going to believe it. That's just where it is. That's where it is. So hold on. Let's take a look. What is this?
Steven.
What
He's
if
like a little troll man. Like a little elf. He looks like a cheese boy, right?
This is 2 months ago. I don't care.
That's what I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So him blaming you.
No, I played the Max clip where he said that, if I remember correctly, and we can go back over it, but I played the Max clip that I'm pretty sure he said that he felt like that's what's happening. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading. There's a lot of... Oh, no, this is a whole fucking VOD. Never mind. If somebody wants to re-leak the clip. There's a lot of specific statements to go over, but I thought the specific statement was that he was saying that he thought that Destiny was going to go nuclear, or that he felt like that was going to happen. I find calling the Lav chick naive and being manipulated as though there's no responsibility even after now he knows Lav brought the info to Max about Anna's sex so crazy. I think he's got his phasers set on a specific person. I think that's what happened. All right, let's take a look at this clip again. God, we are never going to get through this fucking stream, are we?
Destiny's strongest argument against you is that you're manipulating people behind the scenes, not necessarily that you're merely investigating. I agree that the Anna sexting is weird, but not that bad. So I think the manipulation of Anna and other women by you is what you should comment on. Okay. I don't know what manipulation you're talking about. With Anna, I said, listen, Lav just said that you've been sexting with Steven for a year. She has triggered a nuclear attack. Steven is about to attack us, and I need you to give me proof of that. I need you to give me proof, because without proof, he can discredit us. But you, Anna, you are the weapon that Steven uses to discredit women. No one wants to be an Anna. If you take that away from him and say, actually, he's been lying about Anna this entire time, then he can't do this anymore.
No, that isn't Bam. He never said that he was going to nuclear attack Anna. He said he was going to nuclear attack Mr. Girl and Lav.
It puts a stop to it. So I said, please give me a screenshot. I know this is scary. She said, can you do it without the screenshot? And I was like, I don't think so. I need the screenshot. We need to come forward. We need to do this right. We need to back up Lav because Lav has made a claim, and now we need to give her evidence to back up that claim.
How do you talk to people like this? I agree. This is not how I already made my statement on this clip. I think this is an inappropriate way to handle this, even from his own prescription, or even from his own description of the events. I think it was inappropriate. But
For what did he say just now? He said
no, the implication of the us there was Lav and Mr. Girl.
that the fact that your community attacks her is because of the shit you say about her. But and Anna and I have been very friendly in the past. Like, I have no personal issues with her. The thing is,
How would manipulation and investigation look differently behind the scenes? Very easily. Very, very big difference, in my opinion. And I'm trying to preserve the difference here. If I wanted to genuinely investigate whether or not Destiny had unethical relationships with women in the past, I would approach these women in a way, I don't know, let's say I wanted to approach X person. I would approach them and be like, hey, I'm messaging you with concerns about a past relationship with a streamer goes by the name of Destiny, and your relationship with him, as I believe that there might be, or I don't know. You approach it like a journalist, right? Like, journalists will be like, hey, I want to approach you about a past relationship you had with this individual, and I want to know what the context of this relationship was. You know, the purpose for the investigation is to look into whether or not it was ethical. That's pretty much it. And then you inquire about it if they want to inquire about it. If you don't, then you don't. And I think that's a fine thing to do to any public figure. I think it's fine to do to Destiny. I think it's fine to do to Hassan. I think it's fine to do to Vosh if you want to look into what the ethics of past relationships.
I've said this to Anna directly as well. The more she speaks about it and she loops on stream and all of that, the more your community and even other random people are going to shit on her. So it's not...
Trib, you could say that the implication is that a nuclear attack would apply to Anna, but that wasn't explicitly said inside of the clip, and that's the only evidence that we have to go off of.
What you say about her, and you've stopped saying things about her when she asks you to stop saying things about her.
Mm-hmm.
It's because she talks about you on stream all the time. So,
Yeah, and it's not even my community. It's usually the Kiwi Farms is who she goes back and forth now. But yeah.
Yeah, so it's not. It seems like he knows surface he probably knows the situation, but blaming everything on you is just. It's just bad faith.
Yeah.
It's completely fake.
Excuse me. We do not.
I personally didn't know this shit about Kiwi Farms. I didn't even know Kiwi Farms knew about Anna. I didn't know about this Kiwi Farms thing, so I would blame Kiwi Farms in the same way that I did the Lev, Mr. Girl, Zerka, and then, obviously now Kiwi Farms. I would blame them in a similar way. I think there are other people that are sparking loops for her that are doing that unethically. I think those people are more responsible for the continued idea or the continued narrative that she's crazy and that she is to this day crazy, let alone the past. I think those people are more responsible for a negative or an unjustified mental health experience from Anna's perspective. But yeah, it is my current opinion that the relationship is going to have to end at some time, and it's better to get it done with now. That's my current opinion.
Sound the same.
Good job.
Yeah,
Nice.
I don't know.
Hello.
What people are saying,
I don't
but-
understand. Why do you guys think?
Because you're
Nina
both
is mean?
fucking Europeans.
That's why we're not even from the same country.
Nope.
Close enough.
Melina sounds like Canute woman.
True.
Yeah. Sorry.
You
That's
sound like
Eslikin, I don't remember that.
you sound like a baguette. That's what you sound like.
Oh yeah, I have a. It's big. I got a strong baguette. I am a strong baguette, French baguette. But yes.
Okay.
So that's all
Are
I
you guys
wanted to
done?
say.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
all. Like,
Thanks a
What?
lot.
Okay.
Have fun.
Bye.
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 Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to I don't know if there's anything else to go over, but I don't know if Max is planning on dropping a manifesto or some shit, if that's his fucking goal. I know that he's getting really frustrated because in the background he's saying that like none of these girls are getting back to him. He's not getting the stories that he wants. Maybe now that it's all public, you know, if you feel like you're a woman and you've been abused by me, or if I've been sexually manipulating you, feel free to go and talk to Max in the background, and he'll give all the publicity to your story that you need. Yeah. Watch the Shaylin interview.
No, I don't think Destiny has to defend Anna in order to sex with her in private. I don't think that's the case. The issue that I have with Destiny engaging in friendship or sexting with Anna is I don't think Anna has a healthy relationship with Destiny. I don't think she does. I think the loops, and I think the way that she feels she needs to engage with that shows that an unhealthy relationship to, at the very least, this guy. It might be greater than this guy. I think that's what that establishes. Granted, I don't think she's the primary person responsible for those loops, in that there's other individuals like, you know, what Zerka did with the panel, what I think Lav and Mr. Girl necessarily brought on, and what like Kiwi Farms have brought on. I think those are far more responsible for the loops than her, because I think they should be wiser than that. And so, yeah, I think that I do not believe she can healthily engage with Destiny. That's it.
I don't really want to, because like I said, I'm trying to view Shaylin as more of a
It's not really any of our business, though. It is not like our business in that it's like my primary concern. If there is somebody that cannot ethically engage in a romantic relationship with another individual, there is absolutely something that anybody could say to stop doing that. 100%. If you can create a positive ethical system, or a affirmative ethical system that says we should not engage with people that meet XYZ criteria, otherwise it is a unhealthy, unethical relationship, you can absolutely say that they should not be doing that. 100% you can. I mean, Destiny is literally saying this about Mr. Girl's interactions with Anna, that he doesn't think he should be interacting with Anna in this kind of a capacity because, or in the various other relationships he has, because Mr. Girl is incapable of not manipulating these women into believing whatever narrative he wants to push.
Like anything else. From what I heard, I saw people in chat typing things. It sounded like Shaylin is basically like just 100% a megaphone for Max. She's just repeating all of his exact same talking points verbatim. She's probably been abused by him for years now. I don't know if there's anything else. I'm not going to sit here and attack like a victim of his, you know, for days or hours. Like that just seems kind of shitty. But I mean, I feel the same way about Lav too, even though I had higher expectations. But weren't you going to post logs of the things that...
It doesn't matter if they're two consenting adults. If they're two consenting adults and one is engaging in an unethical relationship, and anybody can say that it ought to come to an end. That is ridiculous. You can't just go, they're two consenting adults, and then therefore waive any kind of responsibility or obligation on one of the parties to not engage in something that is that we could argue is unethical. If you can agree with me on the opinion that it would be unethical for, as it stands with the information that I have, it's unethical for him to continuously engage in a romantic capacity with Anna, then you have to agree with the idea that you should be able to say, yeah, you should not do this. Not forcing him to not be able to do that. Not fucking brigading him or fucking doxing him or anything. Just saying, you ought not do this. This is a bad thing. That's it. The statement that you should not do this, this is not something that you should do. You are doing a bad thing. You have every right to say that somebody is doing a bad thing under this.
Mr. Girl listed to other people. The reason why I don't want to is because I don't want to reveal...
It's not unethical. It's none of our problem. You're a fucking retard.
They're coming from. Because if I start posting... I mean, like, if Max challenges...
If you... Let's take it even from Mr. Girl's perspective. Let's just assume a situation in general where there is an abusive, let's take it completely away from Destiny's orbit. There is somebody who is being abusive to their partner. Let's say a woman is being emotionally abusive to a man, All right. And that is consistently happening. I can straight up look both of those people in the eye and go, it is unethical for you two to be continuously in this relationship. I can say that, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Do I have a right to break them up? No. But I can absolutely say that, and that can be absolutely true and valid. It is fucking retarded that people think that just because it's a romantic relationship, that means that you can't have say in it. You're fucking stupid. You're so fucking dumb.
Me on anything, I'll just start.
Can you say why it's unethical? I already have, like, literally a million times.
Because I guess who the fuck cares? And I don't think any of these people, I don't think any of these people care. Jesus, what did
Billy.
No, the word I am looking for is unethical. If somebody cannot healthily engage inside of a relationship because one person's like so much of their entire personal identity and emotional stability is wrapped up in one person, it is unethical for them to be continuously inside of that relationship. If a woman's entire self-worth or what feels like their entire mental state is tied up into whether or not some dude defends her online, I can absolutely say that it is unethical for them to be in a relationship. There is nothing wrong with that statement. Now you could say that I'm wrong for having that perspective, or you could say that I'm whatever. But for me, if you believe in the same thing that I do, that is or is not that is the case, then it is perfectly reasonable for me to say that it's unethical.
There's like clips of like Lav like almost comparing me to Harvey Weinstein. Oh Jesus.
Connolly, I don't know what you're saying. Random freaks, I don't count that as a proper argument. Destiny has cut contact with Anna several times, and he's also reestablished contact with Anna several times. So I don't think the simple idea, well, he already tried he had tried every strategy in the book. He in the past has tried a romantic relationship or a flirtatious relationship with Anna. If I remember correctly, Dan confronted him about this. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel pretty confident that I remember a time in which Dan had some choice words about Destiny interacting with Anna in the past, like over a year ago, in a romantic or flirtatious capacity.
His framing on this is so
I have no fucking clue why you think that, well, he already tried not having contact with her and it didn't work. Guess what, nigga? He also tried being friendly. He also tried being flirtatious in the past and it didn't work. And then he changed strategies. Then he changed strategies. Then he changed strategy. Dude has tried like 25 different strategies for this situation. It is my personal perspective. This is not a dub. The strategy of being romantic with her is not a dub. It's not a win. Now, could I be wrong? Is there information that can change my opinion? Absolutely. But all I'm asking for is that information to be presented. That's it.
crazy. Sorry, just reading through some of these DMs. I thought you and Destiny were friends. Well, we're friends. I guess I'll just read it. Fuck it. I stopped working with him because I think he's abusive to his orbiters. And then I found out he's been lying about and smearing the women he fucks. And then someone...
What is this?
His framing on this is so crazy. Sorry, just reading through some of these DMs.
With who? Who are these DMs?
I thought you and Destiny
with?
were friends. Well, we're friends. I guess I'll just read it. Fuck it. I stopped working with him because I think he's abusive to his orbiters. And then I found out he's been lying about and smearing the women he fucks.
What information could you be provided with that could change your mind? Some concrete evidence about how often she loops and in what manners from what people. Like the rate of looping, and some of the things that she's been saying during her loops. I have explicitly not watched Anna's content, not engaged with Anna for a while, because I think that's just best. Not to bring her up, not to engage with her content. I just let it hang. If she loops, she loops. Don't even really regard it. And so I would just need to be provided the information that her loops have gotten significantly better, meaning that she's not saying or making very verbose claims about Destiny, like sexual misconduct, sexual harassment, or possible sexual assault, that she's not doing that anymore. She hasn't done that for a year, that she hasn't been doing it nearly consistently, and that lack of consistency has no overlap with the lack of consistency that she's been addressed by it. Because over the past year, there's been markedly less individual streamers and content creators approaching her about her connections to Destiny. Even with like Lav and Mr. Girl, and apparently new information to me, Kiwi Farms, which is another bit of relevant information as to the that I could prove me wrong. And then I need those things, those variables to kind of be addressed. I hope that makes sense.
And then someone told me that he said he's aroused by psychologically tormenting women. So I guess we're friends, but he's also a sociopath, and I'd like to figure out what's going on. The thing is, my hands are always tied because I'm not going to reveal every single person that I've had a sexual relationship with, because it's for their respect for their privacy. Like, there have been quite a few for sure, but like, there are girls that I don't have sex with anymore because of reasons, and they still come on the stream. Everything's fine. Some of them get girlfriends. Some of them get married. Some of them, like, there's plenty of girls that have been on that I've never interacted with sexually. There's been plenty of people that have blown up that I have and haven't interacted.
Mr. Girl said looping is when you disagree with Steven, and I kind of agree. I don't know in what context.
With sexually, like, it's just like the craziest like story in his mind. I've had issues with guys, not issues with guys, like. But I guess it's kind of hard to prove a negative. Well, I don't have to prove a negative, actually. He would have to prove the positive, huh? Max really ended up becoming your supervillain, huh? Yeah, I feel like I put so much out there for him. It's actually insane. I was the only person that was willing to
something that can be unhealthy but not unethical. In this context, I disagree. They're one and the same. It is not ethical to continuously be engaging in a relationship that is unhealthy. That is a very simple baseline thing that I believe we should apply to all of our romantic and relationship and friendships. If there is an actor inside of a relationship that is not engaging with it in a healthy manner, you should not be engaging in that relationship. Or you should be doing things to actively fix it. That I don't believe a way to fix it is just being in the relationship. Like, we would talk about therapy, or we talk about whatever, which she's been in therapy for the entire fucking time, or at least that, there was some back and forth as in skepticism as to whether or not she was in therapy or whatever. But, the claim that she was in therapy the entire time has been there. So, yeah.
Listen to him after the weird, like, shit with Vosh. I steel man the fuck out of like his like basically pro rape videos.
Which ones? What?
Are you worried that Max is never going to stop? I'm worried that I'm going to become like a new Dr. K for him, and now he's just going to go like full fucking.
I think that's a real concern, is that he could become a Dr. K for him.
This is going to be what he spends the next like 3 months on, is just basically publishing Anna videos about me, but. Oh, here's another person. Mr. Girl Dude reached out to me for an introduction to Denims and or Bad Bunny. I've never spoken to him before, but I have no interest in engaging with him, so I just said no. This is what he said to me. I'm interested in talking to them about some disturbing trends I've noticed and how DGG treats female streamers.
I think that's fine. I think that is a fine message.
Do you think him joining was calculated, or is he super pissed you leaked it?
Like super journalist, but I think that's
he's probably somewhat stressed out right now, I'd imagine, because I think they probably wanted more time to get all of their ducks in a row on this.
Coming from Mr. Girl, it's not.
Unfortunately,
no, I think it's fine coming from Mr. Girl as long as he keeps that energy. But the issue is whether or not you would keep the energy.
One of the people at Mr. Girl.
I think the message. I think the simple message. Hey, I'm calling concerning, or I'm messaging you concerning the fact that I believe that DGG might be engaging in harmful practices. Okay, just investigating a claim. I don't think that message on its own is bad. I think you would need like the and I don't believe the greater context has been proven that it's he will like DM them, by the way, Destiny is whatever. I also don't even know all of the shit that Destiny is referencing that are logs or not logs. I want like visual logs.
I probably would have waited a little bit longer, but Lav started to go crazy on our stream today. And if Lav is going to go...
Do you think it's fine if he sent the same message to dozens of women? Yes. Hey, I believe there may be a concerning trend of how DGG treats women. Would you like to get back to me? That is a fine thing to send to dozens of women. Yes. That is like a journalist thing to do. Yeah, it's a perfectly fine thing. He's not? Come on. I'm answering a question. That is not fine. How is that not fine? What?
Crazy, then I'm just going to come on and say...
He's not a journalist? It doesn't matter if he's not a journalist. He can inquire in a journalistic way. Anybody can do that. Anybody can inquire or investigate a claim of misconduct from Destiny's community. That is ridiculous. You guys are just saying that nobody can investigate whether or not Destiny's community has unethical practices with women. You're fucking insane. So you're saying if I wanted to investigate whether or not Destiny was engaging in any unethical practice at all, let alone with women, I just can't do that? I can't approach these women at all? I can't have a conversation with them at all? It's just fucking ridiculous. I don't like it because it's snaky. It's not snaky. What is snaky is the implication or the context surrounding it of how he's framing it, at least by some of his own words. That would be the only thing that's snaky, not the comment in of itself. Divorce that. You need to realize there's certain things that you can say that are completely benign and that with greater context can become more damaging. But the simple fact of messaging a woman and being like, hey, guess what? I'm here to inquire whether or not DGG has harmful practices towards women. That is a perfectly fine message to send. It's okay to question Mr. Girl's motives too. I think we have to question his motives.
So it's probably Lav that fucked things up. Unironic.
Okay, you win Steven bad? I never said Steven was bad. I said that he was engaging given my current information, I don't think he should be. I think he's engaging in an unethical relationship with Anna, which you could say boil my entire opinion to the whole situation as that being bad. But I don't think that's not the main claim that is being levied here. The main claim that's being levied is one that's been levied like 6, 7, 8 different times, which is that Destiny has a trail of cum or whatever, that he's like abusing women or humiliating or denigrating women that he's been with before, which I've seen this played out 5 or 6 different times. It never works. It's not a claim that ever works because I don't believe there's evidence for it. I have no problem with Mr. Girl looking into it. You have nothing to hide. You have nothing to fear. And I don't believe at the moment that Destiny has anything to hide. So I have no problem with him being investigated for this because he's also a public figure.
Mr. Girl needed better control.
No matter how you slice it, it seems incredibly fucking weird to claim someone's a friend to their face while investigating them as a journalist. I agree. I agree that it seems snaky on that aspect, that he's like, yeah, I would never betray you, Destiny. Yeah, I'm your friend. I really care about you. But then in private is investigating whether or not there is widespread sexual misconduct between him and every single person that he's engaged in a sexual relationship with. I agree with that. I think that is, yeah, I have no problem with somebody calling that snaky behavior. But the mere fact that he is messaging people in general, that's separate. Don't confuse the idea with nobody being able to investigate whether or not Destiny has unethical relationships with women with the idea that like or don't confuse that being a bad thing with what Mr. Girl is doing. Because we are treading in very dangerous waters where this is getting into sycophant territory. Anybody should be able to investigate Destiny for potential misconduct of any kind. If I wanted to message every single black person that Destiny has ever interacted with under the pretense of, hey, I have become aware of a possible growing trend of Destiny or DGG possibly being racist towards black content creators, I would like to inquire with you if your experience might in line with this or go against this kind of narrative. Please get back to me. That is a perfectly fine thing to do. That is perfectly fine. And in fact, I would say in many situations, it is ethically necessary for stuff like that to be able to be conducted. It is necessary. So that way we can investigate people who have large social influences and their ethics. We should be able to do that. So don't fucking throw the baby out with the bathwater. My Discord, not yours. You're describing Fnatic? No, I am not. Fnatic just went live on a panel saying that Destiny was anti-black. It's different. I'm not saying he shouldn't have done that, right? I'm saying he can do that, but that's different than what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is investigating from individual people's perspectives and shit, not just going, oh yeah, Destiny's racist. That's different.
Why is there so much obsession with DG as a community? So this is something that I thought about a little bit, but I'm gonna have to think about. I have to consider this more going forward. I like
Fnatic's doing a
interacting
manifesto
with
now. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, Fnatic would fall in line with what I'm talking about then.
smaller streamers, so that I can sexually abuse and manipulate them. No, I like interacting with smaller streamers because it's fun to have like anybody on. I don't want to just be like a clout shark person. I don't just want to be somebody like, oh, I only interact with people my size or larger. I only interact with like huge streamers. But I guess something I haven't considered before, this might be a possibility. If you're a smaller streamer and you've been in smaller orbits, you're probably used to like a certain level of feedback. Maybe when I interact with smaller streamers, maybe it is an unfair expectation to bring them on stream because they just can't like mentally handle like the level of public pushback if they say or do something.
Legitimately, I think I agree with Destiny here. I do. I think it's a good point by Destiny. I think, unfortunately, it just might be true. I think people are having this reaction because they know multiple women's proof of being approached and the journalistic way of questioning. What do you mean? What is this? Good luck, Anna? What is this clip? 2 minutes ago, somebody made this clip?
Steve and Anna, or Melina. You see what I almost did there? That's because they're really close, you know?
Oh my god! And with a single classic Dan misspeak, his entire world collapses in on itself.
I don't understand.
Good luck, Steve and Anna, or Melina.
I don't understand.
The community considers wrong or dumb, which is like, so maybe I just shouldn't interact with any smaller streamers at all. Maybe that's just like always a mistake because it's always going to break their minds.
He called Melina Anna, so what? I don't understand the joke.
But I mean, like, that seems shitty that like I can only basically be like a clout shark.
I don't know. I think Destiny might be right about that one. I think it just kind of shows. I think a lot of smaller streamers don't know what they're getting themselves into when they interact with such a large streamer's platform. They think that it's either going to be all positive or not so much negative, and they're just not ready to handle the negative. They're not ready to handle the pushback. I think it's unfortunate, but I think it's probably true. I just don't think very many people can handle that. So if he decides that he wants to do that, I think it'd be regrettable. I think we'd be missing out on one of the last people who actually, does that. Large content creators who do that, but I would 100% understand, especially after the Destiny's history of smaller streamers coming onto his platform, getting fat dubs for clout, and then as soon as the public narrative really shits on them, they turn around and try and say DGG is a toxic wasteland full of degenerate misogynists or degenerate capitalists or degenerate whatever, racists, and that's usually the way that it goes. And it's because, generally speaking, I'm just going to say this, they can't handle public pushback. If you can't handle the public pushback, it is what it is, I'll probably get public pushback for my positions on Anna, and that I don't think he should be continuously interacting with Anna in even maybe a friendship, but probably not even a friendship capacity. I'll probably get public pushback for that. My stocks are probably going to fall, but I'm going to handle that. I'm going to take that on the chin, and if I take an L, I take an L. It is what it is. I'll move on. But I feel like there's a lot of people that really cannot handle that. They really cannot handle that pushback. They really mentally, they're going to, I feel like somebody that even the small pushback that I've got from some people in DGG in my chat, some people would be fucking stressing for days over this shit. It is what it is. I give a take. If I take an L, I take an L. It is what it is. I'm a very happy man. Okay, I can promise you. This shit's not gonna kill me. Okay, it is what it is. But I do believe that I am exceptional in that way. I think that I'm very much not in the norm. I think people stress about this incessantly. It tacks on their mind. I think a lot of people are like Mr. Girl. What Mr. Girl said, he was up for what, fucking got very little sleep for 2 weeks over the subreddit. I think a lot of people are that way. Not a lot of people can take that kind of negative pushback and really know how to, what is it, compartmentalize is the word, I think.
Here's another, so somebody else. Can you help me make a list of women I should reach out to? Steven is going into full attack mode on me, and I need to move fast. If you have a list of names to suggest, please let me know. Oh my god. Oh, hold on. Okay, so there might be more. Maybe this will get interesting. He also linked up with Claw, Mr. Girl did.
Oh,
hey,
no,
man.
wait, really? Did he actually, did he actually do, okay, that's a big L. Jesus Christ, please don't tell me he actually did that. No way.
Someone asked on your kiwi farms yesterday too.
No, a lot of people are not. I completely disagree, Trib. I think if you put most normal people in a position where they're facing thousands of people saying bad things about them and you can't respond and you feel like it's a part of your friend subreddit, I think a lot of people will have like crazy. I think a lot of people cannot take criticism. I've lived on this earth for, 25 going on 26 years. And I do not think people can handle criticism well, especially at this scale where there's thousands of people criticizing you and shit like that. No way. Who's Claw? He is not somebody you want on your side.
Oh, I wonder if it was him on another account.
That is true, X-Mech. I disagree, Ricky.
It was some no-name account with one post. Oh, yeah. I guess in a way, that makes me feel good. One of the things that I was like a little bit worried about was that like he would be able to find like some girls who are like, oh, fuck yeah, I don't actually like Destiny anymore. And he could get in their head enough where they're like, man, maybe something wrong did happen there. But I guess like literally nobody flipped. But the reason why I've always felt comfortable is because like there are people that I've had sexual relationships before that fucking hate me now. Like Bad Bunny and Merrick are two people that absolutely fucking hate me. But they've never said I was like rapey or pushy or anything real like that ever. So that's why I've never really been worried about anything, because it's like,
this is personally why I don't really care about not that I don't really care about that. I just want any evidence or whatever that Mr. Girl can gather to just come forward, because I really don't think. I think as much as I do think Mr. Girl's stocks right now are dropping and shit, I still haven't abandoned the idea that he can do investigations or looking into people in a decent way. As I think better people than Mr. Girl have tried this, and I think it's shown better at this, not like better people in general, but I think people have tried much harder to take down Destiny in this way, and it just doesn't work. So I'm not holding my breath. I don't think this is going to work.
yeah.
Destiny's narrative is that she's being manipulated. I don't know. He's a charismatic man.
I feel really bad going after somebody's shit like that, but...
Based. Stay true, King. Stay true. That is the biggest dub of the night, by the way. Him not taking down Mr. Girl's site. We'll see if he does it. But...
Well... None of this matters. We just play League for 12 hours. I didn't do any progress whatsoever today on my phone.
Honestly, there's a big L on Destiny's part. Mr. Girl was so obviously going to backstab Destiny someday. If this was a novel, this would be bad writing. I don't think this is an L on Destiny. I don't put this on Destiny. I think the ability for I'm gonna make this brief because I've paused so much into oblivion. I've actually not paused that much. I'm actually looking at the time. I actually haven't paused all that much. Okay, I'm roughly 2 times. Like I'm twice. The stream has been going for twice as long as the video that I'm watching, which is that's a fair bit of pausing. That's like a good bit of. It's not like an apocalyptic amount of pausing. Okay, so let's get that straight. Number one. All right, so let's start with this. I believe that. What you call it? I believe that Destiny is. Wait, what was I responding to? Oh, Destiny's L. I think him, in spite of people who have. Who care a lot about public opinion, because I think that's what a lot of this comes down to, is people that care a lot about public opinion. A lot of that comes down to that. But despite his desire to have these people on and continuously engage with these people, I think his ability to go like, yeah, they might end up doing something weird, snaky, or something to me in the future, but I'm going to try to be able to keep having conversations with people and maybe change their mind, maybe change their perspective. I think that is an admirable trait to have. I don't think it's something that he needs to have. I don't think it's unethical if he changes it. Like I said, if he chooses to stop talking to smaller streamers, that's well within his ability to do so, especially given the history that he has with smaller streamers. But I do believe that it is a supererogatory. It's like a good thing that he does that. I would hope that he continues to give people the second, third, fourth chances that he does to be able to change their minds. I think it is an admirable trait that this man has.
Unbelievable. Oh, this was him posting on Kiwi Farms. Is there a running record of what streamers he successfully or unsuccessfully tried to fuck? Nice. Based. Covert Ops post.
Whose post?
Nice
Mr.
job.
Girls?
Fuck, I have one friend that's hated Max for so fucking long, and she's so happy that the bridge is burning. Makes me feel bad.
Looking for myself. The fact that he even thinks about pulling the plug on the website even after he knows of Rose Wrist site incident is a low-key L. I don't really agree. I don't think it's comparable at all to the Rose Wrist situation, because in the Rose Wrist situation, there was a document that was being released with, actual real material effort drawn in that isn't just, I understand from, White Nervosa's perspective that it was probably just like a big old hit piece or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, the material reality that we can grab onto, the Keffel's manifesto is night and day different than what Mr. Girl is doing right now. That is true, or at least of the information that I currently have of what Mr. Girl is doing right now. That is absolutely 100% the case.
I almost want to keep it up just to spite them. But, okay, well.
So I think Destiny is justified if he wants to take down Mr. Girl's shit, because I do believe that at the moment there is not the diligence and the care. If Mr. Girl was truly just honestly and earnestly investigating this in a non-manipulative way, then, Godspeed for, Mr. Girl to have a case that if Destiny did remove his website, that it is unethical. But I don't believe that's what's happening. I don't think that's what's happening here. I'm not saying that there is concrete proof that Mr. Girl is manipulating every single person in this, but at least in regards to his interactions with Anna, we have some, albeit soft, evidence that there has been manipulation of Anna, just because I can't trust Anna as a character witness.
Probably going to permaban all mention of, Lav, all mention of Mr. Girl. I think I'm probably going to not interact with anybody that interacts with them. So put this message into the ethers. Well, fuck, I should think about that. I really do want to blackball them from everything. Because, they literally are trying to do... They're trying to do what, Lav was almost crying, saying that, like, you're such a bad friend to Max, letting Cherry and Stardust do this when, like, the communities weren't even with them. Like, and now they're literally trying to do the same thing to me, but worse. You understand how weird that is? That, like, Lav was so upset about that. You're such a bad friend to Max, blah, 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 blah. And they're literally trying to do not even the same thing to me, way worse. Like, holy shit. Fuck, I feel like I've lost all the friends I've made this year. No, that's not true. We still have ABBA. We still have Brittany. I think those two are
Low tier god?
Good. They haven't done any weird shit.
Gideon? Sneeko? I'm not sure if Sneeko's a friend.
Oh, Erudite is cool. Pisco is cool. No, we're good. We're still up friends.
My Discord not
Sneeko's hanging on there. I think. Low tier god. I don't know about that one, dude. All the no jumper guys, apparently. Oh, Lex Friedman. That's getting posted tomorrow at 9 a.m. True. Do you remember your first Mr. Girl talks? I want you to know that you can always trust me. I will make you have faith in me. True. What a weaselly little manipulator. Props to him, though. He's probably one of the most manipulative people I've ever seen. It's kind of funny
that
you're
not friends with Destiny. I am, but like, well, probably not friends. I don't know what he would consider to be a friend. But I've known Destiny for years, so I wouldn't be on that 1 year list. I've known him probably for what, almost 3 years.
Made fun of I think I made fun of Bob 7, but Bob 7 grows up to become somebody like Max. I think maybe I don't actually know if Bob 7 could ever be that manipulative. Because Max is definitely like one of the highest level manipulators. Is Mr. Girl better than you at manipulating? Ha, obviously not. I hid those powers a long time ago. Where's the Arcadum speech? Me at full power as an evil person is a force the world's not ready for. Find me the Arcadum speech. But no, again, like I said, I usually don't care to like. The problem with like manipulating people, and this is like what Max has to worry about, and he'll learn, or maybe he won't learn. I don't know actually. Maybe he's passed. Maybe this is like his final level, and he'll never like grow from this. The problem when you manipulate people is that's like a perpetual process, and when you're trying to like control people for years, that like for weeks and weeks and months and months, that gets exhausting. That's why I'm usually just honest with people. Like if you don't like me, then fucking leave. You know, if I don't like you, then fuck it. Like I'm not gonna sit here and like fake shit because it's just exhausting. Oh, this.
I'm tough. If I wasn't tough, I would have died long ago.
Do you think Mr. Girl is knowingly very manipulative? I think he does know. I think so. I think the word choice and the way that he acts comes across as very intentional. I really do think so. Yeah.
Once, many years ago, I allowed myself to become arrogant, and I became the most evil version of myself that I have ever witnessed. It disgusted me. Because imagine, you know me enough now that you know what my abilities are. Imagine if they had no temperance and I was selfish. Imagine the destruction that I could wreak. I was not a good person. I wasn't.
But
is there anything else left in his VOD? It's a really good question because this goes on for a while. Rocco, man, I'm not sure it's relevant. This VOD is pretty much over. From here, it's mostly just orbiters coming in to cuddle Steve about the situation. I see. He starts talking with other orbiters. Not really. Okay, so then we're going to go over to the Mr. Girl thing then. Here we go. Mr. Girl's perspective. Let's give it a proper balance.
Hi, horses. For those of you who are not aware, Steven has a destiny. Steven has declared a nuclear war on me. I believe this was a preemptive strike. This came after Lav's stream, where she was talking about how Steven is still talking with or sexting with Anna, despite calling her a stalker and abuser for over the past year. He's been consistently sexting with her for a year. I just tweeted out proof of this. If you need to see it, it's Mr. Girl Returns on Twitter. So I'll just make a brief statement about what I'm doing or what I've done, and then I will field your questions.
Okay.
Oh, I just got cut off. Never mind, I'm good. Okay, I'm going to keep going then. Yeah.
Can I fast forward this? Is that possible?
Okay. So,
the only thing important thing I think you missed is Melina comes on and says that she had no clue Destiny was talking to Anna. Yeah, so I heard about that. I don't know the intricacies of Destiny's relationships. And here, let me be incredibly clear about something. I don't really give a fuck about Destiny's relationship. I don't care who he has sex with. That's not something a concern of mine. I don't really care about his relationship with Melina. Unless there's information presented to me that says that it's unethical, I do not care. I don't care who he sleeps with. When I heard that he slept with Lav, I was like, oh, okay. The biggest reaction I had to that was, wow, that was kind of predictable that had happened. I wasn't shocked, to say the least. It felt very much like those were the vibes getting put out. But I don't care. I don't give a fuck. So I don't know what Melina and Destiny's relationship is. I don't know if it's something where they have to talk about every single person that they sexed with or that they might fuck or whatever. I don't know, nor do I really care. And until I'm presented with that information, that's when I'll do it. But I don't care about inquiring about a lot of that shit. But I do care about the Destiny Anna situation because from my current perspective, I do not believe it is ethical for him to be engaging with somebody that I believe does not have a healthy and cannot have a healthy interaction with him. Now, it seems like if they have been rather amicable, and I could be shown proof that there hasn't been very much looping, not deep accusations being made over the past year, if they have been engaging in flirtatious and romantic relationships over the past year, and all of those statements prior are true, then it seems I would be wrong about that statement that she is incapable of having a healthy relationship with him. And I would take that L, but that is my current position. I don't give a fuck who he fucks. I don't care. It's just... I just don't. That is content skull to me. The moment when I start giving a fuck about, oh, I can't believe Destiny fucked this chick, bro, is the moment where it's just like, yeah, all right, we're lost.
You saw my stream with Lav, perhaps, where we were talking about how the system is kind of abusive to orbiters. Orbiters get shat on, get discredited, and all the stuff you've heard me say already about the way Steven treats people who kind of work with him or underneath him. At the end of the stream, Lav and I kept talking, and we started talking about the sexual component of this, because at that time, Lav was not really talking about her relationship with Steven. I don't even know all the details of that, so I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to say that kind of led to this conversation. Then it led to more conversation about Anna, and Anna then reached out to me. And told me that she and Steven had been sexting this whole time. This was disturbing to hear, to say the least. I've also heard some other things that are disturbing, but I can't confirm them. And so basically from there I just went to like, okay, some people told me I should talk to Anna right when I first entered the scene, and I didn't, because people told me she was abusive and that she was a liar, she was a stalker, said that she would try to get me fired from my job or get me harassed or whatever if I even talked about her. And then I was on a panel with Steven and Anna at some point, and I asked him, like, is it cool, like, is this weird? And he was like, no, it's cool, we're cool now.
I think it'd take too long.
And then he actually asked me to help him end the cycle of looping. I want to talk about the term looping in a bit, but he had me on stream with him and Anna to talk about their relationship, to try.
When did that happen? Because I know that happened. Destiny, Anna, Mr. Girl. Let's see if we can't find that. 6 months ago. Okay, so Destiny talked with Mr. Girl, Anna Lupe. So this has happened within the last year. Is that actually what
Do you
happened?
agree with the characterization that you have attacked him?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that he becomes more emotionally available if you attack him?
Can I interject for like 2 seconds? The problem is less her relationship with
I
me.
would. So this would be another thing I'd have to rewatch. Not rewatch. I never watched this in first. Like I said, I had just assumed everybody was on the same page. Apparently, there was some context I missed. That I thought everybody was on the same page that Desi and Anna should never talk to each other again. I know by the time that a lot of the main talks, big talks about this situation had subsided, that I'm pretty sure was the public narrative. Destiny shouldn't talk to Anna. Anna shouldn't talk to Destiny. Just move the fuck on. And so that's what I'm running with, because she just did not have a healthy engagement with that.
Try to figure out how they can both like
it.
let go. Like the whole point was to end this toxic cycle of talking about each other. But in the way the cycle is ended, of course, is to define.
It was literally
Anna
2 years
as
ago.
a,
No, it wasn't.
Insane person who can't let go, can't stop talking about Steven, who's obsessed with him, who's a stalker. And Steven is trying to extricate himself from the situation and agree on a truce with her. And since then, I think the only other time Anna came up was when Lav brought her up in that conversation about how Steven treats his orbiters, and Steven threatened to nuke her from orbit. And I said, I think that's kind of defensive. Like, feels like kind of inappropriate. If somebody's saying, like, your community dogpiles people, and Anna's one of the people that has gotten dogpiled, seems weird to just, like, say, like, you're not allowed to talk about that. But for the past years, it's been really clear. You're not allowed to talk about Anna.
Okay.
Which is
I think Abba's gonna have the same opinion as you with the Anna situation, but will gladly shit on Mr. Gaslight. That's probably true, based on just like the past interaction that I've seen Abba have and takes on people who I think have showed similar characteristics to Anna. I'm pretty sure Abba's gonna have the same exact opinion as me on that.
You know, it's just been odd and concerning.
But I might be wrong. Yeah,
and
because she loops
like,
when you do. I agree with that. I criticized Mr. Girl pretty openly about that. We talked about that. I criticized Lab pretty openly about that. I've yet to talk with her about that. But I do not believe we should be talking about Anna. If we can avoid it in general, we should not be talking about Anna at all, because even just for her own sake, because it causes her to loop, for her own sake, not even just for Destiny or whatever. Because I'm not sure how much it negatively affects Destiny anymore. I don't know. It seems like apparently he's like only slightly upset by, I don't know. It feels like things have changed quite a bit with the thing ever since we weren't allowed to talk about it, or the call to silence was made. But at the very least, from her own perspective and for the respect out of her, because I do have respect for her as a person. I don't want to cause her undue harm or suffering. I have chosen, in as many instances as I feel I realistically can, to avoid bringing her up.
Like DMing me, and like as they are now, angry emails, angry Reddit messages, just like, well, how could you bring her up? She's his abuser. She's his stalker. How could you do this? And I was like, well, if she stalked him, why didn't he just block her? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you invite me onto the stream to do a couple? Basically, it just seems like he's worked out a situation where it's somehow bad to talk about this person who claims that he is abusive toward her. So with that in mind, I talked to her. She showed me the DMs, and it's pretty disturbing stuff. And she wants to come forward, and she has been discredited. And if
Okay, so then the clip was either chimped before, or he just maybe misspoke or something, because here he's making the affirmative statement that she wants to come forward. That is a different thing than what we saw in the clip. Okay? What we saw in the clip earlier, what I talked about was the worst part about the clip earlier, was it made it seem like Lavloon was Lavloon made a big claim that like she was being abused by Destiny. Anna was being like abused by Destiny emotionally, and then they had gone to Anna and been like, look, we need the evidence. We need the logs. All right. I know you said it was private or whatever, but we got to make it public. That's what it made it seem like. But here he's saying that she wanted to come forward. Maybe he means after that conversation happened, but we'll find out.
Of course, I've been preemptively discredited. I had credit like 2 hours ago. Now I don't, because Stephen found out that I was going to help Anna talk about this. But it's not just Anna. So I've reached out to women that I've heard have had trouble or have been part of this cycle where a new orbiter comes, Stephen brings her into orbit, or she asks to come into orbit, Stephen has sex with her, then she is publicly discredited, humiliated, and then expelled from orbit, and then seen as a traitor somehow. Some version of that seems to, I mean, it's even kind of happening to me. Not the sexual part, but the bringing in, the discrediting, the smearing, and then you're an enemy, you're the bad guy, and then Stephen is always the good guy. I did not start this with any plan to. I'm not trying to smear Stephen. I don't hate Stephen. I don't want this to be true. I don't want this to be happening. You probably don't believe me. That's okay. If I find
Larry, we went back over the clip and we didn't
wrongdoing,
do that.
I will compile my report and I will present it to you. If I don't, then I won't. Here's $10 to make the trolls mad and to buy you some pizza ingredients. Thanks, Mark. I will answer your questions in just a moment. So I want to point out, when I was accused of flashing Stardust and Cherry, not 3 weeks ago, Stephen had Cherry on stream. He didn't DM me, didn't ask me, didn't tell me. Had her on stream to just have her talk about the allegations. When I came on stream, he let me talk about it. We talked it out. When I was accused of abusing Shaylin, Stephen said he wanted to have Shaylin on stream to talk about it. So it's not like I'm doing something like unusual. I think it's pretty normal if a fellow streamer is accused of sexual misconduct, then you're free to investigate. Now, I don't want to do the investigation publicly. Stephen did and has, or like,
right. So this is what I want to preserve. Even if you don't like Mr. Girl, even if you don't like his methods or whatever, I want to preserve the ability to investigate. What I don't want to preserve, however, is the ability to investigate in an unethical way. So I want to see where the arguments, the hard evidence lies with the idea that he is investigating in an unethical way. That's what I want to see. Could you argue it's snaky that he is investigating while saying that Destiny is his friend in public? Sure, I ain't got no problems with that. But would you want to say, but I primarily think that the unethical investigation is what would make that snaky. I think if you are genuinely somebody's friend, I think you can investigate them into them for sexual misconduct. I think that is actually something you can do. I don't think it's something you should do. I think that creates, that's like a whole like conflict of interest thing. You shouldn't investigate your friends' claims of sexual misconduct. I would have somebody more third party-ish do that. But I don't think there's anything snaky with it. Where the snaky bit comes in is, you know, I think it's a human response to feel like it's snaky. And I think that it's, if there's proof that it's unethical.
When Vosh was accused of harassing people.
Bros, I don't know how many times I need to say this. Anna is not a credible character witness. Over the past 2 years, we've seen Anna say fucking ridiculous shit and then go back on it later. Anna has implied Destiny is sexually harassed, done sexually misconduct, and even stealthed her. She has implied these things before in DMs, then gone back on it. She is not a credible character witness as to the stakes of something. I need harder evidence than Anna just saying something. I don't know how many times I need to say that.
People in DMs. Stephen read the DMs out loud. He's done this a lot of times. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to conduct interviews publicly because a lot of these witnesses, or people making these claims, are going to just be telling me stories, and not everything in the story is going to be able to be provable, and I don't want to run with something that I don't have proof of. So I'm not, I don't have a, I see a pattern. I don't have a preconceived like thing I'm going to say, and I'm trying to get the proof of everything that I say. If all that I end up saying is this entire time Steven's been talking about how Anna is a stalker, he's also been sexting with her, then maybe that will be it. Maybe this will be the end of it. I don't know. I wasn't planning on going public with it today, but that's how it worked out. That's okay. Now the flag is planted. I suspect some people I've tried to reach out to thought I was like a spy, or that I'd betray them, or that I'm, you know, secretly allied with the man they see as their abuser. I'm not. I'm a free agent trying to, I don't know, maybe make up for being complicit. I'm complicit in Anna's abuse. I know that. And I think through that, Anna is the benchmark by which all women are judged by DGG. You don't want to be an Anna. And I'm complicit in upholding and not touching that definition of her, not questioning it, and therefore upholding it, therefore using it as a weapon against other women, and now even myself. Now I'm an Anna, and I had a chance to do the right thing 10 months ago, and I didn't. Not to make this all about myself, but it's it weighs on me. And I know a lot of people are going to ask why. Of course, I see that in the chat you're saying that this is spite driven. I don't feel spite for Steven. I have
Why is Mr. Girl a credible person for investigation when we see his maneuver conversations, the way he talks about it afterwards? Also, so I'm just going to tell you right now, I do not believe if it was just Mr. Girl versus Destiny's Word, I believe that Destiny has more credibility. Just straight up. I firmly believe that. I think there's a history of his behavior. I think there's a long history of explicitly this kind of behavior being investigated multiple times before. If it was just Mr. Girl saying, Destiny is abusive, trust me, and then Destiny going, I'm not abusive, trust me, I'm going to sooner side with Destiny because of how many people that have tried to prove this exact claim with 5,000 word dossiers a million times before, and it has not been shown to be the case with fucking logs and everything. That is just the way that works, even beyond the character just of itself. But these exact same claims being investigated in the past and shown to bear no fruit at all. But I'm also, again, somebody that believes in looking into all claims of misconduct, even if it's the 50th time it's happened from somebody who's like, whatever. You should still look into and investigate claims, even if they're made by somebody you don't believe is credible. You should still look into it. A Bigger Fish, thank you for subbing with your primer. I appreciate it.
I think he's abusive in the ways that I've already stated. But I also think I should have known better. So it's much easier for me to be angry on behalf of other people than for myself. So I don't know. Maybe some of that's happening. I don't know. All right. I think that's pretty much all I have to say. If I have any accusers, feel free to investigate them. If I have a string of sexual relationships with a bunch of women who my community ends up shitting on and calling a liar or a stalker or harassing them, investigate away.
To be clear, is Anna not the only woman that has been called a stalker that has been pursued by Destiny? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Is Anna not the only one? Who else?
If I have accusations about pedophilia or child molestation, child porn, investigate me. Because I think this is a pact that I make with the audience, and a pact all content creators make when we allow you to form these parasocial attachments.
Bad Bunny? I don't think Bad Bunny was ever labeled a stalker. She was labeled crazy, maybe. Maybe, I think. Maybe? I don't know. I think she was just labeled a bitch.
That we are not abusive people.
Denims? No way. Denims was not a stalker, right? I don't think Denims was ever labeled a stalker.
And I think Steven has broken that pact. But if you think I've broken it, investigate. If you think that I'm just trying to smear Steven, investigate. If you think that I'm
Warlock, that is
it's
true.
out of spite or greed or whatever motivation you're assigning to me, look for proof. I welcome
Mike from
all
PA.
scrutiny. Steven does not. So I want to preempt some of your questions.
Ooh,
This was already
damn.
no. People didn't know this. People didn't know he was
Steven
sexting.
does
That's
not.
not true. He's rewriting history. It's not a big deal. If it's not a big deal, then why is it going nuclear? You can't really have it both ways.
Whoa,
you can't,
whoa,
you-
wait. Okay, hold up. We'll let him explain it.
If I'm smearing,
Because I disagree with that on the face of it. Why is he going nuclear if it's not a big deal? We'll see what his.
him with baseless claims that don't matter, then there's no reason for him to be so angry.
I don't
to
agree
threaten
with
to shut
this.
down my website and freak out.
Because if the baseless claim was like we were talking about previously, I would agree. If somebody was looking into Destiny for just simple sexual like if I stated right now on my stream in earnest, I'm going to be investigating whether or not Destiny had an unethical relationship with Anna by looking into past conversations that he's had with Anna to see if he matches up with his current narrative that he's drawing, that him and Anna have had more or less decent and amicable interactions for the past year, and possibly reaching out to other individuals that might have more information. And then Destiny like got so mad as to try and like burn the bridge with me. I would agree with Mr. Girl, but that's not what we're doing. We're drawing when we're talking about an investigation here, we're talking about such a level of these accusations stemming so much further than just, hey, I'm just trying to look into this. This feels entirely different than that. This feels like it's like, okay, so, well, not feels like, he's straight up saying that he was abusive towards Anna, and, you know, I'm going to prove that. It feels like he's putting the cart before the horse. He's saying Destiny abused Anna, and I'm going to gather the evidence to prove it. I feel like that is different than in broadcasting that message, that's what is happening. I feel like it's different than saying, I believe that there might have been some misconduct, and I'm going to gather the evidence to prove if or if not that misconduct happened. And you could say that's semantics, but I think that's very important to how you approach that situation. That's my personal opinion. Yen? Is that 1,000 yen? Big fan, buddy. I think Steven sexting Anna is insane. I wouldn't say insane. I think it's not a good thing, but I'm not privy to their entire relationship. Your takes, though, are always spot on for what I've seen. Keep being authentic. Thank you. And I agree in general with what you're messaging.
If the claims are not baseless and there's actually like seriously problematic shit happening, then he's just being defensive. You may think I'm not impartial or that I'm not a good person to be looking into this. If you know someone better or you think there's someone better suited to this, then fucking have them do it.
Just to be clear, I think better people at investigating this shit have tried, and I think they've failed. This isn't to say that I think that Max is a bad person. I believe there has been people that are good or better at gathering information into a collectible, usable way, and a way of approaching people that is more amicable. I think there have been people that have tried, and I think they have failed.
But yeah, planting a flag, if you or anyone you know feels that Steven
I don't know. I haven't seen the hard evidence to prove that.
And sexually,
I've just heard like word of mouth, and I'm not gonna just do that. Because if I used word of mouth for everybody to judge my opinion, Steven would be a terrible person. Because there's so many people that think that Steve. If I approve or believe in word of mouth, I would listen to Vosh, Hassan, Demon Mama, fucking a million different people that hate Destiny. I just go, oh well, Destiny's a bad person. I need something more tangible I can hold on to. That's why I'm waiting for the logs. If there's logs, now if there's no logs after like 3 or 4 days, then we can get into character assessments. We can get into establishing a narrative around them without hard logs or hard proof. But I think fucking 12 hours after something happens and a narrative starts getting drawn, just going, well, guys, hard evidence hasn't come out yet, so let's just jump to conclusion. I think that's unwise.
Inappropriate or abusive or otherwise abusive to you, let me know, because there's strength in numbers, and I will hear you out and assemble. I mean, what I've been telling people now, I've been DMing these women and saying, I am doing background research off the record, anonymous. I'm not trying to decide. I'm not writing a narrative. I'm not writing anything down. I mean, I'm taking notes, but I'm not crafting a story. I just want to know what's happening. I'm trying to orient myself because I feel like...
Okay, I feel like this is a little bit different than the implication I've gotten from other things, but I feel like this is a better statement.
I've been lied to. And I want to figure out what's going on. That's it. Once I figure out what's going on, I will ask everybody, do you want to go forward? Do you want to go anonymously? Do you want to go publicly? Is this nothing? Are you credible? Do I think you're credible? Do I think this makes sense? And go from there.
I think this characterization that he just made is one that I would argue is journalistic in nature and is ethically thumbs up. And Stephen, if this is the full narrative, assuming it was the full narrative, Stephen has no real right to try and shoot down or whatever. He has, of course, every right to be upset by people looking into it because I'm sure it's an upsetting thing to go through several different times. But it's that I think that I think if he genuinely did go about it in the way he's describing, hopefully he has logs, hopefully he has some kind of details showing that he went about it in as ethical of a way as he's implying here, he's in the green. If what he's saying right now is true, he's in the green.
My other option was to turn a blind eye. And I will not do that again. Hopefully ever.
If your friend was doing this to you, going through your Discord contacts, how would you feel? I imagine not good if I just had to base that or whatever, but I don't know, man. I tend to not give a fuck because I also just don't fuck very many people, nor do I have a desire to fuck very many people in my social orbit. Like, that's just not really something that I want to do. Maybe that'll change. Maybe if I get bigger, maybe if I get smaller, maybe if shit changes, maybe as I get older, that'll change. That's not really something I want to do. I don't think about like, damn, man, DGG or fucking YouTube has so many women I could fuck, bro. Like, I don't think about that. So like, if you wanted to do that, you'd get like, you'd interact with two people.
All right.
Nice one, Trib. I'm talking about
Scheme of Films.
more
Destiny
clout.
is literally the one that brought up that Max was trying to Me Too him. Max said he had no intention of saying anything if it wasn't legit, and Anna came to him. Yeah, Me Too. The Me Too movement started with like rapists getting outed. So I know Me Too as a verb is turned into cancel you for no reason. I don't want to do that. And
Raphael,
Steven's
you're missing.
fan base is very resilient. Like they really like him and love him and feel that they know him very well. So I don't think baseless allegations are going to harm his career or him at all.
Really?
So I think he's pretty bulletproof. Again.
Wait, really? What? Wait, what? Then why did he have a what? Baseless allegations aren't going to harm it.
Against fake claims at this point. And I don't intend to make any.
It wasn't this. What?
All right, I'm gonna read. Oh, I'm gonna read the super chats. Then read your question. Yo, Mr.
I don't know. I guess. Okay.
Mr. Girl, is that all you got? Because that screenshot isn't necessarily.
Bob 7. I don't know. I think there's evidence that baseless claims can genuinely ruin somebody's career. There's so many. I feel like maybe I'd have to go back to Mr. Girl's experience during the Cherry situation, Stardust situation, but I feel like he fought against that argument himself because their claim was baseless. There was no base for their claim, or their implication of their claim, and he was fighting really hard against the idea that he needed to be able to speak his piece in that moment. But okay.
sexting, but definitely suggests some shady shit from Destiny. Anyhow, keep up the great work. Okay.
Yeah, false allegations can hurt. False allegations can just ruin your career. They can absolutely just ruin your career, which I find to be weird. Him saying baseless allegations towards Destiny isn't going to affect anything for him. I find that to be rather weird. Especially considering that from my personal perspective, and maybe people aren't going to view it this way, I would say the baseless allegation that Destiny was saying that protesters should have been killed during the George Floyd protest is what got him departnered on Twitch. When that's not what he was saying, if you're being good faith or honest, engaging in that conversation at all. So that baseless narrative that was drawn about him, yeah. At best, you could say, that was the implication of his words, but there was no, I don't believe an implication is a base for removing somebody's platform. I don't think so.
To preserve Steven's privacy, Anna did not want to share the dirty stuff. And I didn't want to either. I don't want to embarrass or humiliate Steven. I want to share as minimal as possible to prove that they're sexting. I think this is proof. I'm telling you, I've seen the logs. They're as dirty can get. They're 100% sexting consistently on a nearly daily basis. I saw the logs backed for 2 or 3 months, and it's constant, very explicit sexting, photos, videos, everything. And according to Anna, it goes back consistently for. Oh, I think Steven deleted all of his DMs sometime in April. But I'm inclined. She made the claim. She proved it. I'm inclined to believe her. But so what I've seen with my own eyes, hardcore sexting back 3 months, at least. Do you think the recent fallout with Destiny is motivating this investigation in any way? I mean, in the sense that the fallout happened because I thought he was abusive. Over the past
but not
6 months or so, I've just been slowly being like, dude, I think you're like an abuser. At first I was like, I think you kind of fucked me over. And I was like, I kind of think you fucked me over a little more. And now I'm like, then you have an airtight control over the narrative. You're not letting me defend myself while you attack me. And then your mods are banning all my fans. The whole time, it's just been an increasing, I think you're...
I don't like the characterization that he didn't let him defend himself when Destiny's attacking him, when at any time Mr. Girl could be inside of Destiny's Discord combating that narrative in Discord. I would be much more sympathetic to the idea if Destiny was talking shit about Mr. Girl on his stream and only had access to the subreddit, but considering it was the exact opposite, which is that Mr. Girl didn't have access to the subreddit, but he had access to the #1 source of information from all of Destiny's spheres of influence, his subreddit, DGG, and Twitter and shit like that, which is his fucking live stream. Yeah, I don't agree with that characterization.
Abusive dude, and you run an abusive community, and I've been wanting him to improve that, to give him feedback and hoping he'll improve it. Eventually I got to a breaking point where I was like, it's not worth it, I don't want to be part of this anymore, and then I left. So it's related in that sense that I'm like, I left because I think he's abusive, and now people are coming to me being like, yeah, he's abusive, here's more proof, more evidence, more accusers. So right now, I think I'm at 5 women or so.
Okay.
I don't know what that number will end up with. I don't know if there's a threshold that's like, this isn't enough accusers, so we're not going to go public. I don't know. Melina just revealed on Destiny stream she didn't know Destiny was texting with Anna this entire year. Yeah, I don't want to drag Melina into this unnecessarily. At some point I will, I'm guessing she'll be very angry at me. At some point I will reach out to her and ask her if she wants to add anything positive or negative. And I will ask Steven, reach out to Steven himself and ask him if he wants to say his piece. I don't want to give him the opportunity to like line by line refute everything and put it in like my video or report, or I'll probably do both, probably a written version and a video, if this comes to fruition. But I'm not trying to like I'm not trying to destroy him. I don't fucking. I'm trying to stop people from getting abused. You look at my content, I hope you'll notice a through line of me wanting to stop people from getting abused. I don't hate abusers. I don't hate pedophiles. I don't hate Nazis. I don't hate Steven. I definitely don't hate Steven. Like he's not an evil person. I think he's kind of fucked up.
Do you think Mr. Girl could map on the abusive label to any other streamer? Or do you think Mr. Girl thinks Destiny is specifically an abusive person? I don't really understand Mr. Girl's definition of abuse, so I couldn't tell you.
Or maybe really fucked up. And I want him to stop hurting people. I want him to get help. I don't want him to be destroyed. I don't want his career to be destroyed. I just want to take away his ability to do what he has done to Anna and to what he may do to other women. I just want him to stop. That's it. I don't want him to be canceled. He play Factorio and talk about race or whatever the fuck you want to do. That's great. I just want what I believe and what others believe to be misconduct to stop. I want to understand what's happened and I want it to stop to whatever extent that it is happening. That's it. You wish he was abusive to justify your wounds from the bridge burning. Yeah, but I burnt the bridge because I thought he was abusive, so that doesn't make any sense. You're shook for a reason. Well, it's a very high pressure situation. That's why I'm shook. It's fucking stressful to have Steven go full launch an attack on me. Before I hadn't said a word. Like he did a whole preemptive strike. I'm nuclear, and I guess just because one of the people one of the victims sent him screenshots of our conversation. I knew they were going to do it. It's okay. I know who you are. I know that you told him. I know that probably more than one of you told him. It's okay. I understand that even if you are talking to me about this abusive shit, then on some level you still feel very loyal to him. I do too. It's very confusing. It's an emotional mess. So if I reach out to you and you send him my DMs, that's fine. I know you're still in it to some degree. That's just like how abuse.
Somebody sent me this in Twitch chat.
You would be the exception. So at one point in time, I considered how I associated with people because when I associate with people, something that I've learned through my 20s is I have to kind of make a lot of guesses about the emotional states of people and how that'll influence how they make decisions. Because I think I don't make decisions in the same way sometimes, but a lot of other people seem to. So for a while, I think it led me to be a little bit. People acted in ways that I didn't expect.
Okay, I don't care about this.
That's okay.
Will you interview Max? Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
But
probably.
That's why I'm shook. This wasn't what I anticipated. Mr. Girl, you were on Kiwi Farms. No, I did not go on Kiwi Farms. I don't know what you're talking about. I learned about Kiwi Farms after the Cuties review. Somebody was like, "Oh, they have a thread on you about you on Kiwi Farms," and I was like, "What's Kiwi Farms?" And I looked, and I was like, "Oh, I'm never going to this website again," and I haven't. Can you confirm or deny if you've ever posted on Kiwi Farms? I have never posted on Kiwi Farms. I visited it once. I saw a bunch of crazy people trying to kill me, and I was like, this doesn't seem like it's good for me to look at. And the way I feel when I look at Destiny's subreddit, that times about 1 million is how Kiwi Farms felt. So I mean, I've probably been linked to posts I've never written a post on Kiwi Farms, and I've never been like, I'm gonna go to Kiwi Farms. It's not interesting to me.
Viral, I don't know.
Unless you've got some absolutely insane evidence in those DMs, this is always going to seem like sour grapes. Maybe.
True.
Maybe. I mean, my plan is to take Steven's public statements and juxtapose them with his private statements and see what I think. And if I think it looks really fucked up, and I'm suspecting I will, then I might, and if Anna wants me to, then I might move forward with a written piece or a video about it. and whatever other women want to participate. And if it seems like sour grapes to you, I'm sure it's going to seem like sour grapes to a lot of you because Steven just told you that's what it was, and so you're going to, take his side, and that's okay.
I don't like this. This is the narrative that I see so consistently amongst the Hassan, people like Hassan and in Hassan's community, Vosh's community, fucking Demon Mama's community, whatever. That if there's ever a narrative that you are trying to push against somebody like Destiny or a larger content creator or a large streamer, and if there's ever a narrative that you're trying to do something that's unfavorable towards them, any pushback you get, you just reduce it down to, well, I'm sure that you would think that because you're a part of that community, because you're a sycophant. I think that you get so lost in your own sauce when you do that. Is it possible? Absolutely. But to reduce it down to that, to assume it, is ridiculous without excessive evidence. Like, oh yeah, the reason, like, they're just clearly bad faith in engaging in a back and forth with you. They're like in a Discord call and then they're just like, oh yeah, DGG for life or something, So one of those like obvious memes or whatever. Like, I feel like the amount of information you would need to just disregard criticism like that is like, oh, you're just a sycophant. That's a lot.
I'm not trying to. The audience for this coming forward is not really Steven's fans. It's more like women who are entering his orbit. I would say that's the kind of the key audience. If women entering his orbit are like, oh shit, he might do this shit to me, then mission accomplished. If they even think that, even if they then say, well, fuck it.
Is Dan on Chudlogic stream? Is that what was happening? I was told that's what was happening. I think I would like to talk to Dan. If he was as well. I think I'd like to talk to Dan.
I like him. I feel like it. I can take it. That's fine. If they have that thought, even for a second, I will have done my job. The rest of you,
I wonder if Dan would be willing to talk with me.
I don't care what Steven's audience thinks of me because he already banned everybody who likes me. So I understand.
Yeah, with Max in the chat.
I guess I care what my audience thinks of me, but.
Wait, why isn't... What the fuck? Should I DM
Yeah,
Max?
I'm just trying to do the right thing.
Why isn't Max talking to me?
Because even you contacting people asking them if something is up is super fucking shady. I know you like boss employee analogies, so here's one. If your coworker has gone around asking everyone who worked there if they were sexually assaulted by the boss, what kind of impressions do you think the employees would get of him?
This is
a negative impression.
Decent question.
Is it my job to give people a positive impression of Steven? I don't remember that being like in my contract. What are you talking about? There's no way to investigate sexual misconduct without making somebody look bad. The fact that Steven, someone who was friends with him and worked closely with him for a year, is like, hey, I'm leaving your orbit because I think you're abusive. And also, now I'm asking around if you've like sexually abused people.
Thomas, I think me and
there's no way to do that without making him look a little bad. Like, I acknowledge that. That's not why I'm doing it, but that is definitely a side effect of what's happening. But it's also actually true. It's true that someone who worked closely with Steven and who learned more and more about his character and all these relationships is concerned and has had people come to them with information that looks really bad and is now looking into it. Like, that is the situation. I'm sorry the situation makes Steven look bad, but like, if you don't fuck all your orbiters, he's fucked like 90% of every woman he's ever streamed with. It's like, what do you, like, obviously at some point someone is going to look into this, especially if you're smearing at one of them and lying.
So that is perhaps one of the most agreeable things that I think he said that I think just makes sense. The not the 90%, I literally don't know what the rate is, but with the amount of women that he has had sex with that is in his orbit, which is, I believe, significant. I think it's pretty undeniably significant. I think that it not only is only natural that people would look into the ethics of it, but also I think it is, I think Destiny knows. No, he's a 30-year-old man. He knows that is going to have to happen. Now, whether or not it's handled ethically in this situation is in question. But if you are going to fuck, a fair amount of your orbiters, whatever percent it is, I don't know who we'd count as orbiters. I don't know to the extent of which all the people he's fucked. I think it is beyond fair for people to look into the ethics of it. I think it's beyond fair.
About them. Like, yeah, obviously, eventually somebody is going to...
Do you think his streamers are peers? Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say they're peers. I would say that's a good way of putting it. Like colleagues, maybe. Is it jealousy? What do you mean? Why he's looking into it? I don't know.
Look into this. So I like, yeah, it makes him look bad. Totally. So to reiterate, you did not backstab Steven.
So should Destiny never have someone that he has had intimate relationships with on stream? No. If you want to ask me whether or not I think he should be fucking all of his orbiters, I cannot mount an ethical claim for why he should not fuck his orbiters, but I think his community would be a better place if he did not fuck his orbiters. I think that's just a general thing. Not even him specifically, people in general. I just don't think we should... I think in general it would be the case, but it depends on what we count as an orbiter. If we count anybody that interacts with, like for instance, low tier god showing up on Destiny stream once and then being called an orbiter, I don't think that really gets into the vibe of what an orbiter is. When I'm thinking of an orbiter, I'm thinking of somebody like me, and in a supererogatory sense, meaning like if it was the best community possible, I don't think me and Destiny should have a sexual relationship. I know the dude is bi or whatever, but he doesn't seem to fuck very many men. At least men orbiters. I haven't seen any evidence of it. But like, I don't think me and Destiny, in the best scenario, best outcome possible, I don't think me and him should ever have a sexual relationship. I just don't think that makes sense. Too much of my social life on Twitch is mixed up with him that I feel like it wouldn't make for a ethical situation. I don't well, not unethical. I don't think it's unethical. I think it is a supererogatory thing. Just to be clear, I don't think that it is unethical for Destiny to fuck his orbiters. I just think in general it'd be better to not do it. Yeah. Because I think that there's just, I think it creates complex drama and complex relationship dynamics that just kind of like, I don't know why they exist outside of like people just wanting to fuck. And I can't tell people to not fuck. I don't think people shouldn't fuck so people can do it. I just think it would be a lot easier for people if there wasn't that dynamic. That's it.
Not have a narrative.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just think it'd be easier for everyone involved if sex just wasn't on the table. That's it. Just be less complicated. Be less of a mess. That's it.
We're not crafting a story. Anna approached you. I think Anna. Well, yeah, Anna.
It is bad and wrong. That is a very tough. How is it bad for him to fuck orbiters? Wait, why do you think it's unethical for Destiny to have a relationship with Anna Vor? Because I don't believe that Anna Vor has, from all of the information I currently have, I don't think Anna Vor has the can engage with Destiny in a healthy sexual relationship. I believe that's been or intimate relationship. I believe that's been established pretty well. Granted, I'm not completely up to date on everything to do with her, but I believe that Anna cannot engage in that relationship in a healthy manner. I think Destiny can. I don't think Anna can. I think there is, it clearly makes her a target for places like Kiwi Farms. It clearly makes her a target for places, for people like Zerka, for people, honestly, like Lav and Mr. Girl. And I think she's constantly going to be brought up as this person whenever somebody wants to weaponize Destiny's past against him. She's constantly going to be brought up. And I think the best way to kind of solve this problem is them just completely cutting each other off and no longer engaging with each other in a public or private fashion. I think it just causes her emotional distress, and I would just, for almost little to no gain, as to the other shit.
Anna has approached me a couple times, and I have, the last time we talked, I think, was a couple months ago, and I said, if you write down everything, I will read it. But I want it written down. I want screenshots of everything. And she DM'd me more, and I didn't respond to it. I was busy. This most recent time, I don't remember if it was a third party that connected us, if I reached out to her because of what the third party told me about her, or if she reached out to me. I don't remember.
Yes, EOS. So it's just simply my position.
You
on my
DM some women to get their stories, and then Stephen
total
went nuclear
opinion.
in fear. Is that everything? That's I think so.
Wait, hold on.
I DM some men too, to ask them. You DM some women to get their stories, and then Stephen went nuclear in fear. Is that everything? That's I think so. I DM some men too, to ask them about women and ask them their stories. Yeah, I've just been putting feelers out, being like, these are the women who I've known have had problems with DGG, and I want to understand their side of the story.
Engaging in a toxic relationship is not unethical. I disagree. I think if you are knowingly engaging in a relationship that is toxic for one of the parties, that you should stop doing that. If it is unhealthy, and I'm using the word unhealthy in the capacity that I do not believe that Anna can live or can have a sustainable, long-term, mentally healthy relationship with Steven. Not because she's like crazy, but like because there's also people like that are in Kiwi farms or in separate communities or whatever that will try and make her life a living hell for being a part of that. I don't think that she can engage with. It's in a similar way that I would say that I believe that it is, or I was making the claim that the way that Mr. Girl was engaging with Destiny's subreddit was unethical. You understand? Because he's losing sleep over the course of 2 weeks. Like, you can't lose 2 weeks of sleep over somebody else's subreddit and have me say, yeah, that's totally fine. You're totally engaging with that in an ethical manner. That's no. Like, you should not be doing that. That is a bad thing for you. That is detrimental for you. It might be good, maybe for your career or whatever, or something. I don't know what we'd use to try and justify that, but you should not be doing that. That would be my thing. You need to do something to work on ways to be able to improve that. But yeah, I think you can do that. I hate the idea that just because two people are consenting inside of a romantic relationship, we go, well, anything that happens, happens. Bullshit. If if two people are consenting to a relationship that's potentially toxic for both of them or one of them, I can go, you should not be doing that. I can say that. And we do that all the time. We literally do that like every fucking day.
Because if you're in DGG, the story is all these women are crazy bitches, and Anna is the queen crazy bitch of them all. For some reason, women just lie about Steven, and they're all crazy bitches. That's what I've learned. That's what I believed.
Wait, who? Who did he believe that?
Maybe it's not true. But yeah, is that everything? I don't think there's anything else. I don't even know. I don't know. What am I being accused of? Asking women if they've been sexually abused by Steven? I did it. I did it, God damn it, and I'll do it again. Steven has done it. But yeah, we investigate. Like, what are we fucking cops? Am I supposed to like turn a blind eye if I hear Steven fucking abusing people? Like, no. No. You've been hit with baseless claims of being a chomo. Is it a como or chomo? Constantly. How has that worked out for you?
I don't know what that is.
Baseless claims? I'm not making I haven't made any claim. The only claim I made is that Steven has been sexting with Anna for a year, despite calling her a stalker.
And that it's unethical and abusive, right? Because he said that he believes that. Is that what he said several times, that Destiny's been abusive?
That's a fact. Steven has been sexting with Anna for a year. That's a fact. I've seen proof. And I tweeted out proof. That's not a baseless claim. If I did make baseless claims about Steven, that would be pretty shitty, though. I agree with that. Mr. Girl, not even Melina knew. Yeah, the idea that everybody knew is just, like, not true.
Did he ever say that
Destiny's
everybody
personal
knew?
sex shit is his own business? What makes you think he's abusive exactly? Like, what behavior?
Okay, so here's him answering this
When
question.
you have sex with people you have power over, power monetary, narrative power, power of the community, power of the dog pile, power to define, power to discredit. I think we can all agree Stephen has that power over all of his orbiters. When you have sex with people in that situation, while there may be a way to do so ethically, I think it's inherently unethical. There may be a way to do it ethically, but
I don't believe it's inherently unethical. I think this is where me and him disagree. I think you can have power over somebody and still ethically engage in sex with them. It depends, obviously, on what kind of power. But I think, especially when we talk about Destiny over his orbiters, this is why I said it wasn't unethical for Destiny to fuck his orbiters, but I do think it would make for a more peaceful environment if he didn't do it. It'd just be less drama. That's what it would be. Like, none of this drama would be happening if he never fucked any of the people. But also, you know, he enjoys having sex. I'm assuming they enjoy having sex with him. But none of this drama would be happening. It'd be less headache. It would be. It'd be less headache. But that's the best that you're going to get out of me. Like a supererogatory, would there be less headache in the DGG sphere? Would there be less drama in the DGG sphere if he didn't fuck his orbiter? Yeah, there would.
if you do it, you're opening yourself to scrutiny.
I don't believe that's unethical. I couldn't. This is kind of something that I feel like I want to have a conversation with Max about.
And if you talk about it publicly, you really open yourself to scrutiny. So Stephen has made his relationship with Anna, well, it's of the public interest because they're both public figures and because there's a possible unethical element to it. Then he talked about it a lot, and she talked about it. So they've both chosen to make it public. So you don't really get the like, oh, it's my sex life, it's private, if you're being accused of sexual misconduct. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you sexually harass somebody at work, and then your boss is like, oh, you sexually harass somebody, if HR calls you and you're not supposed to be like, whoa, this is my private personal business. So that frame doesn't actually make any sense. What makes you think he's abusive? I think defining somebody as I think gaslighting is abusive. So I think defining somebody as a abuser, darvoing them, to use Stephen's term, to discredit them publicly, humiliate them publicly, while sexting with them at the same time, I think that is inherently abusive.
I need the timeline of that lined up for me. This is kind of why I wanted to talk to Dan as well. Because Dan, to my knowledge, had a criticism of Stephen sexting Anna previously. I don't know if he still has that criticism at this moment, or if he's changed on his opinion because maybe he believes in light of the last year, maybe she can handle it. But this is part of the reason why I wanted to talk with Dan, if I could, about whether or not his opinion is that anything has changed in regards to that relationship. But I also want the timelines. Would Max admit he's an abuser also? I don't know. I have no idea.
As I said, I've heard more, but I'll say that is for sure. I'd call that abusive. I would not take this information so seriously this soon without your endorsement of its validity. This is going to need some compelling evidence to back it up, though.
Did you see the leaked call? I think Dan still blames Destiny for sexting her. I don't know what leaked call you're referring to. You're referring to one between, like, that had Lav in it or something?
Well, I tweet.
Dan's on a plane? Oh, I thought he was just on Chud's stream. I was told that was the case.
If you're talking about the information that Anna... I mean, Stephen acknowledged on stream just now that he's been sexting with Anna for a year. His acknowledgement was like, yeah, we've been cool for a year. Of course, that's not what I said, but he acknowledged it but tried to walk it back into sexting is we've been cool. The truth is that they haven't been cool for a year, though. Anna has been saying, why is ABBA making a hit piece on me? Why am I called a stalker? Why are you allowing your community to call me a stalker? And Stephen says things like, well, just let it blow over. And then a couple messages later, he's sending more nudes. So they haven't been cool for a year. She has been tormented by this for a year, and he has been sexting with her during that time. It's pretty horrifying. I think. Mr. Girl, I think Destiny's strongest argument against you is that you're manipulating people behind the scenes, not necessarily that you're merely investigating. I agree that the Anna sexting is weird, but not that bad. So I think the manipulation of Anna and other women by you is what you should comment on.
I think this is where the infamous clip comes up. But somebody sent my Discord, not yours. Somebody sent me this as a like response or something. Somebody sent me this. You have a lot to learn about people, young Padawan. This is probably a career death sentence. Steven has been sexting with Anna constantly for the narrative or whatever. And then there's that. And then you have a lot to learn about people, young Padawan. Why would you hinge your entire expose on a woman who is openly mentally ill and constantly contradicts herself? How else do you expect this to go? I feel like Nicholas set themselves up for this comment at least, which is the only claim I've made is that Steven is sexting with her, which is true. I don't think this is true. He said that he's sexting with her and that it's unethical. If she's mentally ill, as you claim, then this is an abusive relationship. I feel like Nicholas kind of set himself up for this. If Anna is so mentally ill, none of her statements can be taken as a fact or whatever, probably nobody should be fucking her. This is probably not something that should be happening. If Anna is not a credible enough witness to be able to say whether or not she's being manipulated inside of a sexual relationship and constantly flip-flops on that or contradicts herself, as Nicholas is saying, nobody should probably be fucking her. Your naivete is that you think she's has to agree it's abusive for it to be abusive. Yeah, so I feel like Nicholas kind of set himself up for this one. If you want to make the claim that she's not so mentally ill that she will constantly contradict herself on whether or not somebody is abusive, then you can make that claim, but I don't think you can do both.
Okay. I don't know what manipulation you're talking about. With Anna, I said, listen, Lav just said that you've been sexting with Steven for a year. She has triggered a nuclear attack. Steven is about to attack us, and I need you to give me proof of that. I need you to give me proof, because without proof, he can discredit us. But you, Anna, you are the weapon that Steven uses to discredit women. No one wants to be an Anna. If you take that away from him and say, actually, he's been lying about Anna this entire time, then he can't do this anymore. It puts a stop to it. So I said, please give me a screenshot. I know this is scary. She said, can you do it without the screenshot? And I was like, I don't think so. I need the screenshot. We need to come forward. We need to do this right. We need to back up Lav, because Lav has made a claim, and now we need to give her evidence to back up that claim, or else she is going to get fucking dogpiled, and I don't want to watch this happen to her. I don't want to watch it happen to you. I don't want to watch it happen to anybody. I want this to stop. So if that's...
I don't know. I'm not trying to say she's incompetent in court. I don't think you have to be proven as incompetent in court for somebody to be unethical to engage inside of a sexual relationship with a person. Like, what do you mean? I think somebody can be obsessed with one specific person in one specific person on their own and still have it be unethical for that situation to go down. But with all other people, they're perfectly normal and fine. They're just obsessed with one specific person. They're just like crazy about him or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily the situation that Anna's in. I think it's far more complex than that, because I think there's other parties trying to like crazy make her into that situation. But yeah, I think it's my statement is clear.
Manipulation, then sure, but I don't think it is. I don't know what other. I don't think. Do you think I should publicly ask women if they've been sexually abused? Like, that doesn't make it. That seems more unethical. Am I supposed to do a stream that's called "Sexual Abuse Investigation" of Steven and just have woman after woman making whatever claim they want? No, that's not how journalism works.
Like Ethan Klein did.
You need to verify
not of Steven,
of
of Russian,
because these are very serious allegations. Need to be verified, need to be checked. I need to see proof. I need to compile it in a way that is responsible and unbiased and even-handed, and present it when I'm ready and when these women are ready. So no, we're not going to do, it's not a circus for you guys to fucking watch. So I'm not like sneaking around. I mean, like, I guess I'm sneaking around, but I think that's how you're supposed to investigate things. The reason I asked that is the narrative from DGG is that you were just doing this to try to get back at him. Yeah, well, I don't think. I mean, that's a assumption about my mental state. I don't think there's any evidence of that. I get back at him for what? For being abusive? I'm calling him abusive to get back at him for being abusive. What is that? I don't even know what that means. I left the community of my own volition because I think Steven is abusive, and now other people are telling me that he really is abusive, and I'm saying, oh, well, maybe instead of making tens and tens of thousands of dollars by participating in this abusive system, I should fucking listen to these people now. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get back at me. I'm not trying to get back at Steven. Do you think he's going to take down your website? Apparently he said that on stream. I don't know. If he does, I will sue him.
Really?
Probably not. I don't even know if he can. If he can, we need to make it so he can't. This honestly sets Mr. Girl apart. He will carve his own way through the anti-Semitic DGG. No comment on the anti-Semitism. Mr. Girl, I would like to have a 10-15 minute convo with you if possible. Not right now, but yes, at some point in the near future, I will do this. Why did you never reach out to him about this? I've talked to Steven about Anna privately. I got his side of the story. Didn't line up with what I saw at all. He withheld a lot of information from me. So I don't, at that, I mean, like, reach out to him about what? The point of this is it says, you guys are too fucking Steven brained. You're too Destiny brained. This is not about him. I don't care about his reputation. I care about Anna's and the other women that he has smeared. This is about restoring people from...
So he makes a statement like this: I don't care about Destiny's reputation. I care about the reputation of the people, like Anna's reputation, or people that he smeared. But prior, it seems like what he was saying was that he didn't have a narrative that he was trying to push, and that he was just trying to investigate the claims. So for me, this is the key difference for me as an observer: is, are you trying to investigate the claims earnestly and honestly? Or because right now, when you say things like this, it comes off as, I have a narrative and I believe that this narrative is true, and I'm just going to gather evidence to like prove it. That's the way that this comes off, I think, to most people. It's like, Destiny abused someone, Destiny abused Anna, and he's abused other women, and I'm going to gather the evidence to prove that claim. That's what it seems. You're like putting the cart before the horse, right? You're saying that something is true before you gather the evidence to prove it to other people, which is something you can do. But I think, naturally speaking, then Destiny going into defense mode makes sense. I think that makes sense. But in the opposite position, I would say it doesn't make sense for Destiny to go into defense mode. If there was somebody that was like, okay, I don't know if this might be the case, we're going to take a look, right? But I think when it's framed like this, that Destiny is an abuser, and I'm going to look for the information to be able to find that he is. That's what it comes off as. I think him going into defense mode makes sense.
The lies that he's told about them. The people he's abused, fucked, smeared, and discarded. That's who this is for. Like I said, if Steven can escape from this unscathed, other than women know not to get caught in his wherever the fuck this is, then great. I'm not trying to get him. How can you not hate him? He called you a rapist. A lot of people called me a rapist, baby. I'm used to it.
I agree with you, Benjamin. I'm trying to make sense of Destiny's actions in conjunction, or in contention with Mr. Girl's statements. I agree with you that just because his hypothesis is strong and that he's coming out swinging, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be biased in his evidence gathering. However, I think Destiny being defensive about a guy that's like saying that he believes he's an abuser and he's going to gather evidence to prove it, I think that makes a little bit more sense than how it was previously characterized in this same stream from Mr. Girl.
Steven is, because I understand Steven. I understand him. I understand that he is a
I'm
very
trying to give a
insecure
human-
person. He has a very tight iron grip on the narrative about him, which he told me, and he told me he banned me from his subreddit because I was threatening that narrative. So I already know how he feels about that and how he feels about me pressing back, and I know that his only move now, because a lot of the shit that's coming out and that he's been saying makes no fucking sense, is to discredit me and call me names. So he's going to call me a rapist, he's going to call me an abuser, he's going to call me a liar, Mr. Gaslight, whatever. The orbiters, the white blood cells, are going to coalesce around me and attack me and say that I betrayed him. I should have been so grateful because you think of all the money he gave you, Mr. Girl. How can you call this seriously? This is the DMs I'm getting. After all he did for you, meaning money and fame, after all the money he gave you,
What the hell?
how could you investigate sexual misconduct?
This is the narrative I'm trying to avoid. Let's not focus on him investigating sexual misconduct. If you have an issue, talk about the way that he's doing it, if that's a problem that you have, or talk about the way that he's doing it. Either the way that he's gathering the information or the type of information he considers to be valid for claims of abuse.
Okay,
If
if
that's
you
where you're
heard
gonna
the same
take it.
things I've heard, and now you have, and you're not concerned about sexual misconduct, all that means is that the price, because I've probably made more money than most of you guys in the last year, and I probably could have made a lot more if I stayed. So all this means is that your price is significantly lower than mine. You, all of you, Steven, Dan, Abba, everybody, you can all pool all your money together, sell all your houses, everything. You still won't be able to afford the ignore sexual misconduct fee.
Wait, why do you bring
So
Abba into that?
That's a
Or
bizarre.
Dan?
That's a bizarre attack.
Maybe
on me.
Dan makes
I
a
think
little
that
bit.
just speaks
why
to my
Abba?
credibility. Like I said, I did ignore it before, but I didn't know I was doing that, and now I do. You've claimed that Destiny is abusive, that its chats with Anna are disturbing, and that you've turned a blind eye in the past and will do so no more. You bear the burden of proof for these claims. Do you have any evidence or reason for us to believe you? Yeah, I just tweeted out proof that he has been sexting with her as recently as a couple weeks ago.
I feel like we need a little bit more than that, though, right?
You're officially labeling Steven as an abuser. Yeah. I believe, even just through my relationship with him, I mean, even just for me, I think, yes, he's an abuser. The abuse with Anna, calling her a stalker while sexting with her, is less subtle. The abuse with me is a little harder to put your finger on if you're in his community. If you're outside of his community, it's really, I mean, I don't think it's that hard to understand, but if you're a huge fan of his, it's probably not going to land with you. But yeah, I think he's an abuser. Lav said he was equivalent to Harvey Weinstein. Is she just uniquely stupid and took your narrative too far, or is that what you guys were talking about behind the scenes? I think she made a comparison, but then I think she said, I'm not saying that he's Harvey Weinstein. I don't think she said he's equivalent to Harvey Weinstein. I think she might have made a comparison. I think there is a...
Didn't she say, I never said that he was Harvey Weinstein, but if the shoe fits? So she literally said, I'm not saying he's Harvey Weinstein, but now that you said it was Harvey Weinstein, I mean... She called him Harvey Weinstein.
Comparison to be made, which is that a lot of the women I've talked to are afraid.
Annadelle, do you have like timestamps or links of that claim? I don't know why anyone is surprised by the sexting. He was sexting her while publicly fighting with her a year ago, right? Do you have those timestamps or whatever? Do you have the logs or anything of that being proven? Because I feel like that's what Dan confronted Destiny about, but I don't know.
Told me that they're afraid of him and what he will do if they come forward. That sounds like Harvey Weinstein. He's using his position of power to have sex with almost every woman that he encounters professionally. That sounds like Harvey Weinstein. But the Harvey Weinstein also like literally physically raped people, and I'm not saying he did that, and I don't think Lav was trying to say that he did that. So I think she probably meant the position of power stuff and the striking fear.
The position of power is still not even comparable
In the women and having control of the narrative.
Like, for the position of power to be comparable, I feel like Destiny would have to, like, run Twitch entirely, like all of Twitch.
And this feeling that, like, a lot of people would have to band together to fight against it, and also the feeling that it's kind of like an open secret where people are like, yeah, we kind of know this is happening, but like, just don't talk about it. Don't mention any of these people who call themselves victims to him, or he'll get really mad. So I'm not gonna say he's equivalent. I don't know if Lav said he's equivalent. I'm guessing she probably didn't say that. You're just saying that in your super chat. I don't want to clarify her statement for her or make any statements for her, but that would be as far as the comparison that I would make, would just be the way the power structure is set up. This is the moment your career is donezo. Congrats. Okay, that's fine. I would rather have no career. If my job, if somebody said, hey, do you want to make like $100,000 a year ignoring sexual abuse? Does that sound good? I would say, no, thank you, sir. So if that's what my job is transformed into.
Damn, he's making $100K?
Then I quit.
My nigga got fat
No career needed. Do you think it's possible to be an orbiter and have consensual sexual relations with Destiny? It seems like a lot of white blood cell women are going to defend Destiny.
There we go. I think
that depends on his MO and what kind of person he is, and that's part of what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think it's different in each case.
Wait, I feel like earlier we had a different response. I feel like earlier he said it was unethical entirely to fuck orbiters. But here it sounds like he's saying that it's like, it's complex. And I agree that I don't think it's on its face unethical. It can be unethical to fuck your orbiters. But I feel like earlier we got a different statement.
Maybe you could have consensual sexual relations with somebody. But the way that's set up, the way the community is set up, and the pattern that I've seen, doesn't seem like it, but I don't know. It's tricky. We don't have an existing schema for understanding streamer orbiter relationships. We don't have norms in place about sexual interactions or abuse.
Anthony,
so we know like a professor and their student, probably unethical, but we haven't really talked about this publicly, and I think it's time that we do. Destiny showed on stream that Mr. Girl said the same thing on Kiwi Farms that he was saying in the DMs with girls. Okay, I've never been on Kiwi Farms, so I don't know what you're talking. Again, I don't know if someone's pretending to be me. I don't know. But when I think of investigating sexual misconduct, Kiwi Farms is not the place that I would think to do that. I've been DMing women on Twitter, Discord, DMing friends of friends saying, hey, I'm not a spy. I am actually coming to you to genuinely hear you out, which will probably be easier now that I've done the stream. And I want to hear your story. I want to figure out what's going on, and emailing and Discord. But no Kiwi Farms. What exactly is happening? Could you TLDR this? A couple people have come forward with sexual misconduct claims against Destiny, have come to me. I am investigating them. One of those people is Anna, and she proved to me that Destiny has been sexting with her for the past year, despite calling her a stalker. And I tweeted this out after Steven caught a couple of the people I've asked around about this.
I see, Anna.
I've told Steven that I talked to them, which is okay. I'm not mad.
Cjo, Jay, why does he keep trying to set up the worker boss setup? This just isn't the case. Because he clearly believes it, but I agree with you. I don't think it's the same thing at all. I think Destiny's relationship with his orbiters is not a worker boss relationship. As much as my career is so incredibly entwined with Destiny's community and his perception of me, he is not my boss, right? He's not. Like, do I get a boost if I cover his content? Absolutely. Look at my numbers right now. Do I get a boost if I agree with them? Yeah, in many ways. Is there ways I can get a boost while disagreeing with them? Absolutely, in many ways. But and so just being around Destiny gives me a boost, but that doesn't mean he's my boss, right? Same thing could be said for Kanye, where I could just cover Kanye 24/7, probably get like a lot of people that simp for Kanye, fucking hate Kanye into my stream or whatever. It doesn't make Kanye my boss, okay? No, that's no. I don't like the characterization of an employee-employer relationship. I don't like that.
He launched a preemptive strike on his stream a couple hours ago, and now I am issuing these statements. Mr. Golden, there's a disguised impersonator on Kiwi Farms. A disguised impersonator. That is scary, but whatever. I mean, Steven's MO is to discredit people who make claims against him or discredit him. So I am positive that stuff like that is going to happen. People are going to impersonate me. They're going to do whatever I can to cut me down. I don't know if it was him, probably just one of his fans. Whatever. I don't think there's a way to prove that I don't have a Kiwi Farms account. If there is, let me know. This is what needs to be discussed. The degree at which Mr. Girl was abusive with his manipulation of these girls behind the scenes. Destiny didn't say that he nuked Mr. Girl for merely investigating, but he was manipulating the women. Did he have any claim that I'm manipulating women? I mean, did he have any evidence of that? I don't even know what that means. I just said, like, I've heard. I can tell you. The fucking kind of got like a form letter here. Here's my standard boilerplate DM. I gotta scroll through my hate messages that I've received. Okay. Hey there, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions about your treatment by DJ?
Destiny, Ahrelevant, aren't you afraid of getting blackballed by Destiny for watching this? Not really. I don't really care. If Destiny blackballs me for watching this or for making the comments that I have about him, he's less of a respectable man than I thought he was prior. And I hope that other individuals take notice of that and find him to be not a respectable man. That's it. That simple. But based on the history that I've seen Destiny come back from some pretty crazy shit and potentially be amicable with people like Hassan or Vosh, I'm willing to bet even me saying that I don't think he should be continuously sexting Anna is probably just going to be water under the bridge in fucking 6 hours. I'm pretty sure he doesn't give a fuck. He'd probably go, oh yeah, I don't think that's a good opinion. I think that's an irrelevant L. And then just we'd go on with the relationship and it wouldn't really matter. Good Lord, if he can rebuild like the bridge or talk with or be amicable with some of the people he has been, I don't think I'm going to be on the top of his list.
GG, I have heard some disturbing things and I'm trying to understand them. This is off the record and confidential. Hey there, I'm trying to reach X about disturbing patterns I've noticed in the treatment.
Dan is talking to Destiny? Where? On his stream? Is Destiny streaming right now? Is that happening right now? Wait, where? Where's Dan talking to Destiny?
Of women by DGG.
Yes.
Some identifying information about the person, and then so if she doesn't want to talk, I assume.
Oh, I didn't know Destiny's live. Hold up.
She didn't want to talk to me, blah blah. But if she
spurred this, don't say the Reddit ban. There must have been something more recent.
I think it was the Reddit ban. Then it was talking to Lav. Then I think it was Lav hearing that, or no, then it was Max hearing that Lav got Reddit banned. Then I think he started to get some idea in his head about me, like abusing orbiters a lot more after Lav got banned. And then, yeah, I don't know. It must have been something along those lines. I don't know what finally flipped the switch of him, like thinking I'm like a horrible predator abuser person. I'm not sure. I don't know what was the thing that did it.
I mean, it seemed to click instantly. How long is the?
Damn, what is the mic Dan is using?
I guess
Jesus.
the reaching out to other people been going on. You know.
So here's, oh fuck, I wasn't gonna do this all day today. I just don't want to have like days and
Well,
days.
you
of
were.
I'll do
You
this-
were going to be doing it all today
What?
for sure. I said you were. This is going to be on. This is going to be all you talk about today. So just accept
Well, no,
it.
because I don't.
He's in the airport.
Just accept it. Let it wash over you. This is pretty soon. There'll be fucking 16 other people in here, all of them, you know, coming in talking about it. So just let it
Do I
be.
hop in?
There are reasons why I don't want to do it all day today, but basically, okay, this is what's so fucking hilarious. Okay, what's so funny is that what Max and Lav ended up doing with themselves is essentially what I think Cherry and Stardust kind of did to themselves, where they started to get in their heads that something way worse was happening than actually happened. And so Lav
I agree with that.
reached out to Anna because she wanted to find out, I guess, what had happened, probably because of all the pushback she got on stream from me when she started to bring it up. And then I think in their conversation, Anna told Lav that, I don't know how she said it, but Anna told Lav that I enjoy watching Lav suffer on stream. That like when she gets like when people are like screaming at her and like shitting on her, that's like really fun for me. And,
Anna told Lav that?
Hold on. But the origin of that is because it just clicked this morning. Okay.
Okay.
It comes from this, where I sent Anna because Lav was having an argument with like 5 other people on stream on some other stream, and I sent Anna this picture of the Christian Bale listening to the headphones, and I was like me listening to people argue with Lav.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I
Really
literally
get in the
sent
Discord?
Here,
I'm trying to
just
get the
showing you this
vibe of
here.
what's
I
going
literally
on.
sent this exact same meme to Lav, and she laughed. I sent the exact same thing to her. Right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't think that Anna was trying to like misinterpret or like fuck anything, but I think Anna just said something like, "Oh, well, Steven made fun of you one time," or she probably said something like that. And then I think Lav in her mind is getting this idea where it's like, "Oh my god, well, hold on, wait, is Steven like getting off to like me getting shit on his stream?" I think Lav probably started to get that combined with everything that Max was telling her. So I think Lav went and told Max like, "Hey, I think that Steven is like has this weird pattern of abusing women." And then Max pulls Anna on to like a 3-hour mindfuck call to try to pressure Anna to like leak or release anything because he's telling people behind the scenes that I'm about to go on the attack for him. Which, by the way, I wasn't. There was like nothing going on when I got those. Oh yeah, these were This is the message that I sent to Anna.
I don't.
No, you've already seen it. I'm just showing stream.
Oh.
But then I sent this exact same message to Lav when she was arguing, and she laughed. Like it's just obviously it's just a joke. I'm not like it's not like any weird creepy like Coomer shit or whatever, because it's funny. But yeah, I think that Max basically got on a 3-hour call with Anna. I think he starts telling Anna like, "Listen, Steven's about to attack us. He's trying to make everybody sound crazy like you. You're going to be the one that takes the heat for this." Like Steven,
A
like he was
3-hour
telling
call with
yesterday in
Anna?
DMs, like Steven is about to go nuclear on you. I'm not going to go nuclear on Anna. I have no reason to. She hasn't done anything aside from like a few loops on stream. Like she's not doing anything. It's fine. But yeah, he's doing that thing, and then I think that between Lav and Max now having Anna's story roped in, and now with Max pressuring her to release more and more information, now. Like, yeah, Max has just built this story. Lav is just along for the ride at this point, and then he's just kind of like pulling the strings on everything too. Yeah. Did you record that call? No, actually, for once I didn't. Maybe I should have, but it was just like a personal. I just wanted to say my piece, so I don't really care much about recording anything.
So what happened on this call then?
Okay.
I've said this a lot on stream, but generally when I'm talking to people, it's very, very, very rare that I take like a mentor, paternalistic, like tell somebody what to do with their life role. I just don't usually do that because I don't care. But like if shit hits the fan or whatever, and I basically just spent like an hour like, okay, let me tell you what I think has happened. This is what Max is doing. This is how you're a fucking idiot. This is how Max is crazy, blah, 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 blah. So it's just like a conversation like that for an hour, basically. We just chatted about it.
And this was with Max and Lav?
Well, no, Lav kept saying, oh shit, wait. Who
Bose.
just joined?
really like this room. I feel like
Okay,
especially
we're in an advanced orbiter drama. You need to be on like 7 levels of like valence power.
Vance. I'm just coming in to check in. I'm an elder at this point. My arc was like 2 years ago.
True. There was like a Bob 7 level 2, okay? But he is way more narcissistic than Bob 7, so he was his own undoing. But what's up?
Are you okay?
Yeah, we're fine. I'm trying to answer emails and DMs, and everybody wants to come in and chat, so.
Dan, hello. Dan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We might get in here for
You're
a second.
welcome.
Have fun. Be careful, bud.
Another Dan fan. No big deal. All right, what's up? Continue, Steve.
Fuck. What was the last thing I said?
You were saying I asked who was on the call.
Oh, well, originally it was just me and Lav, because I just wanted to tell her how I felt about everything for an hour. Because I am a little disappointed. I was like, even if you are a lowly 24-year-old, like, you kind of fucked me over really hard. And then she kept saying that, like, she kept saying that she wanted Max to join the call, and I was like, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't need to hear blah, blah, blah. And then eventually at the end, Max joins the call for 10 minutes, but he doesn't want to say anything while I'm there. And then he leaves. So it's like, okay, well.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
Like, he said nothing on the call? He
Nope.
joined the group call.
He joined the group call. She kept asking him to talk. I think a few times he'd chime in and he'd say, Lav, there's no point in having this conversation or something like that. And I was like, okay. And then he says he's currently investigating me. And there are 5 women ready to come forward, I guess. Or there are 5 women. He didn't say ready to come forward.
There's 5 women? Who?
I don't know. He keeps saying there are 5. I think in his mind, I think what he's doing, 2 are definitely
Iman.
Lav and Anna. And then I think in his head, Fox, he's probably putting all of them in a basket. And he thinks that all 5 of them have something to say, but he hasn't talked to like 3 of them. So
Do you feel like you're going to change the way you operate with people at all?
fuck
after all
no,
this?
hell no, hell nah. I'm living a higher level. I'm on a higher path right now.
No, you're on a higher level of cortisol. I feel like you should learn to relax a little bit.
I am. This is how I relax. Okay, I go to bed every night. I
Is
put
it
my
too
subreddit burning in flames. I slept for 8 hours last night. I felt great. I woke up this morning.
You know
I
what?
got
Way too
100
dang.
You know what that
people
is?
subs.
My levels
Steven?
are
Content in
decent.
Discord. What is it? Tell me.
Sometimes when we're born in chaos and we live really, really stressful lives and everything is constantly having us on edge, when we're adults, we also like to constantly be on edge because it feels comfortable and it feels at home to us. But you can create a new home for yourself.
Or I could just thrive in the
Oh,
chaos.
you mean 2
I
audiences
know,
at the same
but
time.
when are you going to get tired of it? I'm telling you, every time you go through this stuff, like your tolerance for cortisol gets higher and higher and higher, and
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
very
need.
stressful.
That's why everyone is more insane than the last, okay? Pretty soon we're going to be on the fucking 9 o'clock news with some of the drama that happens on this stream, okay?
Well,
Oh my
you know.
god, maybe at some point, maybe I'll be famous enough to make it onto your YouTube channel. The only
Oh,
question
dude.
is, am I going to be a victim or am I going to be a perpetrator? Who knows?
Uh,
I'll shout you out in the courtroom if I'm ever there, though, okay? I promise.
okay. I'm hoping for the best.
Okay, me too. I'll be acquitted. Wink.
Hello.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh, God.
Howdy.
No, hold on. Listen. All right, Irrelevant. I love you. And Bose, both of you need to get the fuck out for a little bit. Once I'm gone, you guys can come back.
Dan's
Hey,
just
I
mad because
respect that.
he just
I'm-
learned recently
I
that
am.
like, people are anti-Semitic, so now he's like,
Oh,
get on you
I
guys.
see,
Sorry.
I
Fuck
see.
that.
Yeah.
Actually,
I always kind of suspected, but
yeah. I did want to get your opinion on the situation at some point, though, Dan. So.
don't worry. We'll do it. I'll even do it on your stream for the viewers, okay?
Wow, Pog, thank you.
No big deal, homie.
Poggers.
Once I get back. I'm
You know what?
leaving soon.
I'll
much
respect you and I'll bow out of this one, but I will say, Steven, we
All right. They can talk about whatever.
I'll
know
be
what?
leaving
I'll-
soon.
I'll respect you and I'll bow out of this one, but I will say, Steven, we could have been playing code names for 2 years. We could have been happy. All of us could have just, you've got enough of a strong circle. Everyone in DGG would have been happy. We would have been happy.
Mhm.
I'm just saying. But okay, do your thing. I hope for the best, and I'm always here.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Well,
Bose.
hey, have fun. Be careful, okay?
To be honest, I felt a little bit weird going in there. Like, this is a very serious situation for Destiny. So I think it's fine if people want to clear the room. I think it's fine.
Signs. We were like we were, as they say in a business, a hair away from having fucking 13 orbiters in this call and Stardust telling about her dad's dick or something. I know that was like 2 minutes away, so yeah. Okay. Where were we? Hello?
I don't know. I thought it was like a rhetorical question. Let's see. Where were we? Are you asking me where we were?
Okay.
Why doesn't anybody talk about like the truly insane shit that happened yesterday?
What truly insane shit?
What's the truly insane shit?
We are literally engaging Scoria in an open field and defeating her, Dan. Okay? We're making our fire scrolls. We've got the whole army marching north.
Listen, stop. I have limited time.
Okay.
Nobody cares.
What's up?
Okay. Where do we start? Where do things stand with Lav at this point?
I don't know. It's rocky.
Okay,
I thought
you
they
did
were
say
good.
That she was going to be coming back, but then you also
I was
said,
obviously
the people-
fucking joking. If anybody thought that I was being serious, I was going to bring her on stream today for 6 hours. You
I
guys are
didn't know
actually
it was,
fucking on
te-
crack
it was,
cocaine.
it was text
You were
chat.
insane.
I didn't know.
No, I don't.
It sounded
think
like
that's
they had a
unrealistic.
private,
You
yeah,
basically said, hey,
private chat,
listen,
right?
Lav was kind of manipulated by Max.
Yeah.
I talked with her for a lot. We straightened shit out. Like, you know, I don't really fault her. It was a fucked up situation. I think what happened is that you thought she was going to come back today, and you couldn't sell it. And now you're trying to be like, oh, it's JK and
I couldn't sell it? Wait, how can you simultaneously say some things that are so smart and insightful and other things that are so fucking retarded? Do you really think that after everything that happened, bro, even if I could produce logs that shows that like Lav was held at gunpoint to say things on stream, people still wouldn't want her on stream. There's no way I could sell that. I'm not a dumb fuck. Obviously, I could never sell that.
If you could bring Lav on stream right now, that's a 15,000 viewer stream. You're crazy. You're out. You're capping. Of course you want that. I don't know why you wouldn't. If you can get Lav on, you should boot me the
here's
fuck
why
out.
I don't. Okay, number
Okay,
one
tell
is
me.
because I really want to go over this this Saint and Sinner dude. Have you?
Oh my god.
Oh
yeah,
my
I saw it, but
Lord.
that's just, dude.
It's
I hate
fucking
to tell you.
funny. He makes his own fucking videos. He faked his own net. He made a website to fake his net worth. This is
Wait,
a
he
funny
did?
fucking dude. And he made a fucking hit video of me. I just want to have like a little like 20-minute segment where I do a thing and August can post it and I can throw some fucking shade on this dude. Fucking Fresh's girlfriend, I think, because there's some woman called like Miss Fresh on Instagram was throwing shade at me over this guy, calling me a booty pirate.
Oh, that means that you like dudes.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, no, of course. I want to be able to do that. Also, my factory is in dire straits.
Well, you can
Okay.
do the factory at the same time.
Yeah.
So just go ahead and
But
throw it up right
also,
now. Who cares?
Well, hold
He
on,
can do his
also, you
factory
know-
at any time.
What?
I have to catch up on my DMs and shit. But
Okay, listen.
okay, yeah, go for it. What's
As
up?
far as this dude goes, I hate to tell it to you, but it's like the #1 thing online for people to like bullshit about how rich they are. So
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
yeah, it's fucking cringe.
there's no shortage of that type of content. honestly.
Sinner art.
Hold on. This is gonna be an airport ban.
Airport ban? Oh, airport ban.
There we go. That's an airport ban. Just did it. Boom. Feels good from the laptop. Okay.
Oh, an airport ban.
Yeah, sorry. I'm on a MacBook, so. Anyways. Okay. So, Lav. Tell me the situation. Where is that at?
I don't know. Here's the detailing of my relationship with Lav. Okay, this is, and I understand how it looks on the outside is because the timelines are a little bit weird. So, when did I live in Culver? No, it was in Huntington Beach. I think 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. That's when I lived in Huntington Beach, right?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think
Sounds
around
right.
2 years ago, I think Lav messages me on Instagram saying that she likes my political content. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But she reaches out
And
to me.
that's all you needed.
Yep, that's all
Sorry,
I need.
go
True. If you're a girl and you want to fuck and you message me, we're probably gonna fuck. It's that simple.
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah. But anyway, she reaches out. She talks with me. I don't think we actually ended up like sexting or trading nudes. I don't think we did anything or hooked up. We didn't do anything back then, but we chatted a little bit. And she told me about, she had like some heart condition thing going on. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And I think she's talked about that. And we just had like that conversation. We talked a little bit on and off, not much. And then it basically goes dark for, I think, several months. And then at some point when I'm here, I don't remember when or what, but like somebody messaged, either she messaged me or I messaged her, I don't remember. But then we start talking again. And then this is around when there's a whole bunch of like other dramatic shit going on. And I start to talk to her more because it's like, okay, well, this is somebody I talked to in the past. Nothing weird happened. I can chat with her more. Everything's cool. She's not like a streamer or anything yet. Everything is chill. And then we start to talk a lot more, I think, privately. But But then what happens is after we begin talking more, then she starts getting into the streaming world more. Then like apparently she shit talks me a little bit on her Discord server. And then past that, it's like, okay, well, I need to kind of pull back from this person because one, they're getting a lot more involved publicly. Two, a lot of it is involving like fighting me. And three, if logs leak where you're shit talking me behind my back, that's going to make me know like, okay, well, you're probably like, yeah, this is not something I can obviously trust. But I'd already had like all of the personal conversations and shit with her before any of that shit had become known. So like over the past, maybe 2-ish months, 3-ish months, we don't talk privately a ton. She comes on stream and she argues and stuff. And then sometimes I'll check up on her privately to make sure she's not like losing her fucking mind. But like our personal relationship is not like much in existence over the past like couple months, basically. I think that's approximately what the history of everything. Yeah.
Disney's anti-misogyny arc looking in shambles. Wait,
so I was
why?
asking where things are going to be moving forward from here.
So I mean, I don't know. It depends on where she's at in Max's orbit.
Did you listen to the conversation that was in the double secret Discord that she had last night?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay. Well, so she called you Weinstein and then retracted it.
She called me Weinstein on that stream before I went live. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go live and talk about everything tonight.
Okay. But she retracted it. Where do you I mean, where does she stand today? Where does she stand in her relationship with you? Are you a Weinstein?
It's so boring to talk about this publicly because
manipulator?
Yeah, one, I don't know if your people retarded, but two, most of Chad's people retarded. So what most people think is that she's just like a horrible, evil, clout chasing person that wants to blah 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 blah. I think that what is legitimately happening is one, I think she's obsessed with Max, or at least she was. I don't know if she still is, but she definitely was obsessed with Max. Two, she's going through like a lot of turmoil publicly because she's having to deal with my subreddit and all the other stuff on Twitter and everything attacking her. And then three, Max has like an opening there to kind of like come in and start to play games. So I think she's gotten like super twisted in terms of like what is actually happening behind the scenes. Because the more that I talk to her, the more that like I can see where she's like, oh, well, like for instance, like you were talking to Anna and making fun of me and getting off to the fact that I'm getting like abused on stream. If depending on what Max says, Anna says, or depending on what Anna says, I could actually see why Lev thinks that. Like if all Anna said was a thing, it didn't show her the DM or whatever. I understand maybe why she has that feeling. And then once that kind of snowball starts to roll, I can see where she gets a lot of weird ideas in her mind, especially with Max pushing things like really hard on his end the entire time. I mean, like at some point, like I mean, I will say it's pretty disappointing. Like, yeah, she's only 24, but yeah, she's also 24. Like, it shouldn't be that easy to totally mindfuck manipulate somebody. But I think Max is really, really, really good at it. Like, Shaylin, I think, will probably be a Max victim for the rest of her life. Just a little bit that I saw of her on Chud's stream, I think it's like pretty obvious. But I mean, but Shaylin is in her 30s, I think, right? So it's not like it's just because she's young.
I think like in general.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Also, this is something that I permaban for. I don't know how many more times I can say it. I mean, if you're an incel, you're an incel. People saying things like pussy blindness syndrome needs to be added to the DSM. Whether or not I'm fucking somebody or not has never influenced whether I defend them. Okay, I'm literally screaming at Lav on stream. There are other people that I've defended a ton that I have no sexual relationships with, and the whole reason all of this blew up was because of Max that I also have no sexual relationship with. Okay, like I'll defend. I had lots of conversations with Sneeko, with Fuentes, with Mr. Girl, all of these insane fucking people, and none of that had anything to do with pussy. And there are also other people that I've had on stream, a lot that I've also defended, like Brittany, like Erudite, that I have no sexual relationship with. And there have been people that have been on stream that I fought with a fucking ton, that I have attacked a ton. I fought with Bad Bunny a ton. I fight with Dan a ton. I fought with Merrick a ton. I fought with all these people that I've had sexual relations with. None of that ever influences it at the end of the day. If you want to think it is, that's fine.
Oh, wait, hold up.
Sorry, what were you saying? What was the next line of what were you going to say?
What? Hello? I think you misspoke a little bit there.
I don't think so. What do you mean?
I think you did pretty hard.
Wait, are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I don't think I did, but
I think you did. You can go back and watch the VOD a little bit. Anyways, okay. Listen. I don't know. I think like the whole thing is a little. I mean, it sucks to be you, bro. That all these people come after trying to fucking take you down. But
it doesn't. Okay. There's also like hard. Wait. No. It doesn't really. It's not that big of a deal.
It does. You can say it does.
The only thing that sucks is that when other people make it a bigger deal than it actually is. So like like shit got annoying, and it is pretty annoying. And like, I guess if some secret shit gets leaked, that's kind of annoying. But at the end of the day, you move on. That's like, I'm streaming again. Whatever. Like, I'm not going to be like, these aren't going to be things that I'm like harboring or like bearing inside of me. Like, yeah, it's a little bit annoying, but you know, it is what it is.
No,
Streamers
it's
are
not.
crazy.
No. So, well, I don't know the relationship you had, with
Mr.
people,
Girl
but
tweeted
in general,
you?
relationships. Like, look, if you want to feel joy in your life, part of that comes from feeling sorrow as well, because you need to know what the other side feels like. And I think that if you are treating your relationships like this, where you aren't getting exposed or hurt or anything at all by them, then you're doing it wrong. That's not good, and that you should try to let yourself get hurt.
Okay, hold on, stop. I gotta stop. I just don't care. Okay, I understand that like some things sound good. Like, oh, well, you can't experience joy without the sorrow. No. That's hold on. I'm just saying that statement. That's a fortune cookie statement. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, I don't need to experience.
It does mean something.
It doesn't. You don't have to be
To say,
sorrowful.
okay, so
to like, I don't have to break my leg in order to enjoy a really good massage. Okay, I don't think that those two things have to be.
That's not what I'm saying specifically. I'm saying that if everything is at room
Like a
temperature
clip
your
of
whole
this
fucking
stream,
life, you're
yeah.
never going to know what true happiness is. Okay? So you're not going to know what it is to have a friend really fucking bail you out if you never gave a shit about any friends to begin with.
Yeah,
And
but
I'm
the
not
problem
saying
is
that's
I
the
don't
case
know
for everyone.
anybody that even could bail me out. I don't have any people that are in a position of power like that.
Abba.
Like realistically, who like unless I was friends with somebody
Abba.
that like worked at like Twitter or something or Twitch.
That's not
right.
See, the thing is, you're thinking about this too business and too pragmatic. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking
No,
about
you're talking about
people that,
some
like,
fucking stupid like somebody that can be a shoulder to cry. I don't need anybody to bail me out of
No,
anything.
not that.
Like what?
I'm talking.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me
Okay.
what. Tell me a thing.
Okay. Examples don't work, so it doesn't.
Do you,
matter.
oh, now
I'm
you
just
can't think of a
saying-
single example? Sorry, I'm screaming.
No, I can't. Okay, sure. Someone to help you hide the fucking bodies. Someone
No,
that's
that's
gonna go and
bullshit.
give up their
No,
whole fucking
that's
day
so
to help you
cringe.
move.
No.
It's not
Oh,
really,
somebody that'll
no.
help you hide the bodies? What do you mean? No.
Yeah. You know, like your homie that's there to help you out when shit's really going sad and you can't fucking rely on anyone else, but you know that you can trust this person to do their fucking best. I'm not saying they're going to sacrifice themselves for you, but you know, it's good to be able to rely on someone and to go through life how I think you say that you're going through life right now, where, you know, it doesn't affect you at all that Max or any of these other people turned on you because you never cared in the first place. It means that you never exposed yourself to like actually like try and trust them a little bit, and then you know, then you lose out on something. To them, it's just like, you know, everyone's replaceable. You know, you never really try to get to know them because for all you know, they're going to be gone tomorrow and you won't care anyways, right?
No, nothing that you just said applied to me. But it's I guess it's like good like general life advice.
I'm not okay. Well, maybe not. I guess I would just say, how do I put this? I feel like the Mr. Girl thing was kind of, I don't know, that should have, it seems like he hates you now. I don't know.
You
That's
think
the
I'm
feeling
his
I
new
get.
fucking Dr. K? Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to get a vibe of the room.
I don't know. And with Lab as well, like, what's the reasoning for her to want to do this? Is that just because you think that she's like in love with Max?
I think that Max has a certain like type of obsession that he can foster. You can tell just by the way that he acts, right? Because he's so manipulative. That the types of fans that he'll get will be the most dedicated fans, and if he can get somebody personally roped into them, it'll be like the most like roped into them. And then also I think Lab is probably a bit of kind of like a chaser, and that like if they're like unattainable guys, that might be like a fun thing maybe, but I don't know 100% if that's true or not. But like that's definitely, it feels like that's the type of thing that they have going on. Yeah. And then also the mixture of both of them having problems with my community, so they've got like a thing to like trauma bond over basically.
Lav doesn't know herself. It seems like she is on a path of self-discovery.
I think there's probably a certain amount of that. Like, listen, there's definitely a lot of people that hate Lav, and there's a lot of people that hate Max. But as you know, without this type of conflicts, obviously stream would be a little bit boring, right? It's good to fight with people, but you're getting a little bit, you know, you remember there's a lot of people coming at you now at once. I don't know why.
Right now, there's not. I've done a really good job at selectively picking stuff. The only thing that's a little scary right now is there's the Mr. Girl stuff and the Fnatic stuff. I didn't know this Mr. Girl shit was going to happen. That's unhinged. I didn't find out until 3 days ago, I think, that was going in the background. But he came, and now that's gone. Today will be like the residual like drama from all of that shit. That nothing new is going to leak because there is not a legion of women that all think I abuse them. That's never happening. So it'll be done after today. Then Fnatic is going to go on his little thing. But past that, there's like nothing really.
I also want to talk a
there's
little
no
bit
one else
about
is
the
really
Fnatic
fighting.
thing because I
fighting
don't
the
really
community
know
this
too
month.
much about it.
Hold on. Shout out to Evil Fossil. Donated another $11 in the chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's the biggest boss of the chat. Sorry, okay, go ahead.
Huh? Who is this guy? What do you say?
Oh, he's a top dono guy. He's just so cool and definitely not a schizophrenic racist black dude, but he's awesome. But go ahead.
Oh.
He's like an actual crazy guy who's donated like $2,000 I think over the past few days.
Damn!
Telling me to ban him from my
Wait, why
PayPal
not
account.
me, bro? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
Well, you can't ban people from PayPal though.
Oh, well, there you go. See, or I'm sorry, CRTV, I can't do it. I can't do it.
I remember. Well, okay. Let me preface this before RTBA gets mad at me.
Yeah, it was the guy.
You didn't used to
but
be able to do it,
I'm
but
saying,
I never,
but
I haven't
$2
checked in
grand,
years,
Jesus.
So maybe PayPal's added a way to do it.
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, if RTBA says that there is a way to do it, then I'm sure that there probably is now. The only problem, well, never mind. I don't want to enable you either. Just listen to the RTBA on this one, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what else do we have? Let me think. Okay, Fnatic.
Damn, I'm just
what the
waiting
fuck
my
is happening
turn.
there?
Thank you. I was gonna.
He's just he's
actually-
debate bro-y, plus he's black, plus he weaponizes his identity. So those three topics together.
What is that? What does the second thing have to do with anything?
Well, because if he was white, he couldn't weaponize his identity.
Okay.
He makes a lot of money.
So
what did
like
you do
those
to
three
him
things.
personally?
I just get mad because every time I'm talking
Why
about
not
black issues
you?
on my stream, he like parrots this thing that I'm fucking racist. And it's just fucking annoying. Like, I'm not like I'm a lot of things, okay, but I'm not racist. And it's just seeing him like amplify comments like that is just fucking annoying. And it makes me never want him to come. You know.
Wait, but I thought you guys were chill.
Yeah, so do
actually know
I.
that
But then
much,
every time he gets upset about a conversation, he like goes on his stream and he talks about how I'm fucking racist or some shit. I don't know. It's just fucking annoying.
I mean, you think he probably... So here's my understanding is that lately you've been having a lot of unhinged people.
Oh yeah, something I'm changing going forward is I'm about to start... When I think people are being a little weird, I'm about to start calling that out way more.
So how does that work exactly for the... I know Annalicia, is that one of them? That, like, I see, here's my thing. I think I would be upset. It's actually, never, I can't say.
No,
This
say
is
it.
really
Say
bad.
it. You'd be upset at
No.
what?
I think I can understand to a certain extent if I was Fnatic a little bit, and like I felt like you were bringing on the worst possible person to represent me. I wonder if that's at all what they feel.
Jesus, it's weird hearing his like
There
throat
are about only 10
guzzle
black
that
people.
shit on.
There were so many black people that came through to talk about these issues, like famous and non-famous alike. Like, I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Fnatic came on, Forethought came on.
Yeah,
the
now
Alicia
like the
girl was
stream,
on,
like the stream,
Tree
please.
of Logic came on.
I
the
feel
J
more
Woman came
comfortable
on.
calling for likes now.
I don't
when
know
it's
if Ahrelevant
less-
was in there. Cherry was on for a little bit.
Bro, he doesn't even remember if I was
Sophie,
there.
The Nigerian girl came on. Oh yeah, Jidian and Abba were on discussing things. Low tier guy came. Bro, like I had more black people on my stream in the past 2 days than the Twitch politics section has had in its entire lifetime. Like,
So what is your assumption of why he's mad at you then?
he just doesn't like that I don't side with him 100% on everything. And if you don't side with him, it's because you're fucking racist. That's just how his mind works. He's fucking.
I'm gonna be right
annoying.
back.
I don't. He seems more reasonable than that, right?
Yeah, he always
He's
seems
a really
reasonable, but-
long-winded guy, right?
Yeah, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
There was another thing with this guy. So I know who he is. Interesting.
What?
Sorry, I was just messaging. I'm doing a DM real quick.
Okay, you do that. I'll do that. Jesus.
Oh, here's his. Oh, well, I saw that he pinned someone else's.
Yeah,
comment.
I saw. That's the one I saw that set me off.
So, okay, I'm going to read it and see if I can understand it. So, in case it's not obvious, Destiny has huge anti-black sentiments. Forcing his community to push back against a bigot he's choosing to platform is the grossest form of black exploitation I've seen in the streaming world, and there's no excuse for it. This is the same motherfucker that told Fnatic you should be grateful when Fnatic pushed back against him for misrepresenting black issues 2 months ago. Every time he played the I'm white card while trying to steel man her argument, he was just enforcing the harm he was doing. So, I guess they're upset that you're not pushing back on it. That, I think, is that right here? And that your community has to do it?
Wait, what you asked me about that?
What?
Wait, what is your question? You read that comment. What was the question? I didn't hear the last question part.
It sounds like they're upset that you're not pushing back and that your community has to do it.
On the first day, yeah, that's kind of how I let it go because I wasn't familiar with these issues at all. I don't know. I can't speak to the fucking black female experience, the black female African American experience. It's not one that I'm very familiar with. So the first day I let her do her thing. A lot of people were getting mad, so I brought on, I think, 4 different black men to try to rebuttal what she was saying. It was Forethought, Fnatic.
Forethought is black
some
base.
Named
I knew I liked him for a reason.
Slade or something? Fuck, I keep forgetting his name. And then Abba came in at the end. And Sharp, that's it. Fuck, I always forget his name. Sharp. And then Abba came in, yeah. But I mean, on the first day, all I could do was let other black people come in and talk because I really didn't know. But then after that, I had a lot of subreddit posts, I had a lot of emails, and a lot of other conversations.
Crow,
then when she came back
true.
the second time, I was
Like
able
the
to
stream.
speak a little bit more firmly on the other end of that.
Okay. So he said he's making a manifesto on you. What do you think is the content that that's going to be about?
It's just gonna be like Klimp chip shit of me like saying random things. Like I'm going DEFCON 5 on black people and be like, oh look, this is him being, I don't know, it's gonna be stupid shit like that, I think. Clip chimp or chip climp? I don't remember what the phrase is.
What do you think it is?
I don't even know. It's gonna, whatever it is, it's gonna
Come
be
on,
stupid.
what do you think it is?
I don't know.
Think,
I'm
think,
not
think,
racist, okay? Like it's so
Oh, do you
obvious.
think-
So
do you
whatever it
think
is, it's gonna be
Do
stupid.
you think it's chip climped? Is that what you think it is?
Oh, is it chip clipped or is it climp chipped?
It's clip
You're a
chimp.
chimp
Do you think it's either of those?
You're a chimp clipping,
Hold on,
or
keep-
you're a,
keep-
it's
keep
a clip
going.
that's chimp. Chimp.
Ah, there we go. You got it.
Clip chimped. He got clip chimped. He got chimp clipped. No, I think it could be either one.
Okay. You misspoke, but that's fine.
It literally could be either one. He got chimp clipped, like a chimp clipped him, like they were an idiot, or he got clip chimped, like he got clipped by a chimp. I think both are.
Like shot? Like a monkey shot him?
No.
You got clipped?
Like you
Give
got
me one
clipped.
real
You got
quick
clip
second.
chimped.
You got clipped?
Chip clipped. I don't even know if these
Yeah, like a chip-
are these
like a
real
chip
words
chip?
anymore. I can't. You're fucking my mind. You're maxing my head. Stop.
Okay.
You said clipped chipped? Did I? I don't even know what I just said.
Okay.
Clip champ.
So, okay. Got it. I regret bringing this up, but let's do it. So. No, I can't, because it's just going to go bad. Never mind. Fuck it. Nah, I can't. So you're talking to Anna Frills.
All right, here we go.
Texas.
Here we go.
We've been chill for a year. It's been fine. Sometimes she loops on stream.
Please.
Then sometimes we chat. Like it's it.
So she won, basically.
How has she won?
Well, she was a terrorist. She won.
No, she didn't win. If I want, I could just block her. She's not like holding me hostage. We just chat. Sometimes we argue about shit. Sometimes we talk. Sometimes she updates me on her personal life. Sometimes she tells me about her
I think I
loops.
said this before. I'm gonna say it again. I respect the hustle. You know what? The fucking long
All right, well,
game.
let the record show this is a Dan opinion, not my opinion. This is a Dan opinion. Dan is trying to get her to loop again so that he's got 6 more months of stuff that he can post and talk about.
First off, I don't post anything. And second off,
maybe
I
not
said I
publicly.
I respect her.
Not publicly.
Stop. No. Now you say shit like that, and people are gonna assume that I'm doing that, and this is not true. Okay. So I don't know, and you know that you do shit like this.
When I say private, I mean
It's
you're
gonna get me
posting
in fucking
messages
trouble.
to me about it. That's what I mean. You're not making private subreddit posts. Dumb fuck.
Okay. So, okay, whatever. Well, it's fine. I
Good.
stand by what I said.
Thanks. True. Me too.
Yeah, there's. Okay. Wow.
I want to get in here so bad. But Dan wanted
What
the room
else?
clear.
Let me think. So much in the last few days. What are you laughing at?
This is RTBA. He's just fucking stupid.
He is stupid. I haven't misspoke.
Do it? No,
Yet.
he said specifically to get him out.
What's up with Dan's microphone setup? I'm on a fucking MacBook using a, like, you know, the little Apple headset thing. So it might be bad as a result of that.
DM
Or
your
better. I don't know. maybe my home
question,
microphone setup
your
is
Dan,
garbage.
your
That's
question for
possible.
Destiny. No, I would just DM Dan like.
I have this trip in Israel has made me
Oh no, what?
you know, I gotta think about it more before
That's a good idea.
before I say anything. It's a very spiritual trip for me. Darius is messaging me. Please, I want to come in and scream.
No, he just wants to stream because Lab was apparently talking shit on her thing last night, which he probably was. It wouldn't surprise me. But Lab is not on my stream right now. I'm just fucking doing. I'm trying to catch up.
Oh
on my
yeah, I
messages,
did
okay?
see something that apparently Lab said something like Melina's mad that her.
Yeah, that's
pussy
pretty
is
cringe.
better
It's
or
pretty
something.
cringe that she, yeah, that was one of the things that I was screaming at fucking Lab last night about. One of the big things of our call was Lab was trying to say, well, the sexual dynamic we had was really fucking weird. And the thing that I kept screaming at her was that there was nothing weird about any sexual dynamics except for the fact that you kept trying to make every single conversation about sexual dynamics. Because every time somebody would come in that I would either been accused of having sex with or she was just making up I was sex with, like, you would throw that in their face every single time. So for her to retrospectively or retroactively, for her to retroactively like, oh, well, I just thought that made it weird. No, the only one who was making it weird was you. Like, it was just irritating.
Well, she said that you were servicing her or something.
Oh, yeah? Do you want to go into specific, Dan? Do you want to go through all of our interactions? Do you want me to give you a play-by-play of our fucking hookup? I'm not going to describe details of my hookup with somebody. It's fucking weird. If she wants to leak our entire hookup, we can go over it, but...
Yeah, listen, don't put this on. I don't know why you're yelling at me. I'm just asking questions, Pepe.
You're asking, do you want me to give you, do you want me to write you like an erotic novel of our entire night together? Is that what I can do that for you if you want. I'll ask her for some pictures if you want.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Maybe,
You
yeah,
can do
okay,
it.
I'll do
Yeah,
that.
DM.
Later on, I'll go ahead and I'll
Videos?
type you up a whole thing, okay? Because it sounds like you're very, very, very interested in the exact details. I know that you...
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
Did
great.
you really
great,
see
great.
Max's tweet? I didn't watch all of
make
it.
sure you put that in like a Google Doc. You know, I know sometimes images and videos get a little.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I'll make sure that it's
anyway.
really well formatted. It'll be like inline video and images.
Okay.
So you can be like watching through with every like sentence I give you, you know?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Okay. Sorry, hold on.
Oh god.
I remembered.
I thought I just heard live in the background.
Do you remember we had a little argument? I hate to rub salt on a wound so soon, but I remember you calling me stupid about Twitter bots and paying for verification, and that the is a good thing. And is it too soon? Do you have enough going on right now that you don't want to talk about this?
Listen, here's what Twitter said. Twitter said initially that they were going to maintain
We joined the
same
Destiny,
stringent
joined
verification
Destiny in
process
the
they had before.
Georgia canvas.
If they changed that in
Maybe.
the back
I don't
end,
know.
that's on them. Okay, I don't know why they would do that. That's pretty fucking dumb. But I'm pretty sure that
Can we
Elon had,
talk about how-
Elon had explicitly said there's going to be the same verification process you just pay to get access to it now. In which case, before, the verification process has you literally uploading like passports and shit, or needing to like verify like Wikipedia entries and stuff in order to do it. And if that's the case, then that's probably fine. If it was literally just going to be like, oh, pay $8 and get a fucking badge, then yeah, there's going to be a window of opportunity for scammers, of course.
Yeah. How do you? I think Twitter might actually be done for at this point. And
Ooh, big claim. Bro,
it's
when can I
very
get in here?
strange, actually.
You think Twitter is done? I don't think Twitter is done.
How long is?
Wait, this is
know.
something that I'll stake
Done
out a
for.
stronger position on if you want to bet on it.
Okay, hold on. So what do I think here?
Oh,
I
and then
do not
yeah,
think
did you see that
Elon Musk-
Twitter basically brought back the verified badge?
Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid.
That's so stupid. That's a pretty sneaky Elon move.
I don't
You
understand.
know what it is?
Huh?
I think a company like Twitter can only exist if it's public.
Why?
Because I think that it's fundamentally a company that is going to be very difficult to have be profitable on the long term.
Wait, hold on. When you say public, do you mean publicly traded or do you mean publicly owned?
Yeah, publicly traded.
Why would being publicly traded means they don't have to make profit?
Yeah.
Because when you're publicly traded,
that
you
Melina?
essentially become a subsidized company. You can do things like selling shares to stay afloat. You don't need to generate a profit for years and years and years. Amazon.
I thought he was
known
like in
as
an airport
literally
waiting for the
a,
plane or something, and he had very
publicly
little time
funded,
left.
Shopping.
Well, hold on,
portal, I guess.
I don't think any of that is true at all.
Well, you're wrong. It's okay though.
Well, private companies can run at a loss for a long time.
Oh no. Well, it depends on how much money they have in the
Well, of course, yeah. But same thing
like,
with publicly traded companies could run at a loss for a long time. It just depends. If you're publicly traded,
companies can run on loss almost forever.
No, they have to start making a profit eventually or something, right? You can't just run infinitely on.
Well, I don't know. Tell it to Amazon. How long did Amazon lose? Like 20 years.
Yeah, but how much of that? But most of that was probably when they were privately owned. No.
No, by definition, it
Bro,
was that
the
when they
only
were
reason I'm still going is because I wanted to get in here and talk with Steven about this, but if this doesn't wrap up quick, I'm just going to have to leave.
Company can't just issue more stock and infinitely get more money. It's going to drive down the share price.
They can.
No, they can't.
Okay, look at Amazon and tell me when they're. I don't understand.
Amazon can issue new stock because the company is growing. But they can't you can't just infinitely issue new stock.
Don't, in order to grow, doesn't have to be profitable. You can lose money as you grow.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they became profitable eventually. Like people are going to want you. Like I think the first stage is always going to be customer acquisition. You want to acquire as many users as possible. But once you've hit like a certain threshold, people are going to want to see you become profitable.
People are saying Tesla. I don't know.
Tesla's the only any company that Elon touches is an exception because Elon is a literal meme stock master who
that is pretty
the values of shares go up and down based on his meme power.
Okay, here's what I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain that I think that it seems like Elon Musk wants Twitter to.
I don't know. You should just end. Dan is going to go on for a bit. I don't know.
I think that there is an easy path to have that be the case and have Twitter be even remotely similar to what it is today. To do the things that Twitter was doing, fundamentally, it was going to be incredibly difficult, especially with the changes he wants to make as far as things having to do with free speech and things along those lines are completely like antagonistic to the advertising model. And I think that if you want to try and have Twitter be a subscription service, first off, a lot of the good that Twitter does is shit that's going to be shut down. So I don't know. I feel like Twitter as it exists today is certainly going to be gone if it has to be a profitable company. And will Twitter itself survive? Yes, but about if it turns into like some shitty like medium paid only clone, like how does that look? You know what I mean?
I think that they just need to start finding ways to make money. I think that before, I don't think Twitter ever cared about making money. But I think now they're going to, right?
All right, hold on. There's a new Max
Dude,
tweet.
why? No, are we really going to give him attention on every fucking stupid...
Do you not want to?
I'm going to write my article no matter how many or few victims want to come forward because there is one who will for sure. From the start, I begged him to acknowledge the power dynamic and he never did. It's why I left. Steven was emotionally abusive to me.
So then it's about him? He is the one victim? Is that...
Well...
But I think that the thing was before was Twitter never really made any effort to make money. I don't think they did. I
don't know if that's true. I feel like they probably tried pretty hard.
Nah, Twitter Blue was a trash fucking product. It was so horrible. Unironically, if they would have been more careful about the verification thing, or if they would have let you paid for some other thing, I think that the recent verification badge payment thing was actually the first
spam. Dan, I'm not going to do that.
For a way to collect revenue from a lot of users, because there are people.
I thought he had 5
I've even
women.
Seen tweets of these coping lefty dipshits who are like, "Oh well, it's so dumb. I'm going to pay for it because it's so stupid." But they're paying for it because they want it. There are a lot of people that probably bought that fucking verification badge just because they want that shit next to their name. That's a good way to collect money for people. Now they needed a better way to vet the process or make people be aware of like impersonators or scammers. But like starting to find ways to get people to pay for the product is a good step in a good direction. I think they just need to figure out ways to
I genuinely think there's one direction that Twitter can mostly remain the same and make a lot of money, and the answer to that is allow someone's Twitter page to be more than what it is right now. So what it should be, your Twitter page should be a place that is kind of like OnlyFans plus Patreon plus your own website combined, and you get 70% of the revenue that comes through there. I want to make it so that when you come to my Twitter handle, you can subscribe to me and you can get unlimited types of content from me. You can get streams that I do. You can get audio and video. You can get tweets that I do like that, that is where they can actually do it. I don't understand how people are so fucking stupid. Just if you do that,
That sounds like
acceptable.
building out a
What are you
whole
talking
bunch of
about?
more services, though.
Ains, what are you
No,
talking about?
Not really. If you think about it,
Just
if you
go
think
in the
about all that
chat.
it really
I was
is, they
asked to
already had
leave.
the
I'm going to
private
respect
tweets,
that
right?
decision.
But they made it so unbelievably cringe when they did that. So you had it, the super followers, whatever the fuck it was called, and it's like people there are like brain dead. It's like, oh, hey, I'm going to subscribe to Steven, and whenever I reply to his tweet, I'm going to have 100 people pointing at me saying this dude paid for Twitter. Like, dude, don't do that. Are you delusional?
I think this
Like,
will
all
prove
you
Destiny
need to
right
do
that a chunk of
is
his
just make
audience
it
will
so that
become
certain
anti-fans
content
because of Mr.
you
Girl,
can
even if it's
post,
small
and the only
chunk.
people who can see
Maybe.
that content are people that pay. That's it. And anything that you can put in a tweet, you can sell. You can even create a new tweet and you can have a preview and sell it right on Twitter. And guess what? You need to be able to get 70% of that revenue. You do that, you could actually compete with Twitch. You can actually compete with YouTube. You could actually compete.
I don't think it's supposed to be competing
Patreon.
with Twitch or YouTube.
No,
or
you
Patreon.
should. You should compete with all these players because Twitter is actual discoverability.
But
compared to things-
Twitter has a very unique niche, and I think they should lean into that as hard as possible, not try to become
Of what?
YouTube. Of reporting is a really big thing on Twitter, or redirecting to other content, or putting out small but important messages to fans. Like these
Okay,
are like
yeah, all
things that
those
Twitter
things
excels
are
at. But like,
perfect things
but like
subscribe.
hosting video content, hosting
They already
audio
do that.
clips, all of that shit.
They
Like,
already do that.
yeah, they do, but that's not why people go to Twitter. That's a very small
No,
part, I
well,
think, of what Twitter is.
if
I think they should
if I
focus on
follow
like.
you, look how many followers you got, and you never really use the system to its benefit. All the followers that you got on the super follow system, and essentially you, they just had to improve on that. That was all. That was like literally the best model in the world. Because I'll tell you right now, they would completely take over all of not that there's a huge amount, but they would take all over OnlyFans revenue. They would completely destroy Patreon because there's no discoverability on OnlyFans or Patreon.
But you don't want adult. If you make this site about adult content, then they're gonna have to kiss all
Hold
their
on.
advertising.
I have to ban some people. Dan does not understand digital infrastructure, as he said from behind his fucking 7-Eleven counter, as he's there fucking wrapping up tendies for someone. Fuck you, bro. I know more about this shit. Yeah. Sorry, it's hard to ban on my laptop. Okay.
I'm sorry. Must be a challenging life.
Okay. Look, in general, I think that's the best move for them. All this other stuff, I knew the verified stuff was beyond cringe. It is so, in the fact that you
Wait,
fought
it's not
for it,
beyond cringe.
it
It's a
is
good idea to
absolutely-
get people to
no, it
pay
is
for
not.
badges.
It is so unbelievably cringe.
No, true. That's cringe. What they should be doing is trying to compete with YouTube, OnlyFans, and MySpace on everybody's Twitter
Yeah,
pages.
Not MySpace. But yes. Like, it's literally like, first off, if everyone has the badge becomes meaningless. All it does is showing that you bought it. Like, that's not even good. That's just stupid. You're just gonna get made fun of.
But people still pay for it.
Well, right now they do. Will they continue to moving forward?
I don't know.
I'd say probably not.
Okay. What else? I have to tone my excitement down. Less people are.
Damn, how long? How long is he waiting for this
10.
flight?
Oh wait, I'm on your.
No, stop. I'm turning my audio down.
Have you seen that clip of that streamer guy?
Yeah, I did. What a fucking idiot to do that too. And he just stood there laughing like a library. Didn't that dude? Well, he was called Ahrelevant, wasn't he? That class?
I don't remember.
Yeah, he was. I think it was. I remember. It was like in a library, and everyone fucking left there. They left. What a fucking maniac to do that. Oh man. Okay. What else? Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't know. Crazy stuff. But it doesn't matter because Elon got rid of verification.
Elon, what do you mean he got rid of it?
Well, you can't buy Twitter Blue anymore. They changed their mind.
Wait, really?
Oh, I think they put a pause on it until they could figure out the impersonation shit. But they made another Twitter verification thing. There's like a second verified.
Yeah, okay. If this goes on for 5 minutes more, I'm going to end my stream.
I think you were looking too deeply into this. And unironically, maybe Elon's a fucking moron. I don't know. But to me, it feels like Elon came into Twitter and was like, everyone wants to be
I'll give it
verified.
10 minutes.
All the cool people are verified, and we're only letting a few get verified. That's big money. That's $8 a month if we let.
Or here's what I'll do. I'm just gonna pause this stream and I'm gonna go back to this, and we're gonna go for like 10 more minutes.
He doesn't want to talk. I completely understand, and I'm sorry to bother you, but this feels important. Hey, are you around? I'd like to talk to you off the record. Yeah. I'm interested in talking to people, probably mostly women, who feel that they've been abused in some way as I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I've heard some things that concern me, and I'd like to understand it. So yeah, the kind of boilerplate DM is, I've noticed a pattern, or I've heard about a pattern of disturbing treatment of women or orbiters or female orbiters by DGG, and I want to ask about your experience. I don't think that's manipulative. It's carefully written to not be manipulative, so I hope it's not. Is it true that Destiny said he was going to take down your website? He mentioned it. I don't know if he said he was going to. He said he might, or he said I think he said I would feel. Maybe he said I would feel fucked up taking it. I don't know. I don't know that he can take it down.
11. Yeah, that's probably true. You're probably right about that. Call 11.
But if he does, I'll see you on Rumble. Hi, Mark. Thanks, Double Joe, for the $5.
We respect that you seem to see things not as...
there's a lot Mr. Girl needs to familiarize himself with before taking allegation as 100% truthful. I am not taking anything as 100% truthful. This is why, when Anna said we've been sexting for a year, I said, screen share, scroll up, and let me see what you're talking about. And she did. I was like, okay, this is 100% truthful. He's been sexting Anna consistently for the last 3 months. That's a fact. And then he admitted it on stream. So now that's a fact. No one is saying that's not true. So that is 100% truthful. We've seen proof. We've seen a screenshot.
That is not carefully written
by both parties.
IMO. What is it?
There's really no way that that's not true. That's just happening, and that's reality. I have not made any other allegations. And if there's nothing else that's provable, then and if somebody still wants to come forward and their story is compelling, then I'll just say they claim this. But I'm not in the business of making false allegations. Isn't it convenient that you become more baselessly critical after he doesn't agree to your silly demands?
Wow, that was
I don't know if it's convenient.
pretty
I think
heavy.
it makes sense. Like, if I'm trying to repair the community, I'm not going to be like, hey, you narcissistic sociopath, stop banning me from your subreddit, you fuck. Like, that's not really how you, like, negotiate with somebody that you're fucking friends with and who you work with. But I don't think I'm being baselessly critical. I'm just being more overtly critical instead of being like, hey, listen. I was very, I think, tepid in my criticism of Steven when I was part of the...
I think they're back to talking about Mr. Girl stuff.
And then let's talk about something near and dear to my heart. While I've been gone, there's been an influx of your Discord channel here turning into chaos with thousands of orbiters joining.
Okay.
Orbit, and I was saying, like, listen, I don't think this is right. Here's why I don't think it's right. I do think it's abusive.
I think you should be good to go.
Change.
I didn't hear anything that made me
still love
think
you.
it was good.
You're still my friend, but I think this needs to change. Yeah. So, like, yeah, now I'm being a little more harsh because he is calling me a rapist and a liar. So I think the gloves are coming off. I'm going to be a little more unvarnished and direct. Because the point of me making these criticisms now is to clear Anna's name and stop him from abusing women. The point of my criticisms before was to partly clear my name and stop him from abusing me, but also just to kind of change the culture. now I see that the culture is not going to change in a kind of like nice, let's work together, hold hands, kumbaya way. And I'm not really trying to change the culture because I just fucking I'm just like, I'm done. So I don't have that same investment or warm attachment to the community. Now I'm just trying to stop him from abusing women. A little thirsty there, buddy. Okay, you keep saying hi, Mark, and it keeps making me think I scrolled up by accident, but you're just saying the same thing over and over again. I'll never backstab Steven. Mr. Girl 2022, I actually believe that too. What a disappointment. It's possibly one of the worst backstabs too, an attempt at a multi-me too. Well, I think if it comes out, I don't know what your threshold for backstab is. Like if I found out that Steven was a serial killer, that wouldn't be backstabbing him to come out with that information, right? So I think what we should do is, instead of imagining that I've made some allegation that I haven't, let's wait and see what happens. Let's
wait. He has made an allegation that Destiny has abused women, right? You said that.
Hold our horses. Allow me to conduct my investigation in peace. And then, if I come forward, or if these women come forward, or if we come forward together, evaluate the claims as I make them. And if you think that's a false allegation or you think they're baseless, then I would love to talk about it then. But right now, the only allegation I've made is that something he admitted to immediately. I guess that I'm saying he's an abuser because I think he's abusive. I guess I'm saying I think it's abusive to call her a stalker and sex with her, but that's also a fact that he did that. I don't think that's baseless.
Wait,
I think it's pretty baseful.
Baseful.
To call her a stalker and sex with her, but that's also a fact. I guess that I'm saying he's an abuser because I think he's abusive. I guess I'm saying I think it's abusive to call her a stalker and sex with her, but that's also a fact that he did that. I don't think that's baseless. I think it's pretty baseful. Are you in a certain Discord channel I can join? No, I'm not in Discord. I'm a free agent. I'm just talking. No one else gets to talk. The baseless claim is the implication. You aren't this fucking dumb, Mr. Girl. Just go back to rap,
he was doing both
please.
at the same time. I want to establish when/if that's been happening. I have never personally seen that overlap. I haven't personally seen it. I've heard of it, but I haven't personally seen it.
I'll know I really fucked up when you guys are like, plus I Kill Pedophiles isn't even a good song. Stop writing, stop streaming. Okay, I don't understand. The baseless claim is the implication. I'm not making an implication. There's no implication. He has sex with new orbiters. Often they are trashed and demeaned by the community. And then they leave
think that's
or are
true.
discarded. That's a pattern I've noticed.
I don't think that's true often. So then, in order to prove this, you would need to establish that the majority of orbiters that he has slept with have been trashed and have left the community. 1. 2, you would also have to establish that there is some kind of unique correlation with that relationship. So you need to establish that there's a higher rate of individuals who sleep with Destiny getting trashed and then getting kicked out of the community than there are individuals who get trashed and get kicked out of the community who don't ever have sex with him. So let's say, like, for instance, I get completely bashed by DGG and I get kicked out of the community for anything that I've said on today's stream. I would be amongst a group of people that would go counter against Max's narrative. So you need to establish that it is unique to individuals that he has sex with. Otherwise, what you're essentially saying is anybody that Destiny has had sex with, he can't trash or kick out of his community because it could be unethical. How is he not implicating anything? Am I retarded? You're not.
Up. I'm not implying anything beyond that. But I don't want to just talk about it on behalf. If all these women say,
because they think everyone fucking hates them.
I'm okay with that.
you're okay
it's
with
better.
it.
Yeah, because if the community doesn't like them, at least they're like, okay, well, fuck, I guess I'm just not popular here. But if it's me personally, it's like, oh, fuck, Steven hates me. That's like a worse feeling for some people, I think.
Yeah, I guess maybe. Man, it must be feeling really bad though. If you come on like, hey Steve, I just wanted to talk about this. You just watch your fucking graphs go down in real time, and then you're fucking removed 30 seconds into
Can
your
you
speech.
imagine if like in the middle of like a 6-person debate, I've got like the fucking NASDAQ board up on the bottom of my screen and you're seeing the stocks going up and down in real time? Oh my God. Wait, this is fucking art come to life.
I understand it'd be funny and interesting content. I just think that in general, it's probably a little bit mean.
Maybe. Can you give me 3 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that might be enough for me. I should either go to bed or go get other shit started. It's 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. local time. I'm thinking that's enough for me. It's really unfortunate. I do have, something that I disagree with Steven on that I'd like to have a conversation. I'd also, I really would have valued having Dan there as well to kind of juxtapose, because the thing I want to establish is a couple of things. One, do we believe that it is unethical to date people we consider stalkers? Is it unethical to debate act flirtatious, romantically, or sexual with people we've previously considered to be stalkers, or the people that we currently consider to be stalkers, people that we currently consider to be crazy, people that we in the past considered to be crazy, and the context for which Destiny believes that her mental state has shifted enough to the point where it is ethical to continue having a relationship with her, what an ethical relationship looks like between those kinds of individuals. And the reason why I wanted Dan there is it seemed like Dan was of the opinion that it was bad for him to be sexting her in the past and doing the shit that he was on stream. And I wanted to see if Dan's opinion had changed and when it had changed and why it had changed. Because just going to be honest, I haven't been keeping up with Destiny's stream. I especially have been not keeping up with Anna and Destiny's drama. That is not something I have really cared about. I really unplugged quite a while ago because it's not really something that I've cared too much about, because I was assuming stuff like this wasn't happening. I was assuming that they had completely cut contact, and so it was something I didn't really care about. So yeah, I'm completely open to new information, new evidence provided that shows why it might not be unethical, but I need to see that presented to me. I'd like to see that combo. Hopefully it happens. I appreciate you. Yeah. Honestly, it just seems like a done mistake, nothing more. I don't think it's just a dumb mistake. It's hard to negate 100% attention someone is giving you all the time. It becomes something to fall back on without knowing. Sure, I guess you could say that. I've been keeping up with it, but it's not like I have a serial killer investigation wall with the entire timeline pinned in straws of yarn going from place to place. Right. It's just, as I think it is fair to say, as somebody on the outside looking in, there is no... I feel like it is completely fair for me to have the opinion that Anna cannot ethically interact with Desi in a flirtatious manner that is healthy for her. I think that is a fine thing for me to say, even not because like Destiny's manipulative or anything, or even because she's too crazy to be able to handle it, but because the consistent interaction between the two seems to cause friction in Anna's life that causes her a lot of pain, like moments exactly like this, like moments where Lav and Mr. Girl brought up, their connection in shit like this. And, if that connection didn't exist, I think they would be in a much, much better place for Anna. And I think that this is just kicking the can down the road. I think eventually Desi is going to stop sexting Anna because they're not going to do it until they're 50 years old, and just hoping that therapy or something like that makes it so Anna has a more healthy way of engaging with the sexual relationship that they have had with Destiny, I don't think that's right. Not in my opinion. I feel like they should just cut contact. I've been pretty consistent on that for 2 years, but again, over the last year, I haven't really been consuming the content, so maybe something drastic has happened in the last year. But at the moment, my current opinion is that they should both cut contact, because clearly Anna is going through severe emotional distress as a result of her connection with Destiny, albeit primarily through other people, third-party individuals, bashing her for it. It's part of the reason why I have pretty much blacklisted her mention on my channel, except for very specific circumstances like this. I think this is one of 2 or 3 times I've mentioned her in the last year. My Discord, not yours. So yeah. All right. Well. Okay. Well.
Trash, bro. I told you, bro.
All right. This is why I have some level of understanding about him keeping in touch. Making the relationship sexual in nature, I do think is a big mistake. Well, no. So I need people to not say big mistake or things like that. And I'm not trying to push back against you. I'm more of trying to say this as a general sense. I need people to make stronger claims and more. My Discord, not yours. I need people to make to make concise claims. When you say it's a big mistake, are you saying it's my Discord, not yours? Okay. Sorry, I need people to make stronger claims about this, because my claim that it's unethical comes from a simple place, albeit of a bit of ignorance. I haven't been keeping up with her content, so maybe there is something significant that has happened in the past year. My claim is that we should not be engaging with people that show clear signs that there is not a healthy way that they're approaching a relationship. And I would drill this down. I have myself, let me give you a very personal human example. I myself have entertained whether or not it's ethical for me to date people that do so much, not even like in this Anna situation, don't even have a strong emotional support system outside of a relationship. That's it. Is it even ethical for me to engage in a relationship with a woman, I'm straight, like that? Is that even an ethical thing to do? And I can tell you, you know, without revealing anything, I have gotten information that makes me lean more and more to the idea that no, actually cannot. And the reason why is because even something as minimal of what I'm discussing right there, not even like whether or not we can have a ethical relationship with somebody that has so much at stake, is because I have such a good personally, I have such good emotional stability outside of a relationship that it allows me to be very, very critical of everything that's going on in that relationship and kind of not take bullshit. So if there's bullshit that I don't want to take, I don't have to take it. At any moment, I don't want to take it. This is why I would say any of my actions in a relationship are mine and mine alone. I'm not somebody that's like brainwashed by pussy or something like that. That's not something that's happening. Or like brainwashed because I'm so lonely or miserable. I'm not. I'm a very happy man. I'm one of the happiest men on earth. And I say that, and I don't say that to brag. I'm one of the happiest men on earth. I'm living an incredible life. And I truly wish that people could experience some of the things that I experience on a day-to-day basis. But that presents kind of an ethical dilemma when getting into relationships, because if I'm with somebody that does not have that same emotional stability, then they might continuously be in a relationship that they consider to be good or fantastic, but they're coming at it from a position where I am in their whole emotional stability. I am somebody that is the rock. I'm somebody that's this. So the only real reason why they think that it's a good opportunity to be inside of that relationship, good to be in that relationship, is because I am providing them that kind of emotional stability, right? So while I may be, I don't know, potentially not great to them in that, like I play video games all day and I stream all day, that they can overlook all of those things that really make them very upset or feel lonely or feel miserable with the fact that I can listen to their problems. I can listen to their issues and shit like that. I think that presents as an ethical dilemma, not a supererogatory dilemma, an ethical dilemma as to whether or not it's even a right to be in those relationships in the first place. So this is what I would consider even a lower level of ethical consideration. Yeah. Yeah. Give me a sec. I don't understand. Give me a sec. Discord, not yours. All right. I think it's a good way to stop toxic relationships, meditation then. I think you're correct. Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. It's not about like, I just want to be clear. It's not about whether or not it's like, oh, this is a bad idea. I want to know what people's opinion is of whether or not it is ethical, whether or not it is a justified thing to do. Because what I said about my situation, I believe is a lower level thing than what Destiny has experienced with Anna, right? Like, I think whether or not it is ethical in general to engage in that thing. I think that is fine. Sorry, I was doing something else.
No.
I was trying to I'm just trying to establish that ethics of relationships. Just because two people consent to a relationship, it is fucking stupid to say that it is ethical, therefore ethical. Because two people consent, it's just you're good. I think that is a stupid way of looking at relationships. I think you can operate where two individuals say thumbs up to a relationship that is bad. Obviously, in obvious extreme cases, two people, there's plenty of relationships that are mutually abusive where two people agree to continuously be in the relationship, but we would all go, it does not matter that you both consent to this relationship. It is unethical for you to be in this relationship. That's fine. But nobody's saying that like they have to be forced apart or anything, but that it is unethical for people to continue. Like, I'm sure there is plenty of people that could, like, for instance, make the argument, isn't Amaranth and her husband still staying together? Couldn't you make the argument, and I wouldn't have an issue with somebody making the argument that it is unethical to have that relationship continue. I don't think you can make that argument very well, but I'm open to hearing somebody's argument that shouldn't continue. Maybe a discussion could be had, but that isn't related to Mr. Girl's accusations, no? I think it is. That Destiny is engaging in an unethical relationship with Anna. Granted, I believe my statement on it is perhaps a lot more loose. I don't think that he's engaging in an unethical relationship, and here's the receipts to prove that. Here's the things to prove. Is Dan gone?
Does not read his donations or.
Okay. Is he cool with me coming in?
Okay. Don't worry, I think I've got like 30 DMs left. We're working through them, okay?
Hello.
Who is that? Ahrelevant?
Correct. Can I speak with you? Is now a good moment?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Are you comfortable speaking about Anna?
Yeah, if you really want to. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, well, hold on. When you say I really want to, I'm perfectly fine with just DMing you.
Yeah, I don't mind doing it. The only thing that I don't want is I don't want a bunch of people making posts about how like she's crazy or insane or saying stuff like that. That's the only thing I don't want. Or people like accusing her of being like crazy. But otherwise, yeah, we can talk about it.
So let me tell you the discussion I guess I want to have then, before, and then you can just establish whether or not that you think it would be better handled in private. I want to discuss with you as to whether or not your continuous relationship, flirtatious or sexual or otherwise, is in your mind or in the general public's mind. I kind of wanted Dan here for this. Is a good, bad, or neutral action. Because given the amount of information that I have, which is not very recent, I will grant that I stopped covering and watching your relationship with Anna entirely for probably like a year and some change now, because it's just not something that I care to keep updated on. It's not really something I give a fuck about. But do you believe that, I'm assuming you believe that your flirtatious interactions with Anna are at the very least morally neutral, right?
Yeah, I would say they're neutral. Like we speak quite a bit, or we don't speak quite a bit, but like we speak on and off, like depends, sometimes more, sometimes less. But yeah, I think if she doesn't want to talk to me, she doesn't have to talk to me. Like she has her own life, she does her own school stuff. I think she's dating someone now. I don't know if she's public or not. I think she said that publicly. But yeah, it's her own life or whatever.
Okay.
But I don't have like any other problems with her. I don't think I have for like several months. Every now and then she does a loop on stream. But the only reason why everything got like blown up so weird now is because like Mr. Girl is like trying to farm the fuck out of her, essentially.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. So then let me, because from my current perspective, again, it's outdated, but from my current perspective, I don't think it is good for you to be engaging with her in a flirtatious or sexual manner. And let me kind of just try and lay this out, and you can hopefully try and help me if that's something, again, you want to do, you don't have to do this, but you can help me figure out where I might be going wrong in your mind. So based on the past relationships or past interactions that you've had with Anna, it seems like you've tried a million different strategies on how to interact with her, ignoring her. It seems like you had a time in which you were referring to her as having BPD. There was a time in which you referred to possibly OCD. People said that, but I don't remember that quite.
Yeah, so this is the confusing stuff on the Anna timeline.
Okay.
So after our first disconnect, I assumed that Anna was like obsessed and wanted to date me or be in a relationship with me. That's kind of what I thought.
I remember that.
And then over the next like year-ish, it seemed like there was from my impression, there was some sort of like BPD / cluster B / weird like kind of stuff going on there where she was just like really mentally unwell.
Okay.
She'd mentioned OCD, but I'd never heard of OCD having to do with people or anything like that. So for a while we were like not talking at all, and then we would talk on and off, and then we'd talk on and be okay, and then it would go really bad. There was like a weird stuff. This is while I was in Sweden a little bit before that. And then I think I did a stream. I don't remember if it was here, if I was in Miami, or if I was in Huntington Beach. But I did a stream where I took her at her word for the OCD stuff. And then I started to read more about OCD, and then I had a conversation with her. And the way that she explained all of that, I think allowed me to reframe everything that had happened in the past. I think the issue that she has, this is Anna's primary issue. The only reason I don't like talking about this is because people have their own ideas about things, and like it's impossible to convince anybody else for like in most people's minds. The way that it works is even Melina believes this, and Dan believes this. Anna's obsessed with me. She wants to kick Melina out, and she wants to date me or wear my face like as a mask.
So just to be clear, you just to your knowledge that they currently believe that, or that they did?
Yeah, I think Melina and Dan, and I think probably 99% of my community believes that. I think that's what is the case. What is actually happening? The thing that actually triggers Anna is she doesn't like it when she reads things that are incongruent with her understanding of how things went. So the things that sets Anna off, and this is actually, when I look back retroactively, this has always been the case. It's never been the case that she gets upset or jealous about Melina. It's never been the case that she's upset or jealous about me talking about anybody else. She's always spoken, well, generally favorably about these other people until they started shit-talking her. The thing that always triggers her is when she reads something that accuses her of being like an abuser or a stalker or anything like that. When she reads stuff like that, those are things that always trigger. Yeah, it's never, ever, ever. There's never been a single time where we've had a conflict where she's been like, okay, I'm so done with you talking to Melina, or I'm so jealous of blah, blah, blah. That has never been the case. The only thing that is even like remotely kind of quote unquote jealous, but it's not even really, is she says it like, oh, it sucks sometimes that other people can be your friend on stream and I can't do it because everybody thinks I'm crazy. That's like the only thing she's ever said that's like approaching that level of stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, that's essentially like the pattern that she is caught into.
So,
or that she gets caught into. Yeah.
So from, you said a 99% of your stream and that Melina and Dan might have that perspective. Do you think it's fair from that perspective to say that it is unethical for you to be sexting Melina? If that, or sorry, not Melina, excuse me. Anna.
Careful.
God damn it.
If she was actually like obsessed with me and trying to get a relationship with me, yeah, that'd be pretty weird. It'd be like, I don't know if I'd say unethical, but it'd definitely be like me stringing her along. It would be fucked up for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you would agree that from at least what you consider to be, or at least I'm not going to stick you to the 99% number, but that a fair amount of your community, that the interactions that you have, as well as your partner Melina and Dan's perspective, that from their perspective, it is justified for them to believe you are engaging in an unethical relationship.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, from their perspective, sure.
Okay. And so do you think if Mr. Girl shares that same perspective, he is justified for believing that you're engaging in an unethical relationship as well?
He could, but the problem that Mr. Girl has, and a lot of people do this, but he does it, he's like ratcheted up like 1,000,000% more. The problem is that in his mind, he's created an archetype and he's going to retrofit everything into that archetype way, way, way more than anyone else. And also, Mr. Girl has known about the Anna stuff for months. Like, so it seems really weird that all of a sudden now, when we have a split, now he thinks there's some crazy, horrible, abusive thing going on.
So you think the timing mixed with the how long he's had the information is a bit suspect?
Well, it's not suspect, but it's showing like an obvious motivation. And then I don't
An
think I've
obvious
watched it, but like he had like a clip where he's saying like, Anna, we need to use you as a weapon because he's using you as a weapon against other women. Like he more or less basically says it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so from my perspective, so I would say I perhaps fit.
Oh, by the way, also real quick, if anybody ever wants to message Anna and ask her, like, do you think that Destiny is like stringing you along, or do you think that he's like, you know, dangling like a relationship over your face or whatever? You're always anybody's always free to, if you want to ask her that, like anyone can go and talk to her about that. Like I said, like privately, like we're really cool. We've been fine for like months. Or maybe over a year. I lose track of time.
So
hold on, fuck. I don't know if I'm able to find this or not. The really funny thing. Wait. Hold on. This is another reason why I think that Max is like weird. There's just something else. Okay, I don't want to really release this publicly because I don't want him to know exactly who messages are coming from. But like, this is also something that it's like, obviously Max knows that the situation is not like this weird one-sided abusive thing. Or I don't know if you think that means anything or not, but like his take privately is like even more weird. And he said this like 3 days ago.
Okay. Oh.
So it's like even more weird that he's like saying other shit publicly. Yeah, I don't know. So in terms of like what his actual motivations are, you agree that's like a little bit weird in terms of like what he's been saying publicly now, right?
Yeah. Can you state when this was?
3 days ago.
Oh yeah.
And actually, hold on. Actually,
okay. Yeah.
This is. I'll send you because I'm trusting you not to leak, but I'll send you like more context on this, so it doesn't look like I'm just like clip chimping.
Okay.
This was the context around that message. You can read this. It'll take like 30 seconds.
I think you think I read faster than I do.
Oh, sorry. That's fine. Take your time.
Give me a second.
I'm just going through DMs anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. Well, I guess I just wanted to see what you consider to be the reasonability of my position there. Then again, you have no obligation to do this to me or to anybody else. But what to you? So I want to establish one thing. Do you agree with your past position that, or at least in the past, that if you had engaged with Anna in a sexting type or flirtatious relationship, let's say when you believed that she had BPD or something, do you think that from your perspective it would have been unethical to do that at that moment?
At the time when we were publicly fighting, like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, the timelines are super weird because of coronavirus, but yeah, probably. Yeah. But there was a lot of like back and forth of like, we were okay, then it became not okay, then we were okay, then it became not okay, then we were okay, then Zerka started farming it.
Yeah,
so, I don't know. There was like a lot of weird.
There's like 50 different like changes. Forth, it's ridiculous. So that's why I'm not like, I'm just trying to work this through. So what in your mind has changed? What has changed, and it's now you got the green light, or at least the morally neutral?
So for me, it was having the conversation with her. I don't know when it was. However, a year ago, when I had the conversation with her about her OCD, and I had a bigger explanation for how she viewed things then. Because then when I started looking at like what's triggering her and what is going on or whatever, it kind of made more sense to me. And then I also talked to her a lot in terms of like, hey, like if you want to talk about this or not about this, whatever, like it's okay, like you can do whatever. Like I've never like forced anything on her. She's always had, and she's got like a social life that she's pursuing. She's not like obsessed with me or anything in DMs. Like sometimes we'll go like a month without even talking to each other. Like it's just, I don't know. I think people have like a really weird,
Well, so for me, I wasn't obviously, just like I imagine everyone wasn't, privy to that kind of private information. So I'm the way that it looks like for me from somebody on the outside is, I don't know, maybe I'm weird that I assumed that you guys weren't in contact for the last year. Maybe I'm the weird one, or maybe everybody had assumed that you guys stayed in contact. But I had assumed that there was no contact, and I had assumed that, whatever was going on. I didn't really look into what had been happening with Anna because I had a bit of a change of heart towards the Anna situation. I agreed with the idea that like it clearly causes her some kind of distress whenever I speak on it in a.
Yeah, I think the issue is that like I've said on stream multiple times this year, I've said everything with me and Anna is cool. We're good. We don't fight. Everything is fine. Maybe people heard that and then they assumed that meant that we'd like packaged things up and moved on completely, I guess. But like I'm not like super public about every single person I talk to. There's a lot of people I talk to that it, like is not public. Like I just I mean, if people are making the assumption like they're never talking or doing anything in the background, I guess that's fine for people to make. But like not only is it not public, it's not going to be public. There's no reason for it to be. The only reason it has nothing to do with Anna or Lav and has everything to do with Mr. Girl fucking mining the fuck out of that scenario to try to like advance his own agenda basically.
So that's kind of I have so what I talked about when I was like saying that I don't really like bringing up Anna anymore. I'm very cautious around it when I trying to be not the greatest at it, and that comes not even necessarily just from a position of like because it might interact with your life, but also because I felt like I'm not being as good of a person towards Anna as I should have been through the lot, and it clearly causes her a lot of emotional distress to go through this, and it's pretty unnecessary for me to talk about that relationship. It doesn't really make much sense for me to do so. So I do find it to be a rather weird thing when she gets brought out in public instead of when you could be messaged in private. If some people have an issue with your conduct towards her, or somebody could message her if there was an issue of conduct. So you said a year ago, but that was a bit of a side note. You said a year ago that after having the discussions about the OCD, that you felt like you were comfortable with the idea that it wasn't an unethical. That's really where it was like, okay, yeah, this is not an unethical relationship to.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I feel like she's not like obsessed and like throwing her life away, like talking to me or some shit. Yeah.
And
I don't know if that was a year ago, by the way. That might have been 8 months ago or 9 months ago. It was sometime. You can look up like Anna Destiny OCD conversation or whatever.
It happened at some point in the past, not super recently. So if that's okay, if that's the case, then yeah, obviously I'm just not privy to that kind of private information. I just wanted to establish whether or not you considered it to be reasonable for somebody to have this kind of opinion coming in from the outside, and whether or not, assuming you think it is somewhat reasonable for a fair number of people to not.
Yeah, I mean, people have their impressions of things. Like, there's a lot of like archetypes that fit the world, and there's not much you can do to break their impression of things. So, but I mean, like, there's nothing I can do about that, and I'm gonna be like screaming into the wind trying to fight that.
Oh,
and like, even if it's like a provably false impression. Like, so for instance, people will say things like the fact that Destiny has sex with some of the people that comes on the stream means that he's like biased towards them or whatever, despite the fact that either one, I'll bring them on and fight with them. Two, I bring on people that I have no sexual relationship with and I can be biased, or like there's no pattern there. Like, it's not like we can go back and we go, oh my God, Steven is mean towards everybody on stream except for like these 4 girls, or like, oh my God, so, like that pattern doesn't exist. But people will try to like retrofit shit. But it's annoying because like, even though I can very obviously and clearly show there's no pattern, none of this is happening, it's on your head. There are still like a lot of people that that is instantiated so hard in their mind, nothing will budge them from it. So it's like, whatever. I'm not here to like change minds, and I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so there was one other thing that I believed that I think you took too much of a backseat, or too little, I guess, accountability for. Is do you believe that you have no responsibility at all towards the narrative that may currently that you said exists, that Anna is obsessed with you and that she might be crazy or anything like that? Do you believe that you have no responsibility at all in that narrative?
I think I have a huge part in that, because I was part of the whole thing I had on stream like over like a year ago, and then for a year or two leading up to it, right?
Okay.
British, I called her BPD. I think I said that she was fucking insane. She was blah 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 blah.
So I thought I remember listening to you when Mr. Girl came in, like what felt like randomly into your stream, and then said, I think he said that you are implicit in that narrative that Anna is crazy. And I believe you said, no, I'm not. Or in what way?
If I was giving pushback at the time, the problem is that like it was very much like a 2-person thing. So like I definitely spread it, but she also played into it hardcore, right? because like one of the things I told Anna a million times is that like if you just stop like making public posts and
I
you stop
remember
screaming
this,
about
yeah.
it or whatever, like it would stop too. So if somebody were to try to pin out on me 100%, I would go, hold on, this is an adult woman. She like has full agency over life, and she's like playing this back over and over and over again. Of course she's gonna, but like if we're having a conversation of like, yeah, all in all, like of course I'm gonna be part of the person or part of the group that was like putting out that message. Yeah, of course. For sure.
I just wanted to make sure, because that's what I thought was said, was that you had no part in playing into it, and I thought that was there was in that. I don't want to talk about this to any length that. Yeah, I don't know. I very much like the idea of not talking about Anna very much. So thank you
or I think it's fine to talk about her. This is like the only thing I guess I would request is that one, Anna's been fine. She has a couple loops on stream, but for the most part over the last year, Anna's been like pretty fine. If people want to have her on panels or talk to her or do whatever, I know she's in like a lot of public streamers chats. I think that's totally fine. I don't have any ill will against her. I don't see her and hate her. I don't fight with her publicly. I don't talk shit. The only thing I've ever said that she still gets triggered by is I think that she used to be, I guess I won't say stalker anymore because that's like a huge trigger, but we used to have a lot of problems publicly and privately, but that's more or less completely abated over the past year. The only stuff that she has issues with is when messages pop up where people are accusing her of currently being crazy, or even sometimes if they accuse her in the past of being crazy. Those are the things that triggers her and sets her off.
Right.
Otherwise, everything's been like chill.
Yeah, I know she's expressed issues with me talking about her and whatever, and so I don't want to. Yeah, I don't.
Because without getting too in her mind, she thinks there's a lot of people that I either because they're friends with me or whatever that kind of like started making content on her.
Yeah.
To like farm her basically. If you were to send her a DM and be like, hey, like I don't have this opinion about you anymore, blah blah blah, she'd probably be chill with you. That'd be my guess.
Maybe I should do that then, because I really don't want her to experience any kind of emotional distress on my behalf. It's not really something I'm super concerned with, is the interactions you and her have, as long as they are ethical. And it seems like you've given me, in order for me to craft a narrative that, at least from the new information that have been presented by you, in order for me to craft the argument that it is unethical the way that you're going about it, I feel like I would just need more information than what I have available. And I feel like that's also more information than I even can realistically request from you or her. Because either one of you could just say, no, fuck off. And so, yeah, and I'm just, not super interested in it. But, I wish nothing but the best for her. I wish nothing but the best for you. Thank you for answering my questions in brief. And, much love, buddy.
Talk to you later. Be careful, babe. I love you, okay?
Yep, bye. All right. Honestly, yeah, okay. I mean, he recognized that I don't know. It's I feel like it is at a point where I would require so much surrounding information to be able to make such a claim that it's pretty inappropriate. So similar to I put this as similar to if I wanted to make this statement that Mr. Girl is abusive to Shaylin, and Mr. Girl were to say, well, there's a lot of surrounding context that you don't have, information that you don't have. I'm just gonna be honest, I don't care enough to do a 1.5 years of log digging to go through that. If both of them are saying that it is ethical, and that the reason why it's ethical is in private details over the course of a year, and that's what makes it, that's the thing that makes it ethical, and the recognition that it is reasonable for people on the outside to have the opinion that it is unethical, then that's all I can really ask for. If those were the big things that I was looking for. One, what I felt like was previously, maybe I need to re-listen to it, the recognition that he was actually implicit in the idea that she was crazy in the past, and the idea that it is reasonable for many different people to hold the position that he should not be having a current sexual relationship with Anna, and that a lot of the information that he is using to justify his current ongoing flirtatious relationship with Anna is through private messages that we are just not privy to. Which, that's it. That's all I really needed. Now, do I, of course, if I want to actually investigate the claim, I would probe further, but as for, I just don't. The less that I feel I discuss about Anna, because she's expressed explicitly she doesn't like me talking about her situation, I believe the better. Until something might, God forbid, happen in the future, then it is what it is. But yeah. Irrelevant, your stocks. Yeah, I imagine they're going down, but it is what it is, man. I'm a 25-year-old man. If I get a couple hate threads inside of Destiny's subreddit, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. It is what it is. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm a very happy man. I'll go to the gym, Andrew Tate style, not go to a therapist and then just do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'll take the Andrew Tate pill or whatever. It is what it is. It's not that big of a deal to me to get bashed online or something, especially when I had such a reasonable conversation with the man himself. Yo, what is the stock market? Lol, going up though? I don't. It's just sus from our POV. Seems fair enough. No, I think it's fair enough to say that it's well, I mean, he said that it's fair and reasonable for us to think it's unethical from the outside, but that he has information and that they've communicated in private in ways that he believes makes it ethical. And I don't think we are entitled necessarily. Maybe you can make the argument we are entitled, but I feel like that'd be a tough argument to make. I haven't really thought about that. Nor do I, again, have really any interest in it. But I don't think we are entitled to that information. I think if Anna and Destiny want to private their relationship and say, we believe that this is now something we can ethically engage in, then so be it. It's their right to do that. And I don't think it's my right to go, you need to now prove to me that over the last year, your private DMs are objectively consistent with the idea that she can appropriately engage in this relationship ethically with you. I don't think it's my right to say that, but that wasn't really my plan or anything that I wanted. I wanted to just state what I said, and I felt like we got it done. So, I think Max would have the same amount of argument. He would to make the claim that Destiny is his boss, to get those DMs to prove his case to Anna. I think that argument may be used in that moment. But I don't view it that way. Especially with Anna. I feel like Anna's stream is not like, if you take Anna versus me, my stream and my, continued stream health is massively propagated on Destiny's approval and shit like that, in comparison to like Anna. Anna's mental health and shit might take a toll because she gets unique levels of harassment I have never gotten, and I admit I've never gotten, as a result of, trolls and fucking weirdos trying to message her and shit like that. But yeah, it's regrettable. Suffice to say, I am sorry for how I have addressed. There was a very long time that I had made a very firm ethical statement. I didn't want to refer to Anna as crazy. For specific reasons. I reneged on that, and I regret that. I think it was a mistake. And you know what? I might go as far as to say, I think in a way I dogpiled and I kind of bullied her, where she didn't really deserve that. Even though I was one of the few people that didn't try to like get her on my stream and shit like that. Our DMs are very brief, and then I cut contact and stuff like that. I definitely said some things that were not too great. So yeah. But that being said, I want to minimize as much talk about Anna as possible because I want to minimize any emotional distress that she has. I think the best way to do that is just not talk about her. So yeah, I think that's going to be the last bit that I talk about her, hopefully for a while. The only reason I thought Anna was crazy was 100% on Destiny. Everything I knew about her was directly said from him. Not me. I saw her have multiple different back and forths with multiple different people. She had a back and forth with Hans of Arkir. She had a back and forth with Dylan Burns. She had a back and forth with Dan, I believe. Yeah, she had a back and forth with multiple different people. I don't think it was just that. I think, as I stated previously, and I'll try and be brief with this, I think the contributing harassment that she gets for being crazy or whatever gets drummed up whenever people bring her up again. Right? So I think her argument of like, oh, because she stated, I don't like it when Ahrelevant brings me up, because I probably do get somewhat of a narrative going. Unfortunately, there's probably some fucking weirdos inside of my chat room that might go over to her chat room. I would hope that's not the case. And if that is you, you're going to get banned. If I find out that's you, you will be permanently banned from my chat room. I think people even bringing her up causes people to remember her and then want to go into her chat room and then start saying some specific things and possibly trigger a loop, which is a part of my philosophy of why I don't even want to mention her, even in a positive capacity. I don't want to mention her because she might, because people might take that as an opportunity to go, oh yeah, I remember that chick. Fuck that chick. So I don't even want to do that. It's also pretty obvious that Mr. Girl is going above just asking questions. He has a specific narrative. Yeah, so these are all things I kind of want to address with him, talk with him about. It seems like he's expressed a desire to engage with me and talk with me about it. So we'll see if we can't get that set up. To be fair, we don't really know what this manipulating means in reference to what. Yeah, in reference to what? All right. I needed to go a little bit earlier anyway, so I'm going to choose to shove off. Any people that want to... I'm happy that I had one of the only disagreements that I felt... I had two key disagreements I went into that conversation with Destiny about, and I feel like they got resolved in a very amicable way, which is nice. It's not very often I get to disagree with him because I think he's a very reasonable man and I have a lot of respect for him. It's like Wicked Supreme. When Wicked Supreme has an argument that's disagreeable by me, I really like taking that opportunity to talk with him about it because it's very rare. So that was cool. I got both of my problems addressed. I don't care to dig deeper into a situation which would require dozens and dozens of very much private logs and information to be dug up. If both parties are satisfied, both parties are satisfied. And until either party is deeply unsatisfied, I'll honestly probably just leave it to another person. Relationship stuff is not my thing. I do not like relationship stuff at all. It's really, really not my wheelhouse. Now, if there is a genuine claim of sexual assault or something like that, that is more within my wheelhouse of something I would, be interested in looking into. But just whether or not it's unethical to date somebody from somebody's perspective, that's not hugely in my wheelhouse. But I was directed a statement, some content, and what was I supposed to say? I'm just not going to respond to that. I think that looks childish and ridiculous to just say, I'm just not going to I think it looks ridiculous. So it is what it is. All right. You guys have a good rest of your day. Much love. Thanks for hanging out. And I'm sure all of you are going to go hang out in Destiny Stream. Enjoy Destiny Stream. I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of orbiters that come in there and give the opinions. And if you guys feel like I maybe missed out on something that would be very important for me to watch on tomorrow's stream or something that happens today, feel free to DM me on Discord. My Discord is in the description. So if you see something that's like, damn, I think Relly could really respond to this, or this is really important information, or some crazy shit that just went down, feel free. Throw it up, man. DM me on Discord. Yeah, it's a really great way to get a hold of me on that. So, yeah. Will you watch the Shaylin interview? Probably at some point. Obviously, it got a bit overshadowed, but it was referenced pretty consistently, so almost certainly I will at some point. Yeah. All right, you guys have a good rest of your day. I got to go to bed or go to the gym or something. I don't know what exactly is happening, if I'm going to stay up or not. You guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow.